Yep.
Get him, get him, hit him, hit him, hit him.
This is Brent and Friends with Brent Martineau, Kasey Kurtz, and Aaron Schachter on Jacksonville's home for ESPN Radio, ESPN 690.
Brent Martineau, can I put you down for the Jags?
Yeah, you can put my house on the Jags. Wow. Though the 3 points is a little something. I'll take the house goes on the money line, okay?
Okay. He's bet his house many a time before. If you're new here, he loses every time.
Oh, wow. Not every time.
He's lost a lot of houses.
I've already guaranteed you the Jags are beating the Giants. Did it on Monday Morning Madness. I did it on Brent and Friends Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Did it again last night on Jaguars All Access. I'm doing it here this afternoon. Mm-hmm. The Jags will beat the Giants on Sunday.
He's down another house.
Oh, no.
Uh-oh.
Where's Brent going to live? It's a Where's Brent Gonna Live Monday on Brent and Friends.
I bet the glee that thing was put together with from Kasey Kurtz.
Listen, you know Kasey very well. So you know there are very few things that will earn a priority in Kasey's to-do list. And I'm telling you, I saw him with very steadfast focus working on this clip today and others, which I'm sure he'll get to.
Gosh, man, I was wrong. I can't believe the Giants are 6-1.
How crazy is that?
Like I didn't back off it, ever did, but I said the only way this doesn't come true is if the Jags jag more than the NFLs. And it did. It happened.
It did, yeah.
It happened. The Jags jag.
Yeah, man.
I mean, the Jags get 456 yards, scored 17 points. They lose the football going in the end zone. I mean, they take over the game right there. Doug Peterson doesn't want to kick field goals, hates field goals, hates field goal kickers. If there's anybody that's ever hated a field goal kicker, it's Doug Peterson. And by the way, Vince Papale told us that.
Yeah, he did.
He told us.
He did. He gave us the insight.
My goodness.
Never met a goalpost he liked.
You know, I thought I was feeling a little bit better. Now I'm not sure.
Kasey just threw you right back into the swamp of it, or was it the game?
Welcome to the show, boys.
Gosh, I even told
2 hours, 56 minutes to go.
I dropped after Monday Morning Madness this morning. I walked out of where I do the show from in the house that I'm going to have to get rid of now.
Sell now, yeah.
And Steph's there, and she was like in the kitchen or somewhere, and I was like, "What the bleep, Jags?" I'm like, "It's freaking mid to late October. We can't even get to November. We can't get to November."
Yeah.
That's all we wanted. What did I tell you when it was 2-1? I said, hey, you know what Jags just did in that 2-1 win to make it over the Chargers? They just gave us another month. I said, now get 1 or 2 more wins and you get us another month.
Another month. So, a distant memory.
Haven't won since.
Yeah, man.
On the bright side, we can start putting together the trade package they can get for this pick. Holy cow.
I mean, Jags, they're picking, what, 8th overall today?
No, 6th.
Oh, 6th?
Oh.
I saw an 8th. Strength of schedule might have changed last night.
Okay.
Yeah, after the game.
Between 6 and 8.
Because I saw 6 and then 8. But actually, they could, depending on how the things shake out, they're right in line for number. They're tied for the 2-hole.
But they do have somewhat of an easier schedule towards the back end of the
There's
year, right?
nothing easy in Jacksonville. What the hell was this? It was Houston, Indianapolis with a 50-year-old just benched after he threw it 42 completions against the Jaguars in favor of Sam Ehlinger for the rest of the way because they're sending Matt Ryan to a nursing home after he accomplished that.
He's mobile. He's mobile.
And the New York Giants and Daniel Jones over 300 yards?
Boys slicing him up.
Running all
And
over
you're
him.
telling me that it gets easier?
Slice and dice. It does not get any easier.
Well, you got the Texans again.
You know when it gets
Another loss.
easier? Like on January 10th.
Is that locker clean out?
Yes, that's when it gets easier.
Be an NBA program by then. Holy cow.
That's rough, man.
It's unbelievable.
We breaking down the Florida Panthers.
They can't
for all 8
win
of
one
their fans.
game. Can't win one of these out of the last 3. One. That's the way the NFL works. That's why I put my house on it. They're supposed to. The officials even tried to help at the end.
They did.
They didn't help at some other times, but
Not
they
hard
tried to
enough.
help at the end. It's amazing. Just amazing. You know what else is amazing?
What's that?
How haven't they fired Chris Ballard in Indianapolis?
Yeah, this guy's got a
Forget about the Jags. I'm mad at everybody else. Fire Chris Ballard.
must have photos of his of the owner over there.
I mean, what? How do you miss this poorly?
Dude spent $50 million on 2 quarterbacks that they've benched and got rid of.
It was Phillip Rivers, it was Carson Wentz, and now it's Matt Ryan. Did you say they were paying him $27 million?
So they guaranteed all of this year's contract when they signed him, as well as half of next year's. So they're on the hook for 17 in March. Obviously, he'll be gone. But, yeah, they've paid him a lot of money for 6
Does that
games.
change if they cut him before a certain date or something like that?
That part I don't know. I just know like what I've seen from like the tweets and stuff.
And I don't know that
Track,
you could
but-
really judge these guys for signing him to a guaranteed deal outside of the fact that he had liver spots and you're worried about whether he's going to make it towards the end of the season. But all these guys are getting guaranteed deals at the quarterback position these days.
Which, by the way, Phillip Rivers worked for sort of.
To a degree with T.Y. Hilton on
No,
the
it
team.
didn't.
They went to the playoffs.
Okay, did they win? Did they win a game?
It's worked better than these two.
Yeah, but that's not what that was there for. Like, they have no playoff wins since this. Who gets the luxury of picking 42 quarterbacks?
Dude, no playoff wins with like 9 Pro Bowlers.
Yeah.
Like, talk about a good roster going nowhere.
And by the way, he just gave Quentin Nelson money, and Nelson hadn't really played that great this year overall. I think he's getting better. Their offensive line, they misjudged their whole offensive line, apparently. They have nobody on the outside other than Pittman. I mean, Pierce only when he plays the Jags. Everybody was like, oh, the Colts. Like last year, with like 3 games to go, everybody's like, Chris Ballard is the most amazing GM in the history of the game. They were just all over Ballard and Reich and the Colts. Now what? I mean, they are so lucky to have 3 wins this year. By the way, you should thank Matt Ryan for that. Because without him, Sam Ehlinger wouldn't have won those games in the fourth quarter. Matt Ryan was all experience at the end, and they got it done.
Yeah.
But, I mean, Chris Ballard, I mean, what the heck? This guy, how many quarterbacks can you try? They blamed Carson Wentz for everything. Who are they blaming now? Now they're blaming Matt Ryan?
I think it's like 9, the graphic that they put out. Quarterbacks.
Since when, though?
Since Luck?
Since Luck. Counting Luck and then like Brissett and all these other guys.
I mean, listen, I'm just going to be mad at everybody else. I want everybody else to suffer too. Like, I get that way. Like, I don't want anybody to win in the NFL.
Sounds very un-Brent-like.
No, I hate them all. I don't want anybody to win.
All right.
Well, Tennessee's thriving.
Don't let the people in the Sunshine and Rainbows Club hear about this kind of stuff.
No, I just want everybody, like, especially New England, like, I just want them to lose, like, every game for the rest of their life so everybody that gives me a hard time back home can feel the wrath.
That's regular
Well,
thinking.
they
I
do
think
play the
everybody feels
Bears
that way.
tonight.
Well, they're going to
so
win, like,
that'll be a
28-6,
tough
so that won't be a problem because they'll find a way to win,
Well, they are playing the Bears.
and the Bears will find a way to lose,
there you go.
like the Jags.
Hey, at least we'll be in with the Bears fans.
But seriously, we have to. Are you guys stunned at the Matt Ryan stuff? I know he's banged up a little bit, but
I'm
to
shocked.
say that he's done for the year,
For the season, I'm shocked. And the only thing I can think of, and I don't know enough about Ellinger, is that, you know, obviously he's younger, so maybe he can run for his life faster.
No, he
than
can
Matt
move.
Ryan.
he can move. No, well, I will say this: the report out of there, like Ian Rappaport and others say, a lot of people like this guy. They want to get a look at him, and I guess they've been fielding like trade offers for him. Some people have called, and at times over the last couple of years.
But you're throwing in the towel now for the whole season in the AFC South? That seems a bit drastic.
Well, or they just think he's better. But what is that
They have
again?
to.
No, they do. I think they do. I don't think this is thrown in the towel.
Yeah.
I think they think if they're going to win, Ellinger gives them a better chance. Well, you have to tell on yourself pretty big time now if Matt Ryan's not better than Sam Ellinger.
So do you think it is A, Ryan is now too old to be successful, B, the new NFL is not a place where Matt Ryan can safely work, or C, a little bit of column A, a little bit of column B?
Probably a little bit of column A, column B, but I mean, I think this. I mean, listen, I'm not right about a lot of things. Obviously, I just lost another house.
Could you play that again, Kasey? I missed that part.
I mean, I could.
But Kasey, I was all over this one with Matt Ryan. I mean, I know we just had the crazy game on against the Jags, but this is what. How did you not see this coming if you're Chris Ballard?
Yeah.
Wait, they didn't go get Jimmy Garoppolo. Instead, they chose Matt Ryan?
Maybe they tried. I mean, a lot of teams probably tried, but then they saw Garoppolo was getting the shoulder surgery. They're like, we probably got a better shot with Matt Ryan under center.
I don't know why nobody went for Taylor Heineke.
Well, fine. I don't care. Go for somebody that could move in today's NFL.
Yeah, they didn't do it.
And they didn't do it. And so,
They thought their offensive line wasn't trash.
yeah, and it is. And they are. And Chris Ballard's terrible at picking quarterbacks. Him and John Elway should go to like the Hall of Shame for picking quarterbacks.
I'm with you on Elway. It's one of these things where the guy is so good as the player, and then you put him in the front office and go, just pick a guy like you. And they struggle forever.
All right,
Brock Osweiler.
back to the Jags. Thankfully, it doesn't appear the Jags have a quarterback issue. Like, we're not talking about that the last couple of weeks.
No, it's quite the opposite. No, it's very much the opposite. It's like he's the one that's not the issue.
And they can't get after the other quarterback.
Yeah.
That's an issue. The defense is now under some scrutiny, right?
Deservedly
Doug
so.
Peterson's under some scrutiny. And I think for the first time, this coaching staff is under some scrutiny. And I think this one was on them overall. I really do. I think this one was on them. I think, listen, I said this morning, I'm going to repeat myself, and I believe players are the most important part of it. I think it's a players' league. I think there are some fantastic coaching jobs that get done. I think we're seeing it this year. I mean, again, Pete Carroll, look at the job he's doing, right? Dable, we just watched him. I think Peterson is doing overall a very good job given what he was dealt and now where they are from a culture standpoint and being from an offensive ability to actually function in today's NFL. Like, there's a lot of things to like. But he's costing them points with his aggressive style, and he doesn't know when to pull back, and he's not helping them cross the finish line. That's what I talked a lot about this morning with Kasey on Monday Morning Mathis. I think you've got to, as a coach, when you know that a team is not making the key plays to win and they're struggling a little bit, you've got to kind of help pull them along. Doug knows how to win. Mike Caldwell knows how to win. These guys have Super Bowls. They won a lot of football games. This team needs to be yanked across the finish line right now. I mean, Travis Etienne can't get the ball to the goal line to put the game away.
Can't put the ball anywhere.
You can't get it 4th and inches even though you're running around all over the football field for 7, 8, 12 yards a clip all afternoon long.
But give me an example of Doug pulling him across the finish line that I could understand.
Well, because on 4th down and 1, when you're at the 20 and you're up by 4 points, and you know the New York Giants play every game tight. And what have they done? They've actually won, and you've lost in those games. Like, we knew that going in. Everybody thought, may not have been my house on the line for everybody, but everybody thought that this game would be close in the 4th quarter. And would the Jags be able to win a close game late? Well, the trend said absolutely not, and the trend said absolutely the Giants will. So save your team a little bit and kick the field goal to at least give yourself the cushion of 7 points.
You're putting it on the field goal versus the 4th down.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yes. I mean, you tried on 3rd down. You didn't get it done. You were discombobulated after 2nd down. You didn't get it done. You already burned 2 timeouts in the second half. You didn't get it done. Okay, how many more chances do you want? So you try a QB sneak for the 400th time in the game, and they stack it so much that, no chance. Like, they knew it was coming. Like, I think Doug outcoaches a lot. He got outcoached there, or he outcoached himself, and he didn't help his team across the finish line. It's totally different game if it's 20-13. Potentially. They could still lose. There was plenty of time to go.
Yeah, they could have.
But I think you got to take what's there, and I said it yesterday morning. Doug and Trevor, when there are points there to be had, so this isn't a hindsight thing for me. When there are points there to be had against the Giants, you needed to take them. Who cares if you stall in the red zone? Take the points. If it's 3rd down and 8, don't get a sack that forces you out of field goal range. Don't get an intentional grounding. Get the points.
Yep.
Doug chose, I don't care about the points. And it's the 5th time in the last 4 games, 4 games, that he's chosen not to get the points. And it's hurting the Jacksonville Jaguars right now. And that's why I think there's a little on him. Some of the disorganization, a little on him. Some of the defense, the way that's going, a little on them. That was a sideline game for me a little bit. And I love what those guys are doing. But can't help but be a little critical of them here on a Monday. We'll be back, Brent and Friends. Maurice Jones-Drew coming up on ESPN 690.
Now, the First Alert forecast on ESPN 690.
Mostly sunny and warm today, although not terribly humid and really pretty nice in the end. The afternoon high around 80, nice and comfortable tonight, down into the 50s and mostly to partly sunny tomorrow. Your Tuesday high 82. I'm Chief Meteorologist Mike Burrish. Join me today beginning at 5 p.m. on CBS 47 and Fox 30 Action News Jags.
The Weather Center is brought to you by Beards Diamonds. Get the guaranteed lowest price at the only locally owned diamond store in the St. John's Town Center.
Winning is in the cards at Best Bet St. Augustine, the only card room and sports bar in St. Augustine, Florida. With nonstop action, poker games of all limits, and a sports bar, Best Bet St. Augustine has you covered. Play in the $60 no-limit hold'em tournaments on Wednesdays and Thursdays. Or try our game tables like 1-card poker, 3-card poker, and Ultimate Texas Hold'em. You can also watch your favorite football football games with the NFL Sunday Ticket at our sports bar. Visit Best Bet St. Augustine, located at 800 Marketplace Drive in St. Augustine, Florida.
Buying or leasing a car in Jacksonville is the best with Fields Auto Group, Jacksonville's luxury auto group. Lexus of Jacksonville and Orange Park, Mercedes-Benz of Jacksonville, Orange Park, Jaguar Land Rover, Jacksonville, Porsche, Jacksonville, Fields Cadillac, Jacksonville, and St. Augustine. If the luxury car you want isn't in stock, Fields Auto Group will order it. And at Fields, you'll never be charged over sticker price. Stop by a Fields store today and see what world-class service really means. Fields is a proud sponsor of the Jacksonville Jaguars. Fields Auto Group, fieldsauto.com.
Dave Benyon with Zero Res. October is birthday month for Zero Res. I can't believe it's been 18 years since my wife and I started this business. It has been such a pleasure serving you, the good people of Jacksonville. To celebrate, just say, Happy birthday, Zero Res, and we will give you $75 off your cleaning. That's $75 off carpet cleaning, tile and grout, upholstery, area rugs, or granite countertops. That's our birthday gift to you. Some minimums will apply, so give us a call. Zero Res, spelled forward or backwards. It's the right way to clean.
Hi, this is Keith Gurr, president of American Window Products. We are Jacksonville's oldest replacement window company. We have been providing excellent service for over 38 years and still have an A+ rating. At American Window Products, we have helped over 36,000 homeowners, and we don't use subcontractors. Right now, we're offering a free installation on 6 or more windows, as well as a free energy package. Go to AmericanWindowProducts.com and click for an estimate. That's AmericanWindowProducts.com. American Window Products, we are the window professionals.
Do you make a purchase just because it's cheap? Never, right? So why would you ever purchase a do-it-yourself security system just because it's cheap? Right now, some companies say you can buy a refurbished one for a whopping $206. Refurbished means the last family found it unacceptable, and now they want to pawn it off on you. And that's more upfront money than SafeTouch security charges for their Advantage package, which includes a two-way communicator. And the SafeTouch system includes free installation by SafeTouch professionals. After all, you're the least experienced security installer you know, right? SafeTouch gives you 24/7 UL-approved monitoring in their very own central station right here where you live. So the do-it-yourself system has cheap, non-professional equipment, comes with no Florida license, and wholesale who-knows monitoring. SafeTouch Security comes with the finest equipment available, certified installers, and monitoring right here in Florida, with a lifetime warranty on parts and labor. Call 888-723-8682 or visit safetouch.com today. State license number EF0000233.
Chest up, engage your core, dig
At
deep.
Misty's gym, boot camp gets pretty close to the real thing. She wants to spot a personal trainer with a military background.
I can cover this week's boot camp, but we need someone stat. Isn't your cousin a Marine?
Indeed can help her hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. We instantly connect you with quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Finding the right Medicare plan? Oof, no easy feat. Kind of like those dances my granddaughter loves making me do. But then I found Walgreens FindRx coverage. Lets you compare plans online, over the phone, or in person. Made Medicare shopping so easy. Plus, I found plans with low-cost copays. I can get down with that. When you need to talk Medicare, Walgreens is here. Start shopping today at walgreens.com/Medicare.
Hey, it's Brent Mortno from Action Sports Jacks. Did you know you can watch our radio show? Yeah, video of a radio show. Just search ESPN690 Jacks on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter. Or follow me on Twitter at BrentASJacks. Watch the show live weekdays from 3 p.m. until 6 p.m. or listen on ESPN690.
I mean, there's a lot of scenarios, you know, that could play into that. There was a lot of time, you know, left. I took into consideration how we were moving the ball offensively, quite frankly. So, you know, felt good about going for it in that situation.
Of course he did. Listen, I say this with, quite frankly, a lot of admiration for what Doug Peterson has done so far. And I don't mind his style, and I get his style. You kind of are who you are. But you also have to know when. And it's now 5 times since the Philly game. And there are different circumstances. The Philly game, it was wet, it was rainy, it was nasty. You were with the wind, though, if I'm not mistaken, in this situation. It would have been like a 48, 49-yard field goal. They go for it, they don't get it. Then you have the Houston game. They go for it twice on like the 36, 37-yard line. So it would have been a 54-ish yard field goal. And they don't get it. And then last week in Indianapolis, they do like a sprint option on 4th and 1 instead of kick like the 48-yard field goal. I'm not sure. I can't even remember now. It's been so like how much that would have changed, but they left points on the board. You're inside. Like you're making a 48-yard field goal, right? I think that was just more bad play call at the time, but he didn't do it. And then yesterday, and again, you had a chance to stretch it. That's significant when you stretch to a touchdown lead now instead of 4 points. And I will couple it with this. Brian Dable had already made a big mistake. For some reason, he went for it inside the 5 instead of kicking the field goal to make it a 1-point game.
Well, I think he just knew Doug wasn't kicking a field goal this century, so he had opportunities to go for it whenever he wanted.
So again, in real time, do I see why Doug went for it all those times? Yeah, because it's his style and you're moving the ball. Well, we're going to talk about this a little bit later. But they're like one of the worst teams in the NFL now at 3rd and 4th and 1 to go. I don't know why that is, because they're pretty damn good at like 2nd and 15. But they can't get a yard when they need a yard. And they're one of the worst teams. So I think you have to take that into account. All right, let's bring in Maurice Jones-Drew. Maybe we can bring him back in to get that yard on 3rd down and 4th down. Come on, you got a couple more in you? You got a couple of inches? That's all we needed, Maurice Jones-Drew.
You know what, Brent? First and foremost, they have guys on this roster to do it. And I think a lot of times we overcomplicate what it should be. And when watching this game, it was like there were so many different scenarios and situations that the Jags could have taken over the game and kind of just blown them away that they didn't do it. And I understand what people are saying, don't go for it on 4th and 1. I was okay with that call. I'm okay with being aggressive in that situation. But ETN is not your short yardage goal line back. And that's where I get a little confused with is that you still have to coach the situational football, right? And you have to be masters of the situation. You have to have the personnel for the situation. I understand James Robinson is dealing with a little knee, whatever it may be. Then run the read option and let Trevor have the choice to decide to get the yard or to give it to ETN. But have some different plays. That was just a pure handoff, and we're just going to be more powerful than you guys. And their offensive line is not built that way. And so I personally feel like there's a lot of situations that in the course of this game that could have changed. Now, I understand. I saw you on Twitter talking to Uche, and I understand that the Jags are going with ETN. That is completely fine. But there are scenarios and there are situations for James Robinson to come in like on the goal line or being a short yardage back or whatever it may be to give the ETN a spell and still have an explosive, powerful guy to help continue to move the chains. You don't always have to throw the ball down the field. You don't always have to do these things. Your team is trying to learn how to win, and you guys are losing in the situations, and it's very frustrating, I think, for everyone.
Hey, Maurice Jones-Drew brought up Uche Nwaneri, former Jags player, of course, and he jumped in on social media today. I had a comment yesterday about this James Robinson situation is not going away, and it's not. I mean, it's a big story right here, and we'll talk more about that. But Uche said he literally was the difference in the New York Giants game. His lack of true running back pedigree is why he fumbled in the end zone. He's reckless with ball security. Shelving James Robinson, will bite the Jags in the in a big way, and they will deserve it. And I said, I like the conversation, but hard time saying he's not a running back. By trade, he ran for 5,000 yards in college. But he did have some stretches where he fumbled the football also in college. And then Uche, one more just to read and catch everybody up. College football is not the NFL. Being a running back in college versus the NFL is not the same. He's a hybrid. He's not a true back. I can see that because I know I blocked for one of the best in his era. Is he talking about you?
No, he must be talking about Fred. No, I will say this. I think Uche does have a point. A lot of backs in the National Football League, i.e. Antonio Gibson or Kenneth Gainwell or even Darrell Henderson, that come out of these spread sets. Like ETN, they don't know how to get the tough yard because everything is, read option. You're just trying to hit the hole quick. And I understand that's what Doug is trying to go to as well. But the National Football League will always be the National Football League. And there's two things about the National Football League that's completely different than college. One, the situations are different, right? And everyone has to understand how we're trying to attack each situation. And two, ball security. In college, a lot of people don't attack the football, right? They tackle you. Literally, if you watch the Cleveland Browns versus the Baltimore Ravens, Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah didn't even try to tackle Justice Hill for the Baltimore Ravens. He just punched at the ball, and the ball came flying out. And so ball security has to be much more emphasized, and I know it is, but you have to really emphasize it a ton with young guys that haven't played because they're so used to just carrying the ball and just breaking big runs. And so Uche has a point there for sure. Now, I wouldn't say he's just not a running back. I think losing last year definitely stunted his growth a little bit, but you see the explosiveness and the explosive nature of his game. And even with those explosive runs, you still see the ball carried out wide, and there's a lot of air between his body and the ball. So they're going to have to try to correct that. Otherwise, you'll have more fumbles with ETN.
So, Mojo, if I could dial in on what you're saying, are you saying that Travis Etienne's being overused or that we're just not using James Robinson the way we should, period?
The second. I'm saying you're not using James Robinson the way he should be. I don't Travis Etienne is a very explosive player, and I see why they want to get him the ball. Understandably so. You have two backs, though. Go to a two-back system. Doug Peterson is known for a running back by committee in Philadelphia. That's what he was known for. And so it struggles with me to see his change in philosophy. And I don't understand why they're doing it, but when you have two guys that can go, you run those two guys because, as we always knew, when I was there with Fred, as I got there, Fred's career and his play lasted longer. He wasn't just a guy to go all the time, right? As we got later in the season, we were able to run for multiple yards because I was taking a lot of reps from him so that he could be fresh come November and December. And if you're expected to play great football down the stretch, you have to win close games like this. And I personally feel like the lack of usage or lack thereof of usage of James Robinson not getting a touch is why you lost this game. And there were a ton of situations where he could have got a series or he could have got a play or two here or there, whatever it might have been that would have helped this team be successful. You got to utilize, and Brent, we talked about this, putting your players in position to be successful, right? And that Doug Peterson did that the first couple weeks. As of late, that's not happening. And so I'm starting to kind of wonder, like, what's going on. And again, I don't want to question, but when you lose three straight and you lose them the way the Jags have, it's like, what's going on?
Yeah, and I don't.
Right? Hasty had a big.
Yeah, go ahead.
Didn't Hasty have a big run Hasty had a 60-yard run last week.
He did.
Right?
Yeah.
Why is he not getting a touch?
Well, he did actually.
Some type of touches.
He did a couple, but even before James Robinson, I think that's what caught everybody's attention. I mean, the snap count was so low for James Mojo. It was like 12. And he got one target. He had a run that was called back because of a penalty, and that's it. I mean, it's his lowest production, like, ever in his life. Like, he's never played a football game with that low of production. But Hasty was actually in there more than at times, at least early in the game, or early, which was really surprising to all of us watching.
Well, yeah, as I was watching the game, again, I was watching the Jags plus a couple other games as well. It was just, when you'd watch them and you're seeing it, like, yeah, I don't know if he's hurt or whatever it may be. I know Doug came out and said he's dealing with some knee soreness, whatever it may be, that's fine. But you can't put the load on ETN right now. You can't just run him constantly. You have to give him breaks. The same way running the football gives their quarterbacks breaks, right? As they're not getting exposed to different coverages and the ability to get hit and sacked. And so you want to find ways to continue to spread the ball around to give breaks so that when you do get in the fourth quarter, guys are fresh and ready to go, and they can get those tough yards. They can get those tough plays. And with all that being said, you still dialed up a great play to get into the end zone, right? And was an inch away from getting into the end zone. And so it's, that's the game. That's football. That's the National Football League. 2 or 3 plays are going to determine the outcome of the game every time. And those fourth downs, those going for it, not converting in certain situations, some of those 3 and outs that they were having, those are plays in series that come back to bite you in the end.
Maurice shows Drew with us always on Mondays, Mojo on Mondays, and appropriate time just to be talking about the running back situation, the Jacksonville Jaguars. It's a big story around here. James Robinson was the story of last year, kind of in a microcosm of everything that was happening. It was the drama point, in my opinion, with Urban Meyer. But Urban Meyer didn't like him as a back, as a player in the NFL. I mean, that was crystal clear. Not didn't like him. Everybody loves James, and this fan base really appreciates James Robinson for what he is, what he's done, his story, and the rest. but Urban didn't like him from a style standpoint. And I think Maurice Jones-Drew, it was because of his lack of speed. He's not a burner. He's not a blazer in today's fast NFL. Well, Doug Peterson, didn't feel that way. I thought he did a good job in camp and got him healthy and then was using him early on. But we saw a shift now a couple weeks ago to Travis Etienne. And now we're seeing, whether it's injury-based or falling out of favor, like, why don't coaches like James Robinson like we all do? Is it strictly speed or lack thereof?
Well, I think a lot of coaches, as a guy that's coaching now, speed, I used to always hear a coach say, you can't coach speed, right? If I can give a guy a ball and he can take it 90 yards to the house, that makes my job a lot easier. Understandably so. I get that point. But I also believe that you got to have different styles of runners in your running back room, the same way you want to have different body types of receivers in your receiving room, right? So do I want all burners as a running back? No. I want guys that are going to give me the tough 2 or 3, 4 yards. I want guys that can go into a 4-minute mode and we just roll the clock out. I want guys also I can throw the ball out of the backfield and have explosive plays, or guys that can line up a wide receiver, or you want to have a different variety, of styles in your running back room. And so right now, it seems like a lot of these teams that you're starting to look at, they all want the same style back. I mean, I work for the Rams. They all want the same style back. And the problem is what comes with the same style back is the teams can prepare for the same style of run plays. They can prepare for the same style of the way you utilize them. And so to me, having different style guys to do different things will always be harder on a defense. It'll force them to have to learn more, practice more, different plays, different things. And so right now, I just think you're right. It's just maybe James doesn't have the speed that they think he has or the ability, but I just saw him break off a 50, 60-yarder against the Chargers in week 2. Like, it makes no sense to me.
Does any of this, do you think, guys, have to do with the fact that you have such a talented passer in a Trevor Lawrence that you're trying to spread around who's handling the ball to a degree where you go, all right, we've got roughly 12 to 20 carry or attempts between Etienne and Robinson. How are we going to split that with Etienne being so dynamic and Robinson really needing to pound and pound and pound before he can break through for bigger yardage? It just seems every time I look at the Jaguars, whether I think they should be passing or running, they're passing. Period. Like, it's
yeah.
Go ahead, Mojo.
I mean, I think that's where the money is, right? Obviously, your draft capital, your big price, high price for your agent is there. And even with all that being said, we're here to win games. We're not here to justify why we paid people or why we drafted people. We're here to win games. And I think the Jags are doing their best in trying to win games. It's just sometimes we get into situations and we see things, right? But I remember being there with Dirk Cutter, and I remember in 2008, Brent, you probably were one of the reporters I was like venting to at the time. But we weren't built to throw the ball 40 times a game. But that's what we wanted to do because we were seeing 8-man boxes every week. And guys are playing press man. I was like, but that's not what our team is. Our team is not that. If you draft and you add free agents for our team to do that, okay, cool, we could do it. But right now, that's not who we are. And so we shouldn't start doing things because we see, oh, well, they're playing a loaded box or we got one-on-one covers on the outside. Like, so what? Be who you are. And until the Jags start throwing for 400 yards a game like the Chiefs and all these other teams, you're a balanced offense. You have to be able to run the ball and throw the ball the same. You want to be as 50-50 as possible. And so I think sometimes we just get caught up. And I say we because, again, as players and coaches, you get caught up in, okay, well, they're doing this. We should be able to do that because it works on paper. Well, I'm a big component of the Jimmy and Joes, and they had a tremendous defense you're going against, and you guys are moving the ball up and down the field with ease until they got into these crucial situations where either the play wasn't executed the right way or it was a bad spot or whatever it might have been, and then it kind of got away from the Jags.
Maurice Jones-Drew joining us right now on ESPN 690. Brent and Friends, Brent Martineau, Aaron Schachter, Kasey Kurtz, and MOJO. Let me ask you this. You mentioned getting to that balance with the wide receivers, the running backs, all that. And when I watched the play at the end of the game, Christian Kirk, he's a yard short of getting in, right? And I go back to a conversation me and Brent had a lot of the summer. Is Christian Kirk a true number one receiver? MOJO, when you watch this guy play, do you think there's still a receiver short, a big play guy? Or will Christian Kirk get it done? Just got to give it more time.
Well, I think when you look at a number one wide receiver, you're looking at like A.J. Brown, right? Devontae Adams, Cooper Kupp, Justin Jefferson, Stephon Diggs. Those are your number one guys. I think Christian Kirk is a high number two guy that can make plays, but D-Hop, right? Like those are guys that when the ball is up, they're going to come down with it. And so the Jags don't have that guy, and they're working towards it. Their roster and their receiving core is way better than it's been in a long time, but there's not many true number one wide receivers in the National Football League. And I want people to understand that those guys come few and far between. And when you have an opportunity to get those guys, you get them and you keep them because there's not many of them. I think I named, 6?
Yeah.
At this point, like there's not many just number one wide receivers that you can throw the ball to, that they're getting covered by the best DB and the safety on top, and they're still going to come down with it. Those guys don't come around. And so you have to build a system that is able to kind of showcase the other receivers' abilities until you get that guy. And then when you get that guy, you got to make sure your system is built to get him the ball as much as possible.
Maurice, go back to James' situation as it looks at the entire locker room. Because, again, last year there was a lot going on, man. And everybody rallied around James in that locker room. In fact, they went to talk to the coach about him, like guys like Trevor Lawrence and others. And they said, what are we doing here? And Trevor got him back in the game at one point. So it's not that situation. There's a lot of respect for Doug Peterson in that locker room. This is a locker room that I think is pretty mature overall. It's also a group that they brought in guys like Christian Kirk to be able to handle situations that if you did go through a 4-game slide or something like that it wasn't going to splinter. But how does this get handled in the locker room? I understand. I mean, listen, ETN has taken, it must be even a difficult spot for him. He's the guy now. And that's going to be an interesting transition with the guy that you're always next to in drills and in the room. And then from James's standpoint, does he have to just go talk to the coaches? Does he talk to his running backs coach? Like, what happens there?
You got to win, Brent. I think that's the biggest thing.
Yeah.
You got to win. At the end of the day, like, we're questioning all these things because the Jags lost.
True.
If the Jags won, we wouldn't be questioning anything. We'd be like, well, Etienne's the guy, and we got to go out there. Like, you have to win. And until you win, people are going to question everything you do because of the history of this organization. And so, yeah, you have playmakers and guys that are going around. And if this recipe that you built up and you created to go against the Giants, if it didn't work, you need to tweak it and figure out another way to try to find a way to get a victory. Winning is what solves everything. As soon as you win, then you're like, okay, we got what we're looking for. Let's try to replicate this again. That's all the NFL is. Let's replicate whatever recipe of success that we have for this week. Let's try to replicate it week after week after week. And so until they win, we're going to keep questioning everything. I mean, that's just who we are as people. That's our job titles. And right now, the week's topic is, why wasn't James Robinson part of this recipe for success? He's been one of your better runners over the last couple of years, and he continues to still showcase his abilities out there. Maybe he is a little banged up, and that's okay, but that needs to come out and be said. You just don't go out there and not play a guy or give him one carry or one, and expect people to be like, especially if a guy off an undrafted guy rushes for 1,000 yards and was the best player on the team a couple of years ago. That doesn't just fall off a cliff in 2 years. You know what I mean? And so they, as coaching staff and as players, they need to find a way to figure out to get a victory. And once you get a victory, then you got to try to replicate that. And so to me, it's not necessarily, just this style didn't work this week. So whatever you're doing, try to tweak it for next week, and hopefully you get a victory in London against a Broncos team, against a really good Broncos defense. Offense is horrible, right? And so they have some weapons on the outside. We don't know if Russell Wilson's going to play or none of those other things. But you got to find a way to get a victory. And once you get a victory, I think you'll start to see everybody settle down, calm down, and you'll kind of get in the groove.
This might be extreme with Maurice Jones-Drew here, but I'm making you James Robinson's agent right now. You got trade deadline coming up next Tuesday. You going in and saying, hey, start poking around? I might be a better fit somewhere else.
Get Elijah Moore coming in, get James Robinson comes. It's a perfect fantasy football trade right there.
Yeah, I mean, if you're the agent, you're definitely going to talk to Trent Baalke and Doug Peterson and see what's going on, what's in the future. What future do you have for James? And if you have one, awesome. Let's start working towards it. If you don't, let's move forward so he can get some opportunities there. So if I'm the agent, I'm going to go out and do a little due diligence and figure it out. But if I'm the Jags, I'm not trading him. Why would you trade him? He's been so successful for you. And to be honest, he'll be a free agent next year anyways. I mean, maybe you may get something for him, but, like, are you giving up on the season? I feel like if you trade him, you're not giving yourself the best chance to win and get into a possible playoff spot because the division's not playing that well. As we know, Matt Ryan just got benched. So you have a chance to kind of make some run here if you're able to turn some things around, and I think James should be a part of that.
You know, I don't know what goes on in that locker room. Obviously, I'm not in there, and it's been well documented, the difference between the Peterson regime and the Urban Meyer regime. But now you're talking about 2 years in a row where you've got a James Robinson issue happening behind closed doors, and we don't really have all the information behind it. Now, I know, Brent, a lot of that last year kind of leaked out a little to the press, but we didn't get the full story except for the fact that we knew the players were kind of going up to coaches and trying to rectify the situation along with James. But is it possible there's a personnel issue here and the Jags can't necessarily handle it on the field?
It could be. I mean, it could be that they just don't like James Robinson's style. I mean, or doesn't fit what they believe to be their system. But I believe that you can't continue to get rid of talented players in Jacksonville. How many times do we have to go through this? You got rid of Jalen Ramsey. You got rid of Fowler. You got rid of this guy. You got rid of that guy. You let Calais Campbell go, who's still playing. I mean,
Fournette.
Everyone's getting like Fournette. I mean, are we going to continue to let talented players go and go ball out for other teams? And then be like, well, they weren't good here because they were a distraction or they had a horrible attitude. Like, no, he's a talented player. Talent wins in the National Football League. I've never seen a talented team not win in the National Football League. I've seen untalented teams lose in the National Football League. I've seen them lose a lot. So you got to find a way to continue to keep your talent and utilize your talent and put them in positions to be successful.
Yeah, that's a good point. Maurice Jones-Drew with us. All right, let's get off the Jags for a moment. How about the rest of this league, man? It's really weird. Aaron Rodgers and Tom Brady, are they – I don't want to – I mean, not done, but, like, they're not a threat right now. Like, that's weird, isn't it?
I think for Aaron's a little bit more explainable because
he's got no help.
You have no help. Literally, like, they told Aaron Rodgers, like, we're just going to build this defense, and we're not going to draft you no type of talent at receiver. And then we're going to let our best player, our best receiver opposite of you, on offense go, and we're going to replace him with a bunch of rookies. And it's like, well, that's going to take time.
And then we're going to act surprised at the end of the year when you want to leave. Because that's coming too.
Right? That's coming. And then, so that's something different. I think they need to run the ball a little bit more. I really believe their offense needs to go through their running backs. And what that does is simplifies a lot of things for your young receivers on the outside, right? It doesn't force them to have to run the perfect route every time. It doesn't force them to have to do all these read the coverage every time. It forces you as a coach to kind of simplify your offense, as you heard Aaron say, simplify the offense, allow them to be great at 5 things instead of 15 or 20 things. The Buccaneers, I think they just have it's just a lot going on, right? Obviously, Tom's situation is a lot different with all these reports that are coming out. A bunch of offensive linemen are hurt. They're not even trying to run the ball. And there's just a lot going on defensively. They've been on the field way too much. People try to blame the defense. They've been on the field, I don't know the percentage, but I know it's pretty high with the number of snaps they've taken. And as we all know, the more defense is on the field, the more susceptible they are to big plays and different things because they get worn down. And so they got to figure it out. And it's not going to be blaming the fingers. It's not going to be, and I think Tom said it best, it's like each man has to look in the mirror. Again, because, I've been a part of it. Can't point the finger. You got to look at each other and say, am I doing my best to put us in situations, to help our team be successful or to help our team win games? Or am I giving it my all? Or am I overthinking it? Is it too tough? Like, whatever it may be. And it just seems like right now that they're just not even on the same page or let alone the same chapter of whatever book they're reading.
I've always wondered, by the way, when you do that, like when you lead the league in rushing that year and you ask that question, can I do more? And you'd be like, well, yeah, I am kind of doing my job. I wish everybody else would pick their ass up.
Well, there was a lot more I could have done in that situation, man.
Come on.
I'm not gonna lie. As I've gotten older, production on the field was definitely. I felt like I could have been a better leader in that and you're on some of those teams where I was young, I was trying my best, but as I've gotten older, sometimes it's not as much as being a vocal leader, but showing guys how to be the best they can be. Right, taking some time out of my day to show them how practice should look, right? Instead of assuming that they already know what practice should look like. And again, I go back and forth about a lot of those things all the time because we did have we had a young team, but we had a very talented team, and we just didn't really put it all together. Now, I hate to see the Jags doing the same thing over and over again because they were way more talented than what we were when I was there for a lot of those years. And to see them, and again, this is why it's so frustrating to see them not utilizing their players. And you see that a lot around the league too. So it's not just in Jacksonville. It just so happens that the Giants are actually like maximizing talent like crazy. Like I've never seen anything like this. Their whole receiving core is done, yet they find a way to win, right? Or the Seattle Seahawks, they're winning with Geno Smith, who has been a perennial backup, but the way they coach, the way they play, and the way they're doing things, they're maximizing their players' ability.
Mojo, it's exactly what I wanted to ask you. The NFC West, they've scored the most points in the division in Seattle, and they're in first place. Are they truly the best team out there, do you think?
Well, I don't know, man. The Niners just got Christian McCaffrey, and I know they played the Chiefs and got kind of rolled out of ran out of the stadium, but the Niners are really good. If you look at what the Rams are dealing with a ton of injuries. They're trying to get guys back. They have their own issue with a Cam Akers that they're trying to deal with as well. And the Cardinals, they're like funny. Like sometimes the Cardinals will play really well, and sometimes you'll just be like, who is this team? So it seems like Seattle's the most consistent team right now, and also in the National Football League, consistency is the key to success. And so as long as they stay consistent in what they're doing, playing really good defense, special teams are not hurting them, and they're running the ball really well, as we saw Kenneth Walker rush for 170, two touchdowns. Like
it's amazing.
And Geno Smith isn't turning the ball over. They're continuing to find ways to win, and they're doing it with a line that is like beat up. And so they'll continue to find ways. And again, that comes down to Pete Carroll and his staff doing a really awesome job of sticking to their game plan week in and week out, and not like deterring from what they've had in OTAs, and it's panning out for them.
Maurice Jones-Drew, all right, we're letting you go. Give us an update. Did you get a W on Friday night or what?
Yeah, we finally got a W Friday night. We're getting back into it. We got 2 more games to the playoffs with the high school team, and then we'll see if we can make a run to our state game. Little kids, we won 57-0. Your weekly Deuce update, he had 1 carry, 60 yards, 1 touchdown. So,
dang. What, you bench him? Who is he, James Robinson?
There you go.
1 carry?
Sounds like Breece Hall before the injury.
No, guys. We're trying to get everyone better, right? That's the thing. It's youth football. Everyone's getting reps. We're all getting better. We're into the playoffs now. We're the 1 seed. So next week, hopefully, I have a better stat for you from my guy.
Bit of a flex from Mojo.
That's a nice way of saying they did a good job and let everybody play, and they were the superior team. That's a good job by you guys.
They were up by 40, so they sat some kids and let the other kids.
That's
play.
a good work. Yeah. All right. Good luck this week. Appreciate the time, man. Good stuff on the running back situation here in Jacksonville. Have a great week.
All right, see you guys later.
All right, that's Maurice Jones-Drew. Joins us from MOJO on Mondays, and terrific stuff on. He had texted me and he said, they're not putting these guys in position. He believes that. He believes, and he said it. He said across the NFL, you see it a bunch. I also think you do see it a bunch. I didn't look at. I guess just to go back on what he said about his guys in position to make the plays that they need to be make or maximize their potential. I guess I haven't really seen that as much in Jacksonville. Like, I don't feel that's been a Doug problem. I think they're maximizing a lot of that roster for much of the game. I think a lot of the bonehead plays, I'm not sure that comes from the coaches. They're not coaching some of the boneheaded plays. But I think specifically, Mojo's talking about the James Robinson situation. If you're struggling in these short yardage situations, well, that's a guy that has over time been good. Now, I said this morning on Monday Morning Madness, that stat boy gave us a stat, and he said this year, James is like worse than the NFL out of qualified running backs in negative or 0 runs, which is surprising. It shocked me because he's not that guy over the 2 years in Jacksonville. He's a fall forward guy. But this year he has been in the negative run. You have to wonder if the injury stuff is a thing, if he's playing. There were murmurs that he might be trying to play through some stuff even a couple weeks ago. But nothing on the injury report. He wasn't missing time.
Maybe it's a fatigue thing coming off
the Achilles. That's a significant injury. And so maybe there's some stress on other parts of his legs and body because he was trying to get back so quickly that are hurting, but not hurting enough to land like completely out of the game and not dress that day. You know what I mean?
Maybe the offensive line is partly to blame. It's a bit of reconfigured since the last time he was out there on a consistent basis last season.
Yeah, and I think one thing has played out a little bit. I tweeted this today because I saw Dan Keys to the City, Orlovsky, share a video. And they went in the power run set a lot for the Giants did against this defensive front. And I told you this against Philly. And I knew they were just more physical up front probably anyway. Yeah. But I think it's played out in some games. Even Houston a little bit, pushed them around in short yardage situations. I think they are winning the battle at the line of scrimmage against this defense at times. They're not completely manhandling them, but when they need 5-6 yards, they can get 5-6 yards. That's showing up over the last month. And you wonder on the other side of the ball, the Jags are doing a good job in protection. No sacks and 43 dropbacks. Really good.
Yeah, Lawrence looked great at the beginning.
A lot of the runs are open. So they're not doing a poor job in run blocking. But when it's time to get a yard, can you be better than that other side? The Jags have misfired on that a few times now. Yeah. And that's why some of these 4th and 1s and 3rd and 1s have come up short. Sometimes you're just not great in that situation. Can James Robinson make you better in that spot? I think that's what Maurice is trying to say. I think Uche is trying to say it. I think people are trying to say it. That's his style. If you don't block it, he might still get the half a yard for you. Travis Etienne, probably not. He's going to try to fight his way through it. And he's more powerful than people give him credit for, but he's a different back in that sense. And I fully understand what people are saying there.
Well, he's super quick. You don't even have a chance to put a hand on him as he's running through.
But I think I tried to say this from Doug's perspective. Doug wants to be creative. He wants motion involved. He wants all this stuff. He wants you to think about things as a defense. Well, if James Robinson is in the game, he's no threat to be on the outside in a situation. Travis Etienne is. So Travis Etienne can go outside. You can run the pitch. You can run a toss. You can run up the middle. So Doug's probably thinking, listen, I'm telling you what we're running if I sit there and put James Robinson back there.
It's interesting you say that because I do remember early in the season, they were throwing to Robinson a little more than I had expected.
Yeah, they did against Washington especially.
And I was like, that's an interesting little nook or cranny into the Peterson playbook. But maybe it was just a matter of the script they want the team to play, and the personnel wasn't ready yet. If you remember, it was Etienne's first game, essentially. But I'm going to go back and take a look at those numbers and how they've waned off because you're right. Because they do an awful lot of throwing, a lot of those throws are going to the running back, and it's just not James's bag.
One more. Uche, by the way, who played offensive line for a long time here in Jacksonville and has been vocal on this topic today on social media with us. He said Etienne can be a game breaker for the Jags. I believe it happens by using him in a number of situations. He's versatile. There's a way to get most out of that. But to just sweep James Robinson out of the game plan just does not make sense. And I think that's what these guys are trying to say. And he does seem like he's out of the mix as of now. He wasn't even in the mix early in the game. So it's not like the injury. You can't just point to the injury when he got up slow off the one carry because that didn't even come until like the second quarter.
Is it a carry count for you or is it something else?
Honestly, at this stage, I can't argue with Etienne being in the game. He's averaging 6.1 yards a touch. Yeah. He's electric. Yeah. Etienne's been fantastic. But I wouldn't mind seeing James Robinson get the ball near the goal line. Get the ball in short yardage situations.
So it's a usage thing.
If he doesn't do it well, then Doug wins. But I don't see the harm in letting that guy try to go get the yard because Doug ain't been that good on 3rd and 1 and 4th and 1 right now.
Yeah.
So let the other guy try to do it. That's what I would suggest. We'll be back. We have Rashean Mathis joining us. Mathis on Mondays as well. That's next on ESPN 690.
Do you make a purchase just because it's cheap? Never, right? So why would you ever purchase a do-it-yourself security system just because it's cheap? Right now, some companies say you can buy a refurbished one for a whopping $206. Refurbished means the last family found it unacceptable, and now they want to pawn it off on you. And that's more upfront money than SafeTouch security charges for their Advantage package, which includes a two-way communicator. And the SafeTouch system includes free installation by SafeTouch professionals. After all, you're the least experienced security installer you know, right? SafeTouch gives you 24/7 UL-approved monitoring in their very own central station right here where you live. So the do-it-yourself system has cheap, non-professional equipment, comes with no Florida license, and wholesale who-knows monitoring. SafeTouch Security comes with the finest equipment available, certified installers, and monitoring right here in Florida, with a lifetime warranty on parts and labor. Call 888-723-8682 or visit safetouch.com today. State license number EF0000233.
If you play a sport or coach a sport or watch a sport in Jacksonville, there's a really good chance that uniform was ordered through Baker Sports. Look good, feel good, play good. Custom sports apparel at Baker Sports since 1997 and a staff that wants to help you. They are experts in the business and make outfitting your team a seamless endeavor. The homegrown Jacksonville business is now the top choice for apparel all over the Southeast. Baker Sports, uniforms, hats, shoes, embroidery, screen printing, and 3D printing. They do it all at Baker Sports, helping make your team look good.
Now you see it, now you don't. It's the Ghost Your Payments event going on now at Arlington Toyota Pre-Owned. That's no payments until 2023 on your pre-owned purchase. Arlington will even waive your last 6 lease or loan payments. Poof, they're gone. Got a trade? Arlington will pay up to MSRP for your trade. What are you waiting for? Shop the Ghost Your Payments event before this sale disappears. In person, 10939 Atlantic Boulevard and online at arlingtontoyota.com today. Visit arlingtontoyota.com/October for full detail.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ziprecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ziprecruiter.com/free. That's ziprecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Finding the right Medicare plan? Oof, no easy feat. Kind of like those dances my granddaughter loves making me do. But then I found Walgreens Find Rx coverage. Lets you compare plans online, over the phone, or in person. Made Medicare shopping so easy. Plus, I found plans with low-cost copays. I can get down with that. Medicare annual enrollment ends December 7th. Find a plan that's right for you at walgreens.com/Medicare.
Life in the military is one of service and sacrifice. For some, that sacrifice includes physical and mental injuries or trauma that will affect their lives forever. Please join with the American Legion in recognizing and supporting our wounded warriors and their families. We need to show them that we truly are a grateful nation. We cannot allow them to be forgotten and left to fend for themselves.
The American Legion, Middleburg Post, 250.
Action Sports Jax. Watch, listen, subscribe. You can watch us on CBS 47 and Fox 30. You can listen right here on ESPN 690. And you can subscribe to our YouTube and podcast, Action Sports Jax on ESPN 690. Action Sports Jax. Watch, listen, subscribe.
Broadcasting live from the Anajar and Levine studios. Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys. Call 1-800-747-FREE. That's 1-800-747-3733.
WOKV Jacksonville. Listen live everywhere you go on ESPN690.com. ESPN 690, a Cox Media Group station.
What's up? It's Kasey. Check out the podcast Action Sports Jax on ESPN 690, wherever you get your pod.
This is SportsCenter.
I'm Christine Lisi. Matt Ryan, who leads the NFL with 9 interceptions and 11 fumbles, is no longer the Colts starting quarterback. Coach Frank Reich announced that Sam Ehlinger will start the rest of the season, added that Ryan has an injured shoulder, but the change would have been made anyway. Jets running back Breece Hall, torn ACL, and key offensive lineman Elijah Vera Tucker with torn triceps, both out the rest of the season. Coach Todd Bowles says the Buccaneers need solutions. They need them fast, and there's nobody coming to save the day. On the offensive side, Bowles said today they need more consistent plays from everybody, and the problems aren't all on quarterback Tom Brady. But he is part of the problem, believes ESPN's Ryan Clark.
When you look at this team, it isn't just about everyone around him, it's him too, right? Tom Brady isn't playing at a high level. Tom Brady isn't leading at a high level. Tom Brady isn't conducting himself as the quarterback of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers at a high level.
Ryan Clark on Greeny. Chargers receiver Mike Williams has a high ankle sprain and will miss some time. PJ Walker will remain the Panthers starting quarterback on Sunday against the Falcons.
Keyshawn, J. Will, and Max.
All right. Potato. I got all the details.
It's not potato in a potato,
It
sir.
ain't.
What's a potato?
What is a potato?
I've never heard anyone say potato. Potato.
The guys will be back Tuesday morning at 6 Eastern on ESPN Radio and on ESPN2.
ESPN690 and Action Sports Jax presents Brent and Friends with Brent Martineau.
We're going to have to show a little more patience than the year 2 pom-pom people.
Kasey Kurtz.
Yo! What are we doing, bro? Come on!
And Aaron Schachter.
I'm all in favor of these two showing their love, really celebrating their relationship.
Get him! Yeah! This is Brent and Friends with Brent Martineau, Kasey Kurtz, and Aaron Schachter on Jacksonville's home for ESPN Radio, ESPN 690.
Well, the Jags are helping us out with sports radio on Mondays.
Giving you something to talk about.
My goodness gracious. They're not boring. That is something about the Jags, right?
Look, everyone before the season started, can I remind the Jags fans?
Oh, here he
goes.
Everybody before the season started was like, as long as we're in the games at the end,
sunshine pumper.
We just wanted to matter. We just look at you. You're in every game. You're in every game.
There is something to it, right? There's something to it.
Every game.
But we're greedy, man. And how about just a freaking W? Not 4.
Yeah.
Just 1.
Well, you got to taste it. You got to get a taste, a little taste at
That
the
was the
beginning of the
worst part.
season.
That was
you got
the
the
worst
little
part.
taste of the sugar on the tongue, and it went away.
And we knew, here's the thing. You knew they weren't like that good, right? Like
Did
that
we,
was
though?
You didn't.
No,
No.
you did.
No.
You did.
Everybody in the city was like, what, did you see the new power index? They're number 5, and they're getting trashed. They're number 3. What are they doing? Dude, everybody was like that. Everybody.
All right, we got Rashean Mathis coming in a moment, but I want to finish off this thought or two on James Robinson because we had some numbers. I don't want to bog you down as we're hanging up with Maurice.
These are good
Jones-Strom.
numbers, though.
But this tells a story on 2 different sides, all right? Demetrius Harvey from Florida Times Union, we were talking earlier this morning because, like, I want to find out the numbers for the Jags on, like, short yardage situations where they have 1 yard to go or 2 yards to go. Well, Demetrius helped find these, and it's kind of amazing, right? Because when you look at 2 yards or less, the Jags are actually 8th in the NFL at percentage.
At 2 yards
conversion
or
rate.
less to convert a first down.
Yeah, so 47 plays, and they are 57.4% of the time they get it.
And what place is that in the league? What rank?
8th.
8th in the league.
Okay, so they're like, all right, well, try 1 yard.
So an even easier distance to get a first down.
Yeah, so try 1 yard. And guess what? Out of 31 plays, they're 23rd in the NFL.
They rank 23rd out of 31.
At 1 yard, they're 23rd in the NFL. At 2 yards or less, they're 8th in the NFL.
I mean, clearly to me, it says to me that on 3rd and 1, the play should be to step back a yard and kneel.
You should kneel on it and then run the 4th and 2.
Just do 4th and 2 and you'll nail it.
So on top of that, why would Doug not put James in those situations? That I've said it today because I think that's the MO in his career. Well, I got corrected earlier today on Monday Morning Madness, and these numbers, if they are true, which they're giving passed along, and that stat boy shared them with us this morning. So I'll read you, just to stay on this topic, percentage of carries stuffed for no gain or a loss, according to PFF, Pro Football Focus. Travis Etienne, 5.6% of the time. Stuffed for no gain or a loss. That's tied for 9th lowest rate in the NFL.
So that's good.
That's good.
Yeah.
James Robinson, 17.3%. Last among 39 qualified running backs in this metric.
Last.
So is that what Doug's seeing? And he's like, you want me to put the guy that's last and negative to 0 runs in that situation?
You had one Tony Khan sitting 3 feet away from you telling Doug Peterson, Trent Baalke, those are men of analytics, that they embrace the analytics. They understand the numbers. They're fluent in it. So if you're seeing it, then they're seeing it twice over.
So those are interesting numbers, right? The Jags have to figure. And also, I'll give you this. Is that why Doug Peterson went to like the sprint option play last week in Indy?
Still a good play call.
He's like, we can't block it.
Yeah.
So I think that goes to the offensive line. Let's bring Rashean Mathis in. I'll get to that soundbite on Doug a little bit later, Kasey, all right? But let's bring Rashean Mathis in. He's hanging on the line. I want to get his thoughts on this. You just heard me rattle off all those numbers. I'm not sure you can even comprehend all the numbers when I throw them out there like that. Anybody listening. But, Rashean, the bottom line is they're not good in short yardage situations, and they don't want to use James Robinson in those short yardage situations. What that tells me when you're not good in, 1 yard distance is that your offensive line is not getting a good enough push. Doesn't matter who's in the football game.
Yeah, and I think I would love to see how many do we go for on 4th and 1 compared to everyone else.
A lot.
Because, yeah, exactly. So that could be the stat that we're looking at as well. And another thing, without bringing Robinson into the game, because I think with Robinson in the game, everyone is thinking run.
Yeah.
I'm just throwing out this, it couldn't be the reason, but I think he's a good back all around back, not just not just running the ball. So it could just give them more options. They feel like they have more options to do more, and teams have to prepare for other things other than just running the ball.
Yeah, I agree with that too. By the way, I think well, I shouldn't say I totally agree, but I think that's a philosophical thing that I could agree on. Right? Like I'm telling you what I'm about to do. If
right.
I bring in James Robinson, we're going to run right up the gut. But they told everybody what they were going to do on a QB sneak on the third time. and
the third time it's all season.
They didn't change that up either. And so it's another tough loss for the Jacksonville Jaguars. Our GM, our defensive coordinator, our psychological hero here on Mathis on Mondays, Rashean Mathis. Help us. Why can't they win a game, man? Why is Foye Oluokun, a very smart player, a good player, a veteran player, headbutting the quarterback for a 15-yard penalty on a play they pick off? I can't believe this stuff's happening.
And then, by the way, acting like he has no idea what the flag was for.
Well, he did. He knew after the game.
But he put his arms out what?
Well, of course.
Come on,
I think he was more disappointed in himself. But, I mean, these seem like out-of-character plays, Rashean? Are people just trying too hard to make a play?
Yeah, that's just bonehead, right? There's no excuses for something. So I'm not, I'm the number one hidden fan, right? I'm the number one closet fan, but at the end of the day, you can't shoot yourself in the foot. So it's, you're taking a pick six away. ETN, again, he fumbled in the going into the end zone. Or struggling to try to get to the end zone, so stuff like that is going to kill you against good teams. And I think that's what, when you roll the tape back, that's what you're going to look at. Those are the things that we didn't do well. And those are two of the things that really cost us.
Yeah, absolutely. Rashean Mathis with us. Mathis on Mondays here on Brent and Friends on ESPN 690. Foye Oluokun in the locker room after the game, I thought he was really good because he's like, listen, I'm not concerned at all about this team. We're together. We like each other. This is a good locker room.
Right.
And we're going to pop. He was like, it's going to pop. And when it does, it's going to be good. Like that, I'm paraphrasing. But I guess that's a good feeling to have in their locker room. And you could almost buy into it if there hadn't been so much losing around here for so long. But it's really hard to sign up for it because the Jags sooner or later just got to prove that they could win a football game. And then maybe I'll believe they could roll off 4 out of 5 or something like that.
I agree with everything that you said. It's hard to buy into it. If you're a betting man in Vegas, it's hard to say that they're going to start rolling off wins. But at the same time, I agree with them. I think they're that close. But what matters is that W or that L at the end of the day. So they need to start finding ways to win ball games. They've been close. Last minute drives the last 2 games. But that W or the L matters at the end of the day, and they have to find out how to get that going. But I'm with him. I agree that I believe that that things will turn. I do believe that things will turn because they are in almost every game, like y'all said earlier.
And Rashean, I've been waiting to ask you this question since I saw the play because the first thing I thought was, I wonder what Rashean thinks about this. When Kurt catches the ball at the end of the game and he's pushing his way towards the end zone, he's got 3 Giants hanging off his back. Before the season started, we were talking about Christian Kirk and maybe some comps in the league. And then Brent actually brought up the numbers on DK Metcalf. And the numbers were really close, but obviously these two men look vastly different, play different games. Do you think a guy like DK gets in the end zone on that pass, or do you think it was just done from the second he caught the ball, no matter who he is?
Yeah, that is an unfair comparison because they are two different monsters.
Very two different people, yeah.
Yeah, two different receivers, but I do believe Metcalf was, he's probably 25 pounds heavier, right? So he has a better chance of getting into that end zone.
Yeah.
And that's just pure off of being a physical specimen. So, yeah, definitely that does matter. You're talking about one of the most gifted receivers in the league when you're talking about Metcalf. But, yes, it does matter. The DB did a good job of throwing his body at him and trying to keep him out of it. It was a bang-bang play, and, the game of inches again, right? Game of inches.
Yeah, it gives – actually, I want you to walk us through that game from that play from a defensive standpoint because in my estimation, I said this morning on Monday Morning Madness with Kasey, I think that was a perfectly executed football play on both sides of the ball. And I like that in sports. I like when we see that. Like, hey, you know what? That is a good play. And both people did their job or everybody did their job. And when everybody does their job in that situation, probably the defense wins. But tell us what you're supposed to do from a defensive perspective. I got to believe you're defending the goal line in that spot,
where it's
right?
going, yeah.
Yes, definitely defending the goal line. There's not going to be, the clock is going to be zero, right? So if I can stop him from getting in, so I have to know where my end zone, where the goal line is, and he did a great job. He did a great job of understanding where he needs to be, understanding where the receiver was, and making a great football play because we see games lost or touchdowns scored on a week in and week out basis on that same exact play. So the only thing that I can critique the offensive, the rhythmic of the play, the timing of the play, that's the only thing that I can pretty much critique about that play. But from a defensive standpoint, he did an amazing job. He did his job.
Well, talk more about that then. What do you mean? Do you think they could have got the ball earlier?
Earlier would have mattered because he was kind of catching the ball facing the line of scrimmage, not facing – his shoulders weren't turned towards the end zone. So that means it was kind of a late ball, or he was trying to shield. I don't know which one it was. I don't know if it was a late ball or he was trying to shield the defender from getting around on the ball. So it matters the angles of your body being turned and your momentum. His momentum had completely stopped going towards the end zone. So that's the only little critique that you can actually give on that play. But it was like I said, game. Touchdowns are scored. People fall back all the time in the NFL on that same catch. So not trying to critique him too much.
Yeah, well, and by the way, like that's an interesting point, and I will say this, that in the post game, Trevor actually, it was interesting to hear Trevor talk about it because he said that it unfolded exactly how they had practiced it. And as soon as he hit the top of his drop, like when he looked to throw it, everything was open kind of the way they had practiced it and repped it. And so he's like, oh, this, like he kind of said, like, this might work, And he stuffed it in there. Right. But I know what you're saying there about, like, just the turn of the body. And so it's really hard to tell. You got to catch the ball first, right? That's part of it. Right. And then you got to try to get in. And maybe I'm going to ask a little bit now about that because I'll be interested to see if he could have done even a little bit slightly better job. Kirk was asked that yesterday after the game, but he's like, I'm going to have to watch it to see if I could have done maybe something different. I just think there's so much going through a player's head at that time. And really your number one thing is, how do I fight my way into the end zone? If you go back and look at that replay, that thing was dang close now. Yeah. I mean, it was really close. So I just like the play overall. I thought it was a good effort. I thought the Giants did a good job. You got to tip your cap. I thought it was well coached, probably on both sides, but I'm going to ask a little bit more about it. I wish the Jaguars would have guarded the 3rd and 17 in the AFC Championship game like the Giants defended the goal line right there. That's for sure, Aaron.
It does make you wonder whether to be a bona fide number one in the league, do you need the body that comes with it? Because there are a few guys along the last couple of years or decades even who have been on the smaller side as a one. Steve Smith is the penultimate that comes to mind. But, it's not often that you see these guys who are under 6'3" with these massive frames go out there and dominate game after game after game.
But like Maurice Jones-Drew said, too, earlier, he said there's just not a lot of them, right? Yeah. So they would have had to pony up a lot of money.
He ended up naming the top 6 receivers in the entire league. I think if I would have started naming some more guys, maybe we could have gotten a little deeper than that. But the point isn't lost on me. They're just not around yet.
Or it's going to cost you a fortune. And Rashean Mathis with us, Mathis on Mondays. I will say this is why they got Christian Kirk, Rashean. That's a 4-game losing streak. It's a frustrated locker room because they think they're better than their record says they are. They actually do. And I think you could argue the case internally that, hey, we should have won some of these games. We should be 3-4 or 4-3, something like that. So how important now is it for the Aluakins, for the Kirks, those guys that they brought in, for the guy like a Josh Allen who's already there, for Trevor who's now been through a lot of the stuff, to weather this, get through it, and not turn this into what I think would be catastrophic for the growth of this organization, like a 7 or 8 game losing streak?
It's very important. It's extremely important. Like you said, it's so important that it can keep a group together for the next 4 to 5 years, or it can start weeding guys out in the next 2 years. That's how important it is for them to keep this locker room together.
Yeah, that's a big stretch coming up. And I think we talk about this a lot, the Aluakin play. Do you remember in your career how much, like sometimes you're just pressing to make a play and then you kind of go outside your rules a little bit? Is that just a natural, instinctive thing as an athlete who wants to win, who wants to go make a play to help your team out? But I think Aluakin put it best. He's like, sometimes making the play is just doing your job and not like actually getting in the stat column,
Yeah, we talk about it all the time about we don't need you to do anything extraordinary. We just need you to do your assignment. And majority of the time, your assignment is what's going to allow you to make that play. And that's probably 95% of the time. And then you have the talented athletes. We used to call, we used to say as a defense, you only have so many bullets in your gun. For some of your athletes, your top athletes on your team, you only have so many bullets in your gun. You did enough film study, so make sure when you shoot your shot, you hit your target. Yeah. If you're going to go outside the scheme of the defense.
That makes a lot of sense. Rashean Mathis on Mondays here on ESPN690, Brent and Friends. Hey, Mike Caldwell is coming under a little scrutiny now of these last few weeks. I think the Jags defense has really fallen off. Are you seeing something on their defense, especially these last 2 weeks? They're different, right? I mean, they allowed 200-something rush yards. They couldn't contain Daniel Jones. Is there something amiss that's jumping out to you on the defensive side of things that maybe is correctable, even from a coaching standpoint, a schematic standpoint, or the way they're game planning?
No, I think they've been playing decent. I think they've been playing better than what the yards have been saying. Like you're not looking at them and saying, wow, they're getting the ball ran all over them. Right, like they're in games. The score was what they only scored 17 points it's not. I mean, only had 17 points on them for a while until the end of the game. So I wouldn't say that it's a concern. I would say that they, I think we mentioned it 2 weeks ago when who we played when we had when the back had a lot of yards.
Houston, maybe. Or Houston, Pierce?
Yeah, it was Houston. Yes, it was Houston. And we said if they don't find, each team game plan. So they're going to see something and they're going to try to mimic what the other team was successful at. So that could be something going on and we have to put a patch on that hole. But overall, I like how they're playing. I like how they're playing pass defensively. We gave up a long touchdown that should never happen in the first quarter. But I think he played better after that. Williams has been playing great in the slot, and he's playing much better in the slot than he was at the beginning of the year. So I like what I'm seeing overall. Like I said, they got to plug in some holes with not allowing a 100-yard game after a 100-yard game because, you will get looked at a little different when you do that as a defense.
You take this stuff way more in stride than the rest of us, I think. I appreciate that. Rashean Mathis with us. Mathis on Mondays on ESPN 690. Here's the crazy stat. If you want another stat, throw out there. I thought they did a terrific job on Saquon Barkley for 3 quarters plus. Well, they gave up 126 yards rushing to Daniel Jones and Barkley in the 4th quarter alone. You got to seal the deal, right? At the end of the day, you got to seal the deal. I want to go back to something you just said, though, because I think I saw it with my eyes, too. I thought Darius Williams played his best game as a Jaguar. So you thought he played well in this game?
Yes, the last 2 games. I mentioned it last game too. He stepped up and played well. But this game, he was all over the place. I seen him closing gaps. I seen him just being around the ball a lot. And he got tested, and that's what they're going to do. Teams are going to. We look at film prior to the game, seeing who was kind of struggling a little, and we try to pick on those spots. We try to pick that scab to see if it's still there, and they didn't find anything. They didn't find anything when they were throwing at him. So I was very pleased and very excited how he played in the slot.
Before we hit a break, though, let me ask you this. Why don't they – this guy he won a Super Bowl in part on the outside with the Rams. He's played well on the outside. What's their thinking? And, again, he played well in the slot, and actually I think he got more plays by playing in the slot. So I'm not saying they were wrong. Yeah. But I just thought naturally a guy that's making $40 million that had played on the outside, they would have moved him outside instead of Herndon. Were you surprised they kept him with Shaq Griffin out? Surprised they kept Darius Williams in the slot?
Well, no, because the slot is a different monster. Not everybody can go in there. You have to understand. You have to be a smart player. You have to understand the defense in and out to be able to play in the slot. So once that nickel package comes in, Herndon, he probably can't pick up the blitz schemes if he's blitzing or the coverages when they're in coverage. The zone coverages, knowing where to be in spots. So it's a totally different animal in the slot, understanding the defense-wise. Understanding the defense. It's a different monster once you get into that slot. So I understand why they have Williams there because obviously he's their smartest player when it comes to knowing going from outside to inside. And he showed yesterday that more plays, big plays are going to happen outside for sure, but more plays are going to happen in the slot.
Are you concerned about their other corner spot then, whether it's Shaq Griffin, Trey Herndon, or anybody else? I mean, they just seem like they're a little light right there. And Tyson Campbell's very good. Obviously, Williams playing very good, but they're going to be attacked in that other spot, I got to believe.
Well, and that's where the defensive scheme comes in at. Like you got to protect the area that needs to be protected. You see Williams playing better in the slot. That means okay, he doesn't need as much help maybe. And then you can lean away from Campbell, and you can kind of lean away from those guys who are actually playing better and put more on their shoulders and kind of, get a little help on the other side of the field.
Rashean Mathis on Mondays. Let's take a break. When we come back, we talk more with Rashean about this football team and where they might be headed and what else they can fix as the Jags are mired in a 4-game losing streak. Brent and Friends on ESPN 690. Aaron Schachter, Kasey Kurtz. We're all right back on ESPN 690 right after this.
Now, the First Alert forecast on ESPN 690.
Mostly sunny and warm today, although not terribly humid and really pretty nice in the end. The afternoon high around 80, nice and comfortable tonight, down into the 50s and mostly to partly sunny tomorrow. Your Tuesday high 82. I'm Chief Meteorologist Mike Burrish. Join me today beginning at 5 p.m. on CBS 47 and Fox 30 Action News Jags.
The Weather Center is brought to you by Beards Diamonds. Get the guaranteed lowest price at the only locally owned diamond store in the St. John's Town Center.
Injured on the job? It takes one phone call to take back control of your life. Anajar Levine will fight to get you the compensation you deserve. Call me, Glenn Levine, for a free consultation. 1-800-747-FREE. That's 1-800-747-3733.
Main office, Jacksonville.
Hey, poker players! Best Bet Jacksonville has another exciting poker tournament series for you. The Card Player Poker Tour is coming to Best Bet Jacksonville from October 27th to November 14th. This tournament series is packed with excitement and features 15 different poker tournaments, including a $1,700 mystery bounty event with bounties ranging from $500 up to $50,000, and the $3,000 no-limit hold'em main event from November 11th to the 14th. Go to bestbetjacks.com to view the tournament schedule.
Nights of Lights in St. Augustine is November 19th through January 31st. Avoid crowds, long lines, and the hassles of parking and step on board the White Pelican with Redboat Tours. 3 tours daily, 1 family-friendly, and 2 BYOB cruises. See our website for details. You can even book the whole boat for your office and family Christmas parties. Let Captain Tony and Miss Jennifer show you the millions of lights in the city multiplied by the reflection on the water. It's breathtaking. Book early. The season fills up fast. Go to redboattours.com. That's redboattours.com.
Hi, I'm Mike Holmes, professional contractor and TV host. I love helping people, but when it came to improving the water in my own home, I needed help and turned to the water experts at Connecticut to make it right. My water was causing visible problems throughout my home, and it got me thinking about the problems I couldn't see. Protecting my water-using appliances and pipes, preventing stains and hardness buildup, and having clean, great-tasting drinking water are all important to me. But choosing the right water treatment equipment can be tricky. That's where Connecticut comes in. A Connecticut water expert will test your water for free and recommend the system that fits your needs and budget. Improve the quality of your water and your life with the Connecticut water treatment system. I'm so glad I did.
This year, CGC Water Treatment is celebrating 75 years in business. Call 904-552-1242 or visit cgcwater.com for your free assessment. CGC Water Treatment are proud partners of the Jacksonville Jaguars and your local independent Connecticut dealer.
Florida license number CFC 1428211.
Ready to swoop in the fall of 2022? The UNF Ospreys are ready with a lot of momentum on campus. New improvements at UNF Arena with basketball season right around the corner and tickets already on sale. The fall schedule underway in volleyball and men's and women's soccer, also men's and women's cross country. Get the latest news, schedules, results, and information on tickets for all things Ospreys at unfospreys.com. Join the Osprey Club, attend a game or a match. Be a part of the momentum at the University of North Florida right now at unfospreys.com.
Mike Hogan, your Duval County Supervisor of Elections, wants to remind you that early voting is going on now. Avoid surprises on Election Day by voting early through November 6th. Visit DuvalElections.gov for early voting dates, times, and locations.
Is your digital marketing strategy keeping you up at night? Do you have more questions than answers? CMG Local Solutions can help you take all the guesswork out of digital marketing. Let CMG Local Solutions create the best marketing plan for your global, regional, or local business. CMG Local Solutions has the right tools to fit your business's marketing needs.
Learn more at cmglocalsolutions.com/Jacksonville. That's cmglocalsolutions.com/Jacksonville.
It is finally here. One of the biggest rivalry games of the year returns to Duval this Saturday. Hey, everybody, it's Brent Martineau from Brent and Friends on ESPN 690. We will be there for all the festivities. And for many, this game, it's Florida-Georgia. For others, it's Georgia-Florida. Either way, we're kicking off this epic rivalry game with the ultimate tailgate experience at the Duval House. Whether you're decked out in orange and blue or red and black, join us for the pregame tailgate experience. You don't want to miss it. Fueled by Celsius Essential Energy. Live fit.
Life always has its challenges, but if you feel hopeless or suicidal, you don't have to face it alone. I'm Dr. Christine Caulfield, CEO of LSF Health Systems, and our free Link to Life program can help. We'll connect you with a care coordinator who will work with you to build better tomorrows. Please take suicide off the table. Contact Link to Life at 904-582-3252 or visit lsfhealthsystems.org.
Technology lets you access a personal trainer from home, like on this exercise mirror.
Less talking, more squatting.
But to keep your hybrid workforce in shape, you need more than technology.
And kick. And jump.
You need PCs powered by Intel vPro, custom configured by CDW. Hardware-based security and remote management make it easy to protect and monitor PCs from anywhere.
Wait, don't turn me off.
Intel vPro makes secure remote management possible. CDW makes it powerful. Learn more at cdw.com/vPro.
Gah, I'm so stressed. Our business is growing. We've got people all over now.
Ooma.
What is that? Meditation?
I'm recommending Ooma and their all-in-one phone, video, and collaboration solution.
Ooma?
Yep. Switching to Ooma is a cinch. Just $24.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Now you're feeling it. Visit Ooma.com. That's OOMA.com to learn more. Ooma. Smart communications for the smarter business.
It's the Blitz Scoreboard Show every Friday night at 9 p.m. on ESPN 690. Join Brent Martineau, Kasey Kurtz, and the Hall of Famer Kevin Sullivan for scores, analysis, interviews, and live video of games on the ESPN 690 social media platforms.
It can, yeah. The travel and everything it can. And again, with Shaq's injury too, you want to make sure that he's comfortable and we're comfortable and there's no further, risk, to his back. And, just want to make sure that he's 100% for a week and we're traveling on Thursday. It's almost like a bye week, or not a bye week, but a Thursday game, where you want to be a little more, overly cautious.
That is Doug Peterson. Jags head to London. By the way, my stat of the day for you is this, from a sunshine and rainbow standpoint. The Jaguars, the last 5 times they've lost in the United States and played the next week in London, are 4-1.
Oh.
How about that?
How about that?
How about that?
Here I am.
Yeah, look
Happy
at ya.
Monday.
In all your glory. There you are. Sitting in that same spot.
Hey, welcome back to Brent and Friends. Brent Martineau, Aaron Schachter, Kasey Kurtz, Rashean Mathis on Mondays for another segment with us. We appreciate him hanging around and talking some football and trying to make sense of this football team. Aaron has a question on Trevor Lawrence in a moment. But before we do that, the James Robinson situation and then also the Shaq Griffin situation. And because I don't know if it's a situation, I think it's just interesting that he didn't practice at all last week, Rashean, after having such a bad day the previous Sunday and then didn't play. And then you just heard Doug Peterson talking. Who knows if he's going to travel? Does that make a lot of sense? Like, is that a thing at all that, all right, man, get back out there and play or gut through it after you have a bad performance? Or does that say something to the football team? Or am I reading too much into it?
Well, it's kind of, if you're not given a lot of information, it's easy for us to read into it. So if there's no injuries that are actually being said, I haven't followed it as close. So I was kind of shocked. I didn't even know he wasn't dressing until I saw who the starters were. So I wasn't following it that close. But if he hasn't given, Doug hasn't given any, if Peterson haven't given any extra information on injuries or not, then that could be something that needs to kind of be explained, and so it doesn't just linger on from a defensive back room and from a defensive perspective, because I've been part of those situations, and we're grown men, so it affects a lot more than what the front office thinks it does.
Yeah, and here's the thing. I don't want to insinuate anything. I just want to ask because Rashean's played in the league before. And Rashean, just to be clear, too, so he has the bad game on Sunday last week, but Wednesday he did not practice. He had back injury Thursday, did not practice. Friday did not practice. So we knew he wasn't going to play on Friday because we're down there all the time and we get the reports. And so, he has an injury of some sort. I was just curious to maybe all right, man, we still try to at least make us tell you that you're not playing, rather than, or maybe they did. And maybe they did. Maybe they said, listen, get that thing settled, get that thing healed. I was just curious from maybe a player point of view, man, you want to see that guy bounce back. And now we might have to wait for a couple of weeks to see him bounce back potentially.
Well, from a player's point of view, you had a bad game, so you need to be out there that next week. That's kind of that's the lay of the land. You don't want to, I don't want to give up my downs, my 65 plays or whatever, however many we have averaging during the game. I don't want to give up those plays to someone else so someone else can possibly take my spot because it's it's week in and week out. So I say he needs to be traveling, from a standpoint of being supportive. I really have to be injured for them to not dress me. So they need to tell me something, or whether it's being said and we don't know, but I don't like the situation because I know you said you guys were down there and you got the reports, but for injury to keep me out of 2 weeks, for injury to keep me out of from playing for 2 weeks, then something I should have been laid out on the field or something. It's not just a random injury that's going to keep me out for 2 weeks.
We talked a little bit about Christian Kirk earlier with you, Rashean, but I want to look at the passing attack in general. It's an interesting game to me from that perspective, only because the entire game essentially was within a touchdown for both teams for nearly the entire time, right? But if you look at the play calling split, it was basically 2-to-1 pass to run from the Jaguars, 43 attempts from Trevor, 44 from the team if you count the Christian Kirk to ETN failed screen. This team seems like it desperately wants to be a passing team, but you look at the game from Trevor, it had stuff to grimace at and stuff to smile at. It was second worst QB rating, second worst completion percentage, but no interceptions, no fumbles. But he didn't get into the end zone. So what do you make of Trevor's game and the passing attack in general yesterday? What do you think needs to happen there for them to be more efficient?
Executing on third down. I'm not looking at the stats, but if you win third down, you typically win the game. And also capitalizing when you get in the red zone. And we've seen that week in and week out that it's kind of been a struggle. struggle in that area. And that goes to the quick passing game because things get shorter, things get tighter, windows get smaller in the red zone. So you have to really trust, kind of like how Brent said that Trevor in the interview, he said it opened up just like we planned it. Like, you have to trust those things. You have to trust you have to trust the defense that you think is being shown, and you have to trust your guys to be in the spots that they're supposed to be in. And that comes from not being scared to throw interceptions, but also trusting your guys and knowing that they're going to be in those spots. So I think they're kind of ironing out those wrinkles where I am trusting my guys and I don't have to overthrow balls and throw the ball too hard. You know, I could just trust my guys like I do in practice. And if you're able to control the game like you control practice, it could go a lot better for you.
Time of possession split about 10 minutes between the two teams.
That might be more about the Jags defense, though.
Yeah, a little bit. I'm wondering, why not trust ETN more as a runner than you're doing right now?
Yeah, he might be. I mean, maybe you should. I mean, he only got it 14 times, and he's touching it 8 yards a touch.
Maybe he needs it 25. Look at his per carry average.
But we spent the 3 o'clock hour. A lot of guys don't think he's that back. You know, he's not going to get it 20-something times.
Let him prove it to you.
Yeah, maybe.
So I think with him and Robinson, it's kind of, you know, they kind of have a two-headed beast, and I don't know when they decide to run ETN more than they did Robinson. I know Robinson was having more carries at the beginning of the year. Now, the last couple of weeks, it seems like ETN is getting his spots. So I don't really know, you know, the balance that they're doing there.
Well, they have shifted. There's no doubt. I mean, Travis Etienne is the lead back. He's more explosive back. The 49-yard play, the 48-yard play, they want more of that. Doug Peterson obviously wants more of that. You know, and I think Trevor's line changes because Etienne fumbles. I mean, it would have been another score. Would have been 24 points. And then if they kick the field goal or they get the fourth down and go in, I mean, you're talking about 27 points or even more. So, I mean, I think Trevor, I feel a way about Trevor as I do about Doug overall. Like, I think Trevor was fine yesterday. I don't think he put the ball in danger a lot. He didn't cost you the game. He gave you chances. He made plays. People don't want to talk about the plays on 3rd and 10. They don't want to talk about 2nd and 25. He made plays to keep drives alive, to put them in position. And to answer Rashean's question, they were 6 of 12 on 3rd down. That's a good rate on 3rd downs. And they were backed up in some odd down and distances at times. I think he's running the offense well. I also think you can be critical of a couple of things. I think he kind of freaked out in the last drive there and almost threw an interception off to his left-hand side, you know, but luckily there was a penalty. I don't know why he got so anxious, or maybe he saw the penalty flag come out and was like, I'm getting rid of it, so we get that call. I don't know. I have no idea what happened on that play. And then I think the one that he's being criticized the most for, if before the ETN fumble, Rashean, how much does he have to make that throw to Zay Jones in the end zone? Is that an easy play for an NFL quarterback? You know what the one I'm talking about?
Yes, where he should have kind of laid it out to the corner of the end zone.
Yes, he overthrew it.
And he overthrew it, like well overthrew it. Like,
yes, out of bounds.
Extremely too hard. It should have been more of a touch pass to the corner of the end zone, trusting your receiver that he will make the play. And I think that's part of growing. You see all the veteran quarterbacks, they're going to, or, you know, not just veterans, but you see the quarterbacks that trust and have chemistry with their receivers. They're going to lay that ball up where only their receiver can get it. And, you know, if he doesn't make the play, he doesn't make the play. But I'm not throwing the ball out of bounds where he has no chance. I've seen the same thing with, and this is not, you know, critiquing him too much, but this is just saying a little. At the last drive, I think Marvin Jones was one-on-one on the left-hand side. And he threw it out of bounds over his head. He didn't give Marvin a chance to make that play. And he was, you know, it was a good coverage, but still give your receiver a chance. Like one-on-one, it's hard for a DB to come down with that ball. So always give your receiver a chance.
Yeah, and listen, this sounds like an excuse for him. This is not an excuse. I think this is reality. I'm just telling you what I think is happening with Trevor Lawrence. I think the scar tissue pokes back in. When he's in the red zone, key spots, he does not want to make the mistake. I think he's free and easy inside the 20s. I think in the course of the game, he's letting that ball rip, man. I mean, he's making some throws. Maybe it's just because we haven't seen it relative to everybody else we've seen. But it's like, wow, man, I'm impressed by a lot of that stuff. But when he gets down to the red zone, overthrows James Robinson, overthrows Zay Jones, the play that you're talking, well, He doesn't want to err on the side of let my guy make a play and it might get picked off. He does not. He's worried too much right now about not throwing a pick in those spots instead of making a play. And I think that is all about last year with the 17 interceptions and all the scar tissue. I don't know when that burns off. I hope it does burn off, but I think that's the next step for Trevor. Just trust those plays, too, in the red zone, and you probably have 4 more touchdowns this year, Rashean.
I agree. I agree. I agree with everything. One of the most athletic plays I've seen, I don't remember what quarter it was, he was getting ready to run, and he shot a dart, like, straight in the middle of the field. I don't know if it was to Kurt, but he shot a dart right in the middle, right in stride. He was getting ready to take off and run, shot a dart right into the middle of the field. So his athleticism, the awareness, he has it. So as an athlete, we just have to trust our ability. And in those spots in the red zone, like you said, that scar tissue, he's scared to trust his ability in the red zone. Things kind of tightens up for him, and it needs to loosen up for him. And then he will be able to make those touch passes. But is it a concern? I don't think it's a concern. Like you said, he didn't lose the game for us at all. He played well. He controlled it. He didn't allow his guys to lose the game. He didn't lose the game, and he put us in spots where we can actually win the ball game. So it's just a little growing pains, and hopefully that scar tissue, as you're quoting, wears off a little sooner than later.
Yeah, Rashean, that throw you're talking about was early in the game. I remember it too. I actually wrote it. I don't ever write anything down, but I actually wrote it.
Not
I was
even
like,
for the show.
I was like, this right here is a good throw, and then I kind of forgot about it. So I'm glad you brought it up. But Rashean, let's go. I want to go back to the defensive side real quick. And there's a time in the game where they had 10 men on the field. They called timeout, and then the very next play, they come out of it with 12 guys on the field. Okay, so things were not going well. They were down by the goal line, but. How does that happen? Is that like a late play call? You're trying to get guys in and out? Like, where does that stem from? Like, I know we want to say coaching, but is that actually what happens, or are guys just not in the situation, or what goes on there?
Okay, so either Caldwell is saying that, okay, this is my fault, I take the blame, or somebody's getting chewed out. Like, so a player is getting chewed out, because having 12 or 10 men on the field is unacceptable. By all measures, it's unacceptable. So it's a bonehead play by somebody. So hopefully the DC is taking it on his shoulders, saying that, but I doubt that is happening. I doubt that is happening. I think it was a player mistake when you only have 10 or 11, because your DB coach and your D-line coach or your linebacker coach, those are the guys that's responsible for getting base, sub, nickel, dime, whatever package you have into the game, and you're supposed to know as a player on what package you're included in.
Yeah, and that's why I kind of say this was a sideline game for the Jags. I think Doug Peterson, you can question him a little bit. I think some of those lineup things where you had to burn timeouts, I think you question it. And for me, it goes to the coaching anyway, because they got to get their guys there in some way, shape, or form. It's probably on a player. Probably players should know too. But it's a sideline game in some respect where they just messed up too much. They haven't done a lot of that either. That was an urban thing, okay? That was like a big problem last year. That hasn't been a problem. They've been organized. They've been pretty good at that stuff. They weren't at times yesterday, and they had to burn 2 timeouts, which proved to be super costly in that football game, that they had to burn 2 timeouts late in that second half. Well, we'll see what happens with the Jacksonville Jaguars from here, Rashean Mathis. It's a big one. They just – I think you said it now 3 weeks in a row. Just need a win. And, yeah, they need a win.
Yeah, we got to come back. It's a long plane ride. So
that's true.
You definitely need a win. You definitely need a win.
Yeah, if for nothing else. Like, I think we all need a win. Everybody needs a win. But if nothing else, that is a long plane ride with a loss.
Trust me. I've been over there 3 times. So coming back with a W without a W is not something you want to do.
All right.
You don't want to be quiet. You don't want to have to be quiet or sitting on your hands for however 10 hours.
Hey, let me ask you one more about that. How hard is it to play your A game over there as an athlete when you make that trip from a traveling standpoint?
Yeah, it's tough on the body, but the team does an amazing job of providing our own food, making sure everything that we want. They're catering to us. And the other team is making that same trip, right? So you have to do what you need to do to get your body prepared to come play, and that's rest. That's sleep. I know there's going to be some sleep doctors talking to teams this week. We had some sleep doctors coming in and talking to us about the time change and the importance of what what time we should stay on and things of that nature. So they do a great job of catering to us and allowing us to understand what it takes for our body to be at its best.
All right. Well, thankfully, you don't have to make that trip. Not anymore. We just talk about it on Monday. Instead, we'll be well rested after that. Rashean Mathis on Mondays. Thanks, man. Hope you have a good rest of your week. We'll talk to you next Monday.
You guys as well.
That is Rashean Mathis, former Jags cornerback, of course. I guess I shouldn't assume that everybody knows Rashean, but you know Rashean.
Who doesn't know
Mathis,
Rashean?
right? Former Jaguars corner, talking about the Jaguars. There's a terrific insight on both sides of the ball and kind of levels it out. I feel like he's in the building sometimes, right? He's the voice of the building.
Yeah.
Where this is what these guys go through. Even early, like I thought he'd be a little bit more. He said it can't happen on that touchdown, the opening drive. He says how it can't happen. But he also thought they played pretty well defensively in the pass area for a lot of that game.
There, sure. And he had some nice things to say about the passing attack when it works, but questions still remain about how this offense is being run.
You imagine how different of a field today if Kirk got in?
Oh my God, everyone's elated, over the moon. You beat the 5-1 Giants.
You know what would have been wild about that is the Jags won in comeback fashion. I believe it's their biggest comeback win all time when they beat the Giants in 2014, 25-24. And could you imagine if they had walked off the Giants in that way? That would have been something. Of course, I probably have been told this a few times today. They would have missed the extra point anyway.
Well, the one did get blocked. So,
You were thinking of it, right?
Oh,
they're
yes.
going to score, and then they're going to miss the extra point.
I said it out loud.
I'm still trying to figure out if, Peterson had a girlfriend stolen by a field goal kicker or something when he was in high school. This guy has never met a field goal play call he liked.
He was the quarterback. I don't think that's how it played out.
Why would he hate kicking field goals so much? Gives him bad trauma. It's triggering.
I think it's something else.
I thought you were going to tell me that if they didn't score right there, Peterson was going to go for 2. We'll be back. Football at 5 coming up as well on ESPN 690.
Mike Hogan, your Duval County Supervisor of Elections, wants to remind you that early voting is going on now. Avoid surprises on Election Day by voting early through November 6th. Visit DuvalElections.gov for early voting dates, times, and locations.
ESPN 690 is home for the Florida Sportsman Fishing Show hosted by Captain Rick Riles. Tune in every Saturday morning from 7 to 9 a.m. to find out what's biting now. Fishing so fresh, you can almost smell it.
Time for the report card on the Week 7 fantasy football picks, fueled by Celsius Essential Energy. Live fit. Hey, everybody, it's Brent Martineau. Dak Prescott returned. I thought that would be a good thing for Michael Gallup, but the Dallas Cowboys wide receiver didn't do a thing. He got goose-egged against the Lions. Prescott and the Cowboys win the game 24-6. And I mentioned it was time to really key in on Travis Etienne. Well, he had a 100-yard day. He had a touchdown. He did have a costly fumble, but it was a nice day for Etienne. Those are my picks, fueled by Celsius Essential Energy. Live fit.
Need cash for the holidays or to pay off credit cards right now? Loan Pronto's all-new Express Equity Line of Credit program is just what you need. This is great. You can keep your low mortgage rate and still get cash out. That's right. You don't have to do a full home refi. You can tap a small portion of the equity you have and enjoy a super low rate. With Loan Pronto's Express Equity Credit Line, you can close in 7 to 10 days, and a $50,000 loan will only cost you around $300 a month. Use that money to pay off high-interest credit cards or consolidate other debt or start a home improvement project. With Loan Pronto, you can access up to 95% of your home's equity, and 9 out of 10 homeowners won't even need an appraisal. Even if you did a total refi recently or just bought your home, you can tap the equity with this fast, easy program. Do it now before the holidays. Call Loan Pronto now, 904-999-1508, 904-999-1508, loanpronto.com, 904-999-1508. Equal housing lender, MLS 1661781, subject to lender approval.
Buying or leasing a car in Jacksonville is the best with Fields Auto Group, Jacksonville's luxury auto group. Lexus of Jacksonville and Orange Park, Mercedes-Benz of Jacksonville, Orange Park, Jaguar Land Rover, Jacksonville, Porsche, Jacksonville, Fields Cadillac, Jacksonville, and St. Augustine. If the luxury car you want isn't in stock, Fields Auto Group will order it. And at Fields, you'll never be charged over sticker price. Stop by a Fields store today and see what world-class service really means. Fields is a proud sponsor of the Jacksonville Jaguars. Fields Auto Group, fieldsauto.com.
Dave Benyon with Zero Res. October is birthday month for Zero Res. I can't believe it's been 18 years since my wife and I started this business. It has been such a pleasure serving you, the good people of Jacksonville. To celebrate, just say, Happy birthday, Zero Res, and we will give you $75 off your cleaning. That's $75 off carpet cleaning, tile and grout, upholstery, area rugs, or granite countertops. That's our birthday gift to you. Some minimums will apply, so give us a call. Zero Res spelled forward or backwards. It's the right way to clean.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
From the four corners of the globe, the world's greatest set their sights on one goal. The Breeders' Cup World Championships are coming to iconic Keeneland this November 4th and 5th. Over 2 days and 14 championship races, the pinnacle of international thoroughbred racing will put the most jaw-dropping, heart-pounding spectacle before your very eyes. Coverage begins Friday on USA and continues Saturday on USA and NBC. Visit breederscup.com/2022 to learn more.
O'Reilly. O'Reilly Auto Parts specializes in keeping your car on the road. Not sure how much life is left in your battery? Our professional parts people will test it for free. If it does need to be replaced, we'll help you find just the right one to fit your car. Our Superstart batteries are built to handle even the toughest conditions. Visit O'Reilly Auto Parts today.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Hey everybody, it's Brent Martineau from Action Sports Jax. There's a good chance you have a smart speaker, so use it with ESPN690. Stay up to date on the Jags and all things sports by telling Alexa or Google to play ESPN690. It's as easy as that. Make sure you listen weekdays 3 until 6 p.m. on ESPN690.
Friends, ESPN690 on a Monday. Disappointing Monday. You're in Jacksonville. You're a Jags fan. It is Florida-Georgia week, so if you're a Georgia fan, that's exciting. If you're a Florida fan,
maybe not so much.
Not so much.
Maybe not so much.
The spread is 21.5 points, I've heard, in that football game as of now. I would imagine Georgia will cover that, but we got plenty of time to talk about that as we go along. In the week, it's not Victory Monday in Jacksonville, but it is.
It's very far from Victory Monday.
In New Jersey, but not for the Giants, for Aaron Schachter's New York Jets.
And let me tear down the fourth wall a little bit for anyone listening to this radio show, because you got two guys in Kasey and Brent who are so upset about the Jaguars' losses, but then they look at me and they'll be like, oh, Aaron, you must be excited. You must be happy because the Jets are playing well. And if you know anything about the Jets, that organization, that joke of an organization, we're always mere seconds from the entire season unraveling. Play the harps and go back to yesterday.
That has happened.
Oh, my God, yes. Not only did we lose the entire offense when Breece Hall went down, but now I just heard that Elijah Vera Tucker's injury, his triceps injury, that's going to keep him out the whole season as well. That was the best player on the line, the best player at running back. Certainly the quarterback isn't proving anything. You're happy when he just barely game manages. You guys don't know how good you got it in Jacksonville.
The Jets are 5-2, though.
Okay, but that'll be 5 wins for the entire season now. You tell me they couldn't score when they had Hall in the game, barely. How are they getting to the end zone now? Ain't gonna happen.
Do you know how entitled you sound?
Oh, my God, ain't gonna happen. I would give half the organization to have Lawrence under center instead of Zach Wilson.
Well, no, that's feasible. But you're 5-2, and you're saying, how are they going to score? We're wondering the same thing at 2-5, Aaron.
Let's put a bet on the board right now. All right? From Jets fan to Jags fan, by the end of the season, same record or the Jags are better. You want to put it on the board?
Put it on
the board!
We're back with more right after this. Football at 5 coming up next.
Winning is in the cards at Best Bet St. Augustine, the only card room and sports bar in St. Augustine, Florida. With nonstop action, poker games of all limits, and a sports bar, Best Bet St. Augustine has you covered. Play in the $60 no-limit hold'em tournaments on Wednesdays and Thursdays. Or try our game tables like one-card poker, three-card poker, and Ultimate Texas Hold'em. You can also watch your favorite football games with the NFL Sunday Ticket at our sports bar. Visit Best Bet St. Augustine, located at 800 Marketplace Drive in St. Augustine, Florida.
This year, CGC Water Treatment is celebrating 75 years in business. Put their experience to work for you. Discover how good your water can be with a new Connecticut softener and drinking water system. We did in our house. Absolutely love it. Have had it for years. Connecticut's twin tank, non-electric softeners are the most efficient softeners available, and their drinking water systems remove up to 99% of contaminants. If you're not filtering your water, you are the filter. Don't be the filter. Call today and save hundreds, even thousands, on a complete home solution for city and well water. Financing available with approved credit. And because the professionals at CGC Water are committed to being your go-to water experts, you can trust their master plumber with all your plumbing needs as well. Call 904-552-1242 or visit cgcwater.com. CGC Water Treatment are proud partners of the Jacksonville Jaguars, and I've been a proud customer of CGC Water Treatment for more than 5 years now. CGC Water Treatment, your local independent Connecticut dealer. Florida license number CFC 1428211.
Here's Ben and John Lupo, owners of Beards Diamonds.
It's funny, my dad has sold people engagement rings, and now I'm selling their kids engagement rings and anniversary gifts and birthday gifts now for their children and grandkids. So it's pretty cool to see that family tree grow.
We're blessed with the relationships we've built over the years. Our non-commissioned sales associates are experts. They have only one goal: your complete satisfaction.
We have a 6,000 square foot showroom with anything and everything that you can want. Beards Diamonds has been family owned and locally operated since 1981.
40 years later, it's still our goal to offer the largest selection of quality diamond jewelry at the best prices in Jacksonville, guaranteed. The reason we can make that promise? As Beards owners, we are on the floor helping you with your purchase. We have no corporate bosses setting the price. The chain stores can't touch our prices. They just can't.
Check out our full inventory at beardsdiamonds.com. Come in and see us. We'd love to help you. Anybody that steps foot in our stores is automatically a part of the Beards family.
Beards Diamonds in the St. John's Town Center.
Hi, this is Mal Washington. The Malavia Washington Youth Foundation provides after-school and summer programs for youth in Jacksonville's urban core. Learn more about the foundation at malwashington.com. Want to offer hope and change a child's life? Please consider joining the Malavia Washington Youth Foundation once a week to mentor a child. Visit malwashington.com to learn more. Want to change a life but don't have time to volunteer? Consider sponsoring a child today. It's your serve. Visit malwashington.com to learn more.
Though no longer little, teens still need a lot of love. Yet teens in foster care have a harder time finding it, as 82% of foster families are home to kids 12 or younger. You can positively impact a teen's life as a foster parent. With help from Family Support Services of North Florida, you provide patience, love, and understanding, and Family Support Services will offer specialized training, resources, and a community of support. Take the next step at foster-now.org. That's foster-now.org.
Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if a prescription is appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for full details and important safety information. Subscription required. Refund available for 60 days after purchase.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 90% cheaper? And you can get it online? Just go to 4hims.com/joy. You'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and trusted generic alternatives to the biggest brands at 90% off. That's right, get generic for Viagra, the same active ingredient as brand name Viagra, but 90% cheaper. It's the same medication you get from your doctor, but with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. Results are guaranteed or your money back. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, 4hims.com/joy. That's 4hims.com/joy for your free online visit. FORHIMS.com/JOY.
Broadcasting live from the Anajar and Levine studios. Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys. Call 1-800-747-FREE. That's 1-800-747-3733.
WOKV Jacksonville. Listen live everywhere you go on ESPN690.com. ESPN690, a Cox Media Group station.
This
Center.
I'm Christine Lisi. The Matt Ryan experiment in Indianapolis is apparently over. Coach Frank Reich announced that quarterback Sam Ehlinger will start for the Colts the rest of this season. He said the move is not being made because of Ryan's shoulder injury. Ryan does lead the NFL with 9 interceptions and 11 fumbles. Jets running back Breece Hall has a torn ACL, will miss the rest of the season. It'll be tough to replace Hall, who has played an important role for the 5-2 Jets, notes our Keyshawn Johnson.
I don't know where they're going to get that extra gear from. I don't know where they're going to get that. This young man from Iowa State was really turning things on and becoming something special in the National Football League. Unfortunate, though, he got taken off in the cart. So it's going to be tough for them to be able to get that production from somebody else.
Keyshawn of Keyshawn, J. Will, and Max. Jets key offensive lineman Elijah Vera-Tucker with torn triceps also out the rest of the season. Cowboys cornerback Jordan Lewis had surgery on a Lisfranc injury, will be placed on IR. His season is over. From ESPN's Adam Schefter, Chargers receiver Mike Williams has a high ankle sprain and will miss some time.
Keyshawn, J. Will, and Max.
All right. Potato. I got all the details.
It's not potato and a potato, sir.
What's a potato?
I've never heard anyone say potato.
Potato.
The guys will be back Tuesday morning at 6 Eastern on ESPN Radio and on ESPN2.
ESPN690 and Action Sports Jax presents Brent and Friends with Brent Martineau.
We're going to have to show a little more patience than the year 2 pom-pom people.
Kasey Kurtz.
Yo! What are we doing, bro? Come on!
And Aaron Schachter.
I'm all in favor of these two showing their love, really celebrating their relationship.
Get him! This is Brent and Friends with Brent Martineau, Kasey Kurtz, and Aaron Schachter on Jacksonville's home for ESPN Radio, ESPN 690.
What's happening in football at 5? Monday morning madness in the books. Maurice Jones-Drew, 3 o'clock hour in the books. Rashean Mathis, 4 o'clock hour in the books.
Put it in the books.
Football at 5. We're just getting rolling. Brent Martineau, Aaron Schachter, Kasey Kurtz. Jags 4-game slide. NFL's wacky, right? I mean, who saw this coming? Seattle, the Jets, the Giants. I just feel like you should be gloating. Like, you're weird, man. I mean, the Jets are 5-2. Like, now, Zach Wilson's whatever, but the Jets are 5-2.
Yep.
Patriots are going to win again tonight. Like, so they're decent.
And by the way, because you keep saying it like it's a foregone conclusion, I'm definitely going to put action on the Bears somewhere. Because you're calling it. Do me a favor. Before you do anything else. Bet your house on the Bears.
Kasey and I were just talking about this.
On the Patriots.
Kasey was telling us about a nine-leg parlay.
Nine-leg parlay.
By the way, how long does it even take to bet a 9-leg parlay, to think about it, to go through all the stuff that
obviously
you might bet?
He doesn't think about any of the
right?
bets.
If you're good at it, it might take 20 minutes. If you're Kasey, you're like, Cincinnati plus 8, why not? They're only playing Oklahoma.
Why not?
Yeah, you know what
That's what I do too. I can't just dive through it all and be like, well, this makes sense. And this makes sense. I'm like, now let's give it a whirl.
I also do it at like 11:55 before the noon kicks in college.
That's worse. Yeah, let's get it in, right?
I'm like, we got to get it in.
We need another game.
Why not?
Do you remember, Brent, way back when Justin was your producer, and every time he'd mess something up, you'd be like, oh, he coozed it.
Yeah.
Yeah, when you lose a 9-leg parlay, you curtsed it.
You curtsed it. That's a good one.
By the way, you want to hear a horrible story? I had a
Hey, we're into
Hold
that.
on, I got a coffee. I'll sit back and listen.
With just what we're talking about, right? I had a UFC this weekend plus 1,700 4 legs. I was 3 of 4 legs going into the main event.
Oh, you must have been excited.
All I needed was over 2.5 rounds, and my man got submitted in like 6 seconds. And I was like, dude.
At least there was no drama.
Yeah,
Dude,
right?
it was so close.
I feel like I see this a lot now, like when I see the bets that people put out there, if it's the Action Network or FanDuel or whatever. And I'll see like a parlay like that, and they're 3 legs in, they've won. And they can cash out. Can you cash out on a parlay?
Can you cash early?
After 3?
It depends on where you place the bet.
And then you just lose some of that winning.
Yeah, like if they think if I should have cashed out is what I'm telling you.
Yeah, but you're not that guy.
Of course I'm not that guy. I'm like Charles Oliveira. He could last for 2.5 rounds.
This is Kasey. Let it ride. Kurtz over
But
here.
that's a new thing, I guess, is what I'm getting at. Like, I don't remember. Like, I used to bet a little bit back in the day.
It's like a cut your losses. Like if you're Vegas.
Yeah.
We don't have to lose it all.
Exactly. Which I think is kind of a cool option.
I will say, over the past couple of weeks,
I've done it a lot.
I don't know if this is new for you or not, Brent, but it feels a little new to you because I didn't hear you talking about it as much as you have the past couple of weeks. But it feels like Kasey's starting to bring you down into this seedy underworld.
So, I actually have a thought on that as well.
Oh.
There was a certain event that happened at some point in 2022 that was about to happen, and Brent calls me. He's like, "Hey, can you do some things for me?" And I was like, "Yeah, man, I got you, no problem." And we did it, and Brent got totally boat raced in that event.
Oh, man.
And then now, so then he's telling me, he's like, "Yeah, I'm like 6 legs." I'm
gotta
like, "What's
make it back
happening,
now,
Brent?
yeah.
What happened
I haven't
to
done
Brent
any
Martineau?"
6-leggers, but, well, you know, the kid, they have one like that, one of these sites that you can, like, you know, just bet a couple pennies or something like that. They'll give you $2 to start with, and you can't even, like, so Ty's always telling me, like, he does all this, he's on this app or whatever. And so I was kind of just getting on it, I got to babysit that stuff a little bit.
Yeah. Oh, you're doing the parent thing. You're taking a peek. Okay.
And I was like, oh, wait, I can put real money
And you
on
ended
it.
up getting sucked in.
So let me try this for a second.
The one that really blew me away was when you told me the other night, you're like, "I'm on Western Kentucky." I'm like, dude, you're way too far
you started to get in, right? So,
And
like, I'm reading some of these texts, and I'm going, well, now I feel left out. Now I got to start throwing some money down.
You know what's so weird for me is that you can actually say this on air.
Well,
you couldn't do that.
Well,
can you?
I don't know. We just had training, and there was something in there.
No, you
can't.
can't. Well, you can even mention that, the word parlay. You can mention a spread.
Right. I see what you're saying. Times are changing in those terms. Yeah.
Oh my gosh! Look at it. They do it. They do it on all the networks.
Yeah,
it's on the bottom line, the odds of the game.
Oh yeah, now on sports TV, but sometimes now they still refer to money as units.
Yeah,
instead.
but that was taboo now.
Yeah,
for a long time, up until just recently.
Yep.
And I think that's a weird thing for me to get my mind around still. And it's like, that's kind of the way of the world, you know?
I mean, weed is taking on the same feel outside.
Well,
you go outside, there are dispensaries all over the place. Someone's smoking on a vape pen on the corner. You're like, is that supposed to be happening right now?
Yeah.
Like,
And while they're doing that, they're going Bears +5.
Man, how about it is Georgia, Florida week.
Oh, man.
Florida, Georgia.
Georgia, Florida. Florida, Georgia. Georgia, Florida. Festivities begin.
It's
going to
be a busy
about this
week.
week or no? Listen,
Yeah,
you're not like you kind of welcome back to the sports world.
Yeah,
right?
but this is a busy week for all people of the area, not just sports fans. I mean, the city usually likes to stack events as we get towards the weekend.
Yeah.
For all the people who come to visit. It's my favorite part of Florida Georgia weekend is you look around at the people in town and you go, all right, who's in sweatshirt and pants? Those people live here. And who are the ones in T-shirts and tank tops and shorts? Because those are the people who just came south from Georgia.
I got a weird question for you guys. I'm not sure how this one's going to be received.
It's a good start. See if you can drive it home.
Now, usually when I say that, you guys get really scared. So
yeah, that's
well,
right.
I have a different type of fear. Like with Brian, I'm like, this will be okay.
And then
Aaron,
with
I'm
me,
like,
do I have to call the
I
cops? Or is it okay?
only have 8 seconds.
Am I in trouble if I don't tell on him? All right, just checking.
This came from the Florida and Georgia administration today. Did you see this joint statement?
Did not see it.
So it's very brief. I'll read it to you. It's about the rivalry game in Jacksonville. The annual game between our two universities is an important tradition. At this time, both programs are focused on our current seasons. Typically, both schools begin conversations regarding future games in the series as the last contracted game nears. We anticipate following the timeline. When those discussions take place, we will consider a multitude of factors, including tradition, finances, future SEC scheduling models with the addition of Texas and Oklahoma, and what is best for both schools' football programs overall. So are they laying the groundwork to say it's getting out of Jacksonville?
It sounds like it, yeah.
Yes, it does.
The question, I guess, is why you need to lay the groundwork.
Well, because I think they're trying to be respectful.
To the fans?
Billy Napier signed that? Is that signed Kirby Smart? And then is it the same handwriting Billy Napier, or does it look like Billy actually signed it?
It's actually through their ADs.
Yeah, it sounds very much so like you're preparing the audience for a change in location. But
I agree with that.
I'm not really sure why you need to do that.
Okay, so why is that statement? Because I think a lot of people feel the way you guys do. I thought it was more, I'll tell you my initial read, and I know the situation here. There's always conversation. We've talked about it before. Kirby Smart has been probably the most vocal coach since I've been here in my 15 years of saying, hey, we think it's valuable to have it in Athens from a recruiting standpoint. And I say, Kirby, you just landed a freaking chopper at Westside High School, and you have a top 5 recruiting class every year.
Yeah.
Do you really need the game in Athens?
Doesn't sound like it, no. It doesn't sound like it.
Do you really need it, right? It's so silly to me in that sense. And they're actually bending the rules this year to allow recruits
to
for
come,
each team to be here and all this. They've bent over backwards to keep this
This is
thing
what I'm
here.
saying. If you're going to do that and it's still not enough to satisfy people, then clearly the issue is that it's here and they want to move the game.
But I thought it was more, don't ask us about this all week. We want to focus on the football game.
It's possible. It's possible getting
because
in front
the
of it.
question's already come up because both these coaches have set the table for it. Napier didn't seal the deal like, oh, yeah, we're definitely going to be here. We want to be in Jacksonville.
Yeah.
He kind of echoed some of the sentiments of Kirby Smart.
Well, he wants to bring the game back home too, yeah.
Am I the only one that thinks it's ridiculous for the coaches to want the game there as badly as maybe they do from a recruiting standpoint? Or am I missing something because I'm homering up and we like the game in Jacksonville?
Honestly, I don't know that it matters as much as they say it matters for the recruitment standpoint. But at the same time, like, who wouldn't want their home game back?
Kasey?
I don't get it. Like, I think I don't agree with it, so I guess that's part of it, and I'm not even from Jacksonville, so take that into consideration. I just think it makes sense to be here. But from the recruiting standpoint, Kirby, you got the best dudes already. Billy Napier's not really having a problem.
Well,
so 1 week
he's
out of the
not
year.
having a problem because he's not standing up for the other side. I think he's just letting Kirby take the bullets.
Yeah,
I mean, if you're Billy Napier, especially this year, wouldn't you want this to be a Florida home game?
No, you're losing either way. Just stick with the tradition.
You want all the help you can get, though.
I wouldn't want to be the guy. If I'm Billy Napier, I wouldn't want to be the guy that has to look at Steve Spurrier and has to look at all these other coaches, I guess Urban Meyer, but I'm not even going to name him. And, well, you're going to lose, and be like, you know what? I'm co-signing this, moving this game. Like, I wouldn't want to be that guy if I'm Billy Napier that they remember, oh, this is the guy that helped them move the game out of Jackson.
I mean, how do you know that those guys aren't in his ear going, man, I wanted to do this for years, and they just weren't having it?
I just don't think that's how it's playing out. I could be wrong. I just don't see that being the way it works.
I don't see a downside for the coaches if their programs get the home game back. If the game is in Athens or the game is in Gainesville. Like, what is the downside for them there? The only thing it's a downside for is the money that they're going to lose from the city.
Yeah, and, well, then we could get Ben Becker on the line, and I could debate him about all that stuff, too. But take the city.
Boy, you are giving Ben all the smoke today.
It sounds like there's unfinished business.
Yeah, there is. We went at it last night. So
should have streamed it.
We could have.
Should UFC it? Let's get him in the squared circle. The octagon.
This isn't about the dollars or anything else. So this is about this. Do you take it away from the St. Simon's folks in Southeast Georgia that have a ton of money, that love the game here and tradition and decades and generations of people that come to this game, and this is part of what you do in late October?
Sure.
Like, basically, you take Florida and Georgia out of Jacksonville. It's like taking Thanksgiving and Christmas away. Like, that's what it is. Like, that's, in essence, it's on the calendar like that for those fan bases, for people in Jacksonville. So, like, forget about all the semantics of the money and everything. They'll figure that part out.
But that's not semantics. That's real things right there.
Well, for Jacksonville, it's more. No, but it is real things, but they're getting their money. Like, they're not losing money on this
I don't think Kirby or Napier care about who's getting what money from the game. I think they care very much about who's got the home field advantage and how come it's not them.
This is about power versus emotion. That's what it is. This is football coaches that have more power than anybody on campus and want more of it and want to control everything.
You think it's an ego
That's what this
play?
is. Well, everything's ego play in college football when you're making $8 million a year.
That's interesting.
But yeah, the ego becomes, this is about, I want my recruits here, and I want not only the number one class, but I want the number 1111 class, right? I want even more of them. And we think we can even be better. Kirby, you're good. You're great. You've got the best roster maybe in football, and you have the best freaking roster like year after year in football. Like, you're not hurting recruiting wise. Okay, so like it's hard for me to make sense out of saying, well, we'd be way better off recruiting. Now, listen, the Florida Gators, they actually have a better cry for this because they haven't been as good at recruiting.
Well, it just goes to show you it's not about recruiting for anybody.
So then there's the emotion part of the St. Simon's Island folks, the Gators people, the people in Jacksonville, the alums, the tradition. I mean, college football is built on tradition, and Jacksonville is one of the places that it still exists from a neutral site standpoint. Oklahoma, Texas, Army, Navy, Florida, Georgia, right? So you have that. But I did think about this today, guys, and I love the game here, right? This is a big event town. It's a cool game. Like, I love it. And I'm not, like, born and bred here, and I'm not born and bred college football fan. So I want to make sure I'm coming at this the right way. But I thought about it a little bit today. Would it hurt as much as we think if it did leave?
Would it hurt who? The city?
Everybody. Again, it's not about, to me, this has nothing to do with the city. It has to do with the
people.
people.
There is a certain amount of revenue that comes through the city, which is why the city wants the game here.
A certain amount, but there also are expenses involved, so you probably have a chance to save money in the reality of the situation.
You really think it nets out to a savings? I doubt that they would go through that whole thing if that was the case.
No, well, for the city actual dollars, again, I'm going to play into Ben's hands here now in this argument.
All right, well, don't tell him. It's fine.
But from an impact and business standpoint, I don't think you could go down the street and find 7 or 8 businesses that would say, oh, yeah, we'd be better off without the game. I think this really helps them this time of year.
But I think especially it's more, the hotel and tourism.
I think about it more business impact than it does city impact.
When I say city impact, I'm talking about businesses. And finances.
You're grouping it all.
I'm just talking about money into Jacksonville that otherwise wouldn't be here.
Even from a city standpoint, I feel like it's a feel, an emotion tie more than it is an economic tie.
For the fans.
Well, and for the city, they're proud of it. Yeah, everybody's proud of it.
Yes, but I don't buy that that's like a thing that like keeps it somewhere.
Well, I tell you this, like I tell people where I'm from that don't like college football, come on down because you want to see it. I tell them about the Players' Championship. Come on down, you want to see it. Like those are prideful things, and I've only been here 15 years. Like I say that to my parents. I say that to my buddies. I'm like, come on, you got to see this. Like if I say that, what does someone that has lived here for decades say?
Yeah, I
Probably
think they have
the same thing.
I think they have their pick of things, and like can name others. You just had the air show this weekend, which doesn't sound like a big deal, but they had record crowds. Like there are things that happen here where you go, oh, you should come down and see this thing. I don't think Florida Georgia's on the tip of everyone's tongue for it. When I look at that tradition in that game, the first thing and the only thing that really pops out at me is there's a lot of money involved here. There's a lot of money coming in from both sides into this city. People buying food, people buying room and board, people buying gas, people buying all kinds of stuff while they're here for the week.
I guess what I'm asking, though, is how much would we miss it if it was gone?
I don't think many people would.
So that's what I'm asking.
Citizens. I don't think many people would.
Kasey?
I think people would miss it, but to Aaron's point, I think different people would miss it to who wouldn't, right? I think the majority of people, are they going to Florida, Georgia? To be honest, probably not. Most of your people come in are like,
it's not a probably.
Or there's a connection.
It's not a thing. It's a thing. Like there's only how many seats in the stadium.
Yeah, but but to that point, right? I think if like the kids at UNF, right? They're not going to the game, but they're probably going to go to where the parties are.
Yeah, tailgating is a thing, sure.
Yeah, so I think like those people will miss it. Like there are people that will miss it, but to Aaron, I think Aaron's right in terms of the majority will not, but the sports fan in the city would, I think.
But also, like, if it's a party, like, you're not keeping Florida, Georgia in Jacksonville because people love the party.
Hey.
I'm not saying the party isn't a thing. It's a thing. World's largest outdoor cocktail party. That was a thing before they made us stop saying it. I'm saying...
We're not stopping.
I say it anyway.
Well, everyone still does. It's what it is. What I'm saying is, like, all right, if you're a junior at UNF, Kasey, to your point...
You're gone.
Of course, but like if it goes away, are you telling me that's just now a hole in your calendar you're not going to fill with some kind of other party?
No, but I'm just saying, as a UNF alum, there are not a lot of parties that relate to the party there, right?
Right.
So you have like if you got this one party that you're looking forward to, and then it goes away, you're like, we could go to that person's dorm, I guess, and it's kind of the same. No, it's not the same.
Well, no, not on that day. I'm just saying you make up some other party. Now it's the world's biggest water slide party or some nonsense. Promoters will see the vacuum of money and come in here and try and suck it up. I mean, that's a thing. And it should tell you all you need to know about this game and who it's important to. That you're sitting here telling me it's the UNF kids who are going to miss it the most.
That's not really true, though. Like, who's going to miss it the most are the people that have gone for 35 years in a row.
Yeah, and how many people like that are there?
There
aren't many left.
There's all those people that go.
You're talking about maybe a couple of 10,000, 20,000 out of millions.
No, I don't think so. I think you're, well, yeah, in the city of Jacksonville.
Well, in both states. I mean, Jacksonville are the only people who come to this game.
I think the people, first of all, what you got to remember, they might put 80,000 people in the stands, but there's 125,000 people downtown.
No, I've been out there all week, and all week it's busy and buzzing. Yeah.
So that's part of the experience. That's a thing. That's New Year's Eve. That's what it is. It is New Year's Eve. It's our Mardi Gras.
It is literally the biggest weekend in Jacksonville.
It's Mardi Gras for Jacksonville.
Yes.
So I guess what I would say is, would you take those 125,000 people, or maybe it's 80,000 people, and would they just go to Athens and then Gainesville? Or would they just not bother? Because now the people in Gainesville or the Florida Gators season ticket holders are going to their game. And now the Georgia Bulldogs people are going to their game. And that's it. And then you don't get that split. You get nothing. Like, you lose all the tradition of it. So you have to be willing to say, screw the tradition.
Yeah,
Who's willing to do that?
Everybody in charge of finance. Everybody in charge of finance is willing to do that.
I actually think the city, the feel, I wonder, the reason I bring this question up, there are so many people not from here now that might almost equal the people that are from here.
That's a good point.
And so what do they care if this game? They're not worried about 1978 when they went and they've got a streak of 40-something games that they've gone to at Florida, Georgia. There's people in Nocatee. They don't give a crap about this game.
No.
You know, they don't. I mean, people up now north of the airport where they're building and building and building and building. I mean, maybe they do. Maybe they're coming down from Georgia. I don't think so. I think they're coming down from New York. I think they're coming down from New Jersey.
Pittsburgh.
I think they're coming down from North Carolina and Michigan and Ohio and all those places.
Yes.
Like, do they? And that's what I'm really getting at here. That's the root of my question. Like, would it be missed as much as we think it would be missed? And I would say initially, yes, because it would be like so much change. It'd be like, what the hell? And we'd be, by the way, if they move this game and it's because of Kirby Smart, I'm going to be pissed at Kirby Smart.
Me too.
No, I'm just telling you. And I like Kirby Smart, and I like Georgia.
Yeah, I know. But it will give every Gator fan a reason to hate Kirby Smart again.
Well, not only that, I just think you're taking something away from the city of Jacksonville. You know, like that's, again, there's some pride involved in this game.
But it's not on Kirby. It's not like he made the decision.
Yes, it would be on Kirby.
Because he vocalized it?
Kirby solely is the guy making. If they move this game, it's because of Kirby. Yes, he is. Yes, he is.
Then why hasn't it happened yet?
Well, because he's getting pushback from those guys down in St. Simon's Island in Southeast Georgia,
so
and everybody else.
It's on everybody else who's making the decision.
If they move it, he wins.
That's true.
By the way, he now has more power than any Georgia coach has had since Vince Dooley. He won a national title, and he's not going anywhere. He's going to be there for 25 more years. That guy's got more juice than anybody. So if this game moves, hell yeah, it's on Kirby Smart.
I'll give you that he's the champion. I'll give you he's the voice or the face behind it. I'll even give you people will blame him. But to say it's Kirby is the reason they moved it.
I don't think you give enough credit to how much these college coaches like own the school, man.
They're
bringing in the money.
But how?
Kirby just flew a helicopter to Jacksonville and landed on the field.
Okay, great. That's the Georgia alumni and booster situation. Fine. You're telling me, like, I will spend the rest of this afternoon working over at OKV to find out what kind of estimated money flies into this city when this game comes to town. I'm telling you that number is way surpassing whatever Kirby has got on that contract. Like, way surpassing yearly, every year.
Yeah, per annual year, business impact, they say it's around $30 million.
That's what I'm saying. Like, it's a significant amount of dollars and sets the table for Gator Bowl and what they do.
But time out here. Kirby Smart does not care that Jacksonville is getting $35 million of economic impact.
That's my point. Yeah, he only cares about the home game.
Well, and so he's got power. I mean, Georgia and Florida at the end of the day are going to make this decision. The city doesn't get a say other than to say we're trying to keep you here.
Well, they get a say in the form of a counteroffer when
of course they do, and they have. They've amped it up.
Yes.
And listen, I think for this administration, actually, and people be very critical, and there's things to be critical about, they've kept this thing here and continue to enhance to keep it here.
What I'm saying is I don't think when it comes time to make that call, like the ADs are talking about in that note, that they're giving Kirby a vote at the table. They've heard him. He's obviously on the team.
Nah, you are so wrong, man.
Like, he's got influence. He's got influence, but I don't think he gets a vote. Because if he had a vote, it would have been done already.
No, they're debating with him. They're arguing with him. They're trying to convince him because there's a lot of old school people at both universities too that appreciate it here, that don't want to piss off those boosters in St. Simon's Island or anywhere else. Like, they want it there. There's a lot. Hey, listen, college football,
There's
it's the
money
good old
there.
boy network.
Yes.
But Kirby Smart, slowly but surely, is gaining more power every moment. Every win. That national championship, and if he wins another one, he can freaking set the school schedule if he wants to in Athens.
Soda in all the water fountains, says Kirby Smart.
Listen, but I will say this. I think because of the nature of our city now, and this is a Jags town. This is a pro football town.
Yeah.
It's Jags, it's pro football, and sure, there's a lot of college football fans. That dynamic has really changed, and there's some people that don't want to admit that, but it has really changed, and it's obvious. I get TV ratings, people. I can tell you it's changed. There are more people watching the Chiefs-Bills than any college football game.
Yeah.
All right? So that has changed. The transient nature has changed. There are so many people in this town that really wouldn't blink an eye if that game did move. They think it's cool. They think it's fun that everybody has a party this week, and everybody talks about it, and it's kind of fun, and Jacksonville's on the map, but they're like, all right, cool.
You just
That's
described
Halloween
me.
weekend.
You just described. I've been here 20 years. It's literally how I feel. Like, I've been to it 2 times as a fan, 1 time as an employee of this media company, right? I've been to a ton of parties down there. Maybe 10 out of 20 years I've been here. I've been down to parties that week, whether it be in RV City or the surrounding areas. And I'm sitting here going, I wouldn't care.
Yeah. And by the way, then there's a lot of people that would care. Like, there's a lot. I'm not saying there's nobody that wouldn't care. But I wonder, as this city progresses and builds up and other things come to town and everything else, if we start to not care much, or maybe it isn't a rotational basis. Maybe it's Gainesville and Athens, and that's where I think it settles on, to be honest with you.
That feels like a half measure. It's like,
well, yeah, but
we don't want to upset the St. Simon's people, but also we want it back.
Just for the record, St. Simon's people have a lot of money.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Well, that's important to colleges.
The most important.
Well, Kirby Smart wins national championships.
Yes.
That's important to colleges,
but he's not the only person who can do that.
Yes, he is.
Like, your alumni are the only ones who are throwing money at your program.
Kirby Smart's the first guy in 40-something years that's done it.
Yes,
well, Georgia's the only thing that matters here.
I'm just saying, it's not impossible to win a national championship if your name isn't Kirby Smart. That's all I'm saying.
That guy spending $3 million in St. Simon's Island, you probably can go get a guy that just hit it big on crypto somewhere who's got $3 million.
But did he go to Georgia? And is he a booster? Like, that's the point, right? Like, is he giving money to Georgia? There's a very select few amount of alumni who are doing this.
This game will not stay in Jacksonville.
I buy that.
It's not. It's going. It's just a matter of if Jacksonville is in the rotation.
Yeah. No, I don't disagree that it's leaving. I'm sitting here going, I don't think it's a Kirby Smart
thing. And by the way, the
only
thing that saves it is Kirby Smart getting fired over the next 5 years because something goes wrong. I think Kirby has that much power in this thing.
Yeah, clearly.
Yeah, I know you don't agree, but I'm telling you, man, college football coaches rule the day. Let me ask you this: If Nick Saban were at Georgia,
I think it's a different conversation. Already.
Kirby's climbing.
And fine.
If Dabo Swinney.
You're closer, but I don't think it's the same conversation.
If Urban Meyer, when he was at Ohio State.
I don't think Ohio State would allow a game to be played in that neutral
Urban
site.
Meyer at Florida.
You got to say, I'm sorry, better. Urban Meyer at Florida, 2 national titles, and he says, I don't want to play that damn game.
But it's not like he was there for decades, right?
No,
he was like Johnny
at this
come
time.
lately.
I'm trying to tell you, like, Kirby's going to get there. How long has Kirby been now in Georgia? 7 years?
Yeah.
You're right? He's going to be there for 25 more years, 20 more years,
He's
whatever
not
it is.
getting fired anytime soon.
Right.
Even if it goes wrong. Unless it's like a sanctioned thing.
He's not going to be there for 25 more years. That's an exaggeration.
You never know.
But
no, I get your point. He's not leaving.
And by the way, I think so much so that this is on Kirby Smart that I think he's got to be really careful here, because if he doesn't win enough, I think it has a chance to damage his legacy.
Will backfire.
And I'm not sure that you can damage a legacy once you win a national championship at Georgia, but I think he can piss some of the people off.
But like, if it's only on Kirby, why is it still being debated?
Well, because it's also on Florida. Florida wants to keep the game.
Here.
Jacksonville, yeah.
And they're
but clearly Napier doesn't feel that way, or else he would have stood up for it.
Napier doesn't have juice yet.
They're barely letting him coach.
Napier's 4-3.
I was going to say, Napier, like, he can't even have a seat at the table.
He borderline doesn't have a parking spot.
That's what I was like. He's got to ask someone for a parking spot.
All right, so the next 3 to 5 years, and Napier wins a national championship, and now you got 2 guys that have won national title games, national titles.
Yeah.
and they both think they're better off recruiting and they can win 5 national titles. In part, if this game gets out of Jacksonville, see you later. It has nothing to do with the ADs, the boosters, the president, the nothing. It's got everything to do with those two guys.
I think any sentence you utter about college football that starts with the premise that it has nothing to do with boosters, no matter what, you could be talking about the mascot and you'd be
That's
off.
a fair point. Right now, the boosters in probably St. Simon's Island and on both sides have probably kept this game.
Yes.
In Jacksonville. And I think, by the way, the ADs have too. I think they believe in this game, and I think they want to keep it here.
And by the way,
they're also
City.
guess who's talking to that AD every day?
Yeah.
Every day.
Smart. But like the
Not
city
Billy
gives
Napier.
incentives too. Like the city's out here throwing a little bit of cash too.
Again, City's doing their part. City has no control over it at the end of the day.
Maybe not control, but they can sit with counteroffers and measures to make it harder for them to walk away
But they
in
have.
a good way.
They give them $3.5 million to come to Jacksonville. I think that's a pretty damn good incentive.
Sure.
You don't even have to put the lights on up in Athens.
Yeah.
All I'm saying is, can we please get the college football video game? That's all I want.
All right, great.
That's what you
That
learned from
sounds
this.
like it. Sounds like Kasey wants to take us to
We
break.
went 10 minutes late to break, and that's what you came up with? We'll be back. Football at 5 on ESPN 690.
Now, the first alert forecast on ESPN 690.
Clear skies, nice and cool tonight. Temperatures dropping into the 50s. Plenty of sun and a pretty warm Tuesday. Highs tomorrow reach the lower 80s. For the CBS 47 and Fox 30 Action News Jax First Alert Weather Center, I'm Chief Meteorologist Mike Burrish.
The Weather Center is brought to you by Beards Diamonds. Get the guaranteed lowest price at the only locally owned diamond store in the St. John's Town Center.
Mike Hogan, your Duval County Supervisor of Elections, wants to remind you that early voting is going on now. Avoid surprises on Election Day by voting early through November 6th. Visit DuvalElections.gov for early voting dates, times, and locations.
Are you ready for a scary good deal? Then get to Arlington Toyota for the Ghost Your Payments event and watch your payments like a ghost disappear. How about no payments until 2023 on your new Toyota purchase? Arlington will even waive your last 6 lease or loan payments. Got a trade? Arlington will pay up to MSRP for your trade. You'll also get no maintenance costs for 4 years. It's the Ghost Your Payments event going on now at Arlington Toyota, 10939 Atlantic Boulevard, and online at arlingtontoyota.com. Visit arlingtontoyota.com/October for full detail.
It is finally here. One of the biggest rivalry games of the year returns to Duval this Saturday. Hey, everybody, it's Brent Martineau from Brent and Friends on ESPN 690. We will be there for all the festivities. And for many, this game, it's Florida, Georgia. For others, it's Georgia, Florida. Either way, we're kicking off this epic rivalry game with the ultimate tailgate experience at the Duval House. Whether you're decked out in orange and blue or red and black, join us for the pregame tailgate experience. You don't want to miss it. Fueled by Celsius Essential Energy. Live fit.
ESPN 690 is home for the Florida Sportsman Fishing Show hosted by Captain Rick Riles. Tune in every Saturday morning from 7 to 9 a.m. to find out what's biting now. Fishing so fresh, you can almost smell it.
If you play a sport or coach a sport or watch a sport in Jacksonville, there's a really good chance that uniform was ordered through Baker Sports. Look good, feel good, play good. Custom sports apparel at Baker Sports since 1997 and a staff that wants to help you. They are experts in the business and make outfitting your team a seamless endeavor. The homegrown Jacksonville business is now the top choice for apparel all over the Southeast. Baker Sports, uniforms, hats, shoes, embroidery, screen printing, and 3D printing. They do it all at Baker Sports, helping make your team look good.
For seniors, staying healthy can be complicated, but one of the easiest routes to good health is prevention. No matter what our community's current COVID-19 infection rates are, getting your booster shot now is a smart way to protect yourself from severe illness later. ElderSource encourages people 65 and up to get a safe, free COVID-19 booster. For more information, visit myeldersource.org or call the ElderSource helpline at 888-242-4464.
Finding the right Medicare plan? Oof, no easy feat. Kind of like those dances my granddaughter loves making me do. But then I found Walgreens FindRx coverage. Lets you compare plans online, over the phone, or in person. Made Medicare shopping so easy. Plus, I found plans with low-cost copays. I can get down with that. Medicare annual enrollment ends December 7th. Find a plan that's right for you at walgreens.com/Medicare.
Your bills are due on the 13th, but you don't get paid until the 15th.
Sound familiar? Life doesn't always wait for payday. Get the NetSpend All Access account for your everyday mobile banking needs and get paid up to 2 days faster with direct deposit. Get started today at netspend.com and go beyond banking. Banking services provided by an account established by Pathward NA member FDIC. Faster access based on comparison of our ACH processing policy versus posting funds at settlement. Deposit account opening is subject to registration and ID verification. Terms and costs apply.
It's where I take my family to play golf, and you can take yours as well. The Golf Club at Southampton. It's the home of the Action Sports Jax Stream 18, and it can be your golf destination. Enjoy your golf experience by calling 287-PLAY, 287-PLAY. Play some golf or maybe practice some golf at one of the newest facilities in the area. Grab some lunch or dinner, too. Southampton has it all. 287-PLAY for tee times and more. The Golf Club at Southampton, the home of the Dream 18. My home course. Make it your home course, too.
From the four corners of the globe, the world's greatest set their sights on one goal. The Breeders' Cup World Championships are coming to iconic Keeneland this November 4th and 5th. Over 2 days and 14 championship races, the pinnacle of international thoroughbred racing will put the most jaw-dropping, heart-pounding spectacle before your very eyes. Coverage begins Friday on USA and continues Saturday on USA and NBC. Visit breederscup.com/2022 to learn more.
O'Reilly Auto Parts specializes in keeping your car on the road. Not sure how much life is left in your battery? Our professional parts people will test it for free. If it does need to be replaced, we'll help you find just the right one to fit your car. Our Superstar batteries are built to handle even the toughest conditions. Visit O'Reilly Auto Parts today.
Auto Parts.
The Sertoma Club of St. Augustine is set up to help those less fortunate without a complicated qualification process in order to get them the assistance they deserve in an expeditious manner. The type of assistance that they have given others ranges in a variety of ways, everywhere from wheelchair ramps to home repairs to helping with medical bills. Sertoma of St. Augustine, a hand up and not a hand out. Learn more and how you can help at staugustinesertoma.org.
Listen to ESPN 690 anytime, anywhere, on any device. Whether you're at home or on the go, get the latest on the Jags, FSU, the Jumbo Shrimp, and Action Sports Jax on Odyssey.com. That's AUDACY.com or on ESPN690.com.
I always tell you about iCryo in St. Johns County. Make sure you get down to the pavilion at Durbin Park. They got a big week with Halloween on the horizon. Spooky deals are here, and it's all treats, no tricks. Kicking off the week with a buy one, get one, 50% off tonings, facial and body toning. Continuing with deals on IVs, vitamin shots, lifestyle services, day passes, and more. Go follow iCryo_St. John's on Instagram or Facebook as well. Buy now, pay later. As well, iCryo St. John's. It's not just a bunch of hocus pocus, they'll say this week. On the horizon is, of course, Halloween. And with ESPN 690 listeners, you can get a day pass for $69, 3 of the 6 lifestyle services. Go check it out. You got to do it in a day, but still, you're saving a bunch of money. $69 if you tell them ESPN 690 sent you. iCryo in St. Johns County, the pavilion at Durbin Park. Brent Martineau, along with Aaron Schachter, Kasey Kurtz. One of my favorite things about doing this job is when we continue to talk about the conversation that we just had in the commercial break.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good conversation. We weren't done.
Damn it, why do we have to go to commercial break,
Yeah,
right?
you guys are really wondering who we should play as the college football video game comes out. I'm with you. And
That
listen,
was a good
I've got some thoughts as well. I don't think we can be Alabama, right? But I think, maybe Florida, Georgia, and play the game in Jacksonville.
Still stuck on your 9-leg parlay.
Hey, man, you got to do what you can.
All right, so two big stories. We got to get to. I want to just make sure we're not missing for folks that are just jumping in late here on a Monday. We've been talking a lot today. James Robinson is a big story in town.
Yeah.
How are the Jags going to use him going forward? It's a knee injury. Do you have that sound, Kasey? Here's the latest from Doug Peterson on James Robinson today. He said last night after the game he's dealing with some things. But remember, James hadn't been on the injury report. Looked like he came up from that run in the second quarter a little slow and uncomfortable. And here's what Doug said today about James's situation.
No, I mean, he has been dealing with some lower body, issues, preferably, or I should say most in his knees right now. But he is a big part of what we're doing. We know Travis is playing, well right now too, and it doesn't take anything away from James. It just so happens that in certain situations, Travis is getting the ball. But as we move forward, we're always going to continue to find ways to get James, going in the mix, and he's a big part of what we're doing.
Is that like a knee soreness? And because he wasn't on the injury report. Yeah,
no, it's just soreness, and then it was dealing with it a little bit in the game. And look, I'm big about guys that I want to make sure I know they're not always going to be 100% in games, but I want them to be close, and I want them to not worry about it, from a mental standpoint. And again, it just kind of goes back to how well Travis was playing at the time. So again, it's nothing about James's playing time. It's nothing about him as a running back. I got a lot of confidence in James. We're going to continue to find ways to get him on the field because I feel like as an offense we are better when both those guys are playing.
That's really a lot going on there now. And Doug, I think, is trying to balance all of it. He's trying to balance the fact that James is probably going to listen to this soundbite.
Yep. So is the NFL.
He's trying to be transparent, and so is the NFL. But, I mean, the bottom line is James Robinson's banged up a little bit, but it sounds like he's also able to play right now. And Travis Etienne is the number one back by far.
Yep.
In Doug Peterson and this coaching staff's mind. And now, that doesn't mean the last part of that isn't true, where if they both play, you're better because both of them are playing. But I think the distance between Travis Etienne right now and James Robinson in the mind of this coaching staff, and maybe even some performance in recent weeks.
Certainly on paper.
Is very distant.
Yeah.
Like, this was a 50-50 snap deal.
Week one.
For the first like 5 weeks. Yeah, more toward, it was for the 5 weeks. Go ahead back and look at snap count. I think it's pretty close to 50-50. It's not anymore.
Way back when they won.
Week 1, 36-34, Etienne over Robinson, right? Week 2, 26-45, Robinson over Etienne. Week 3, 33-44, Robinson over Etienne. There's your 3 weeks.
Those are your 2 wins.
24-22, week 4.
What happened week 4? Oh, Eagles.
What was it, that one?
24-22, Etienne.
Okay. Oh, yeah, they ran 46 plays. You believe that?
They almost fumbled more than they ran the football.
40-30 for Etienne. That's week 5. 29-27, week 6. And then 57-12 yesterday.
57-12.
Yeah, that's.
And again, he came up banged up. Maybe that's where they thought he was more banged up.
So maybe it's not a trend to that point, but we know who's been getting. Well, we know who's been getting the focus in the offense. Well, snap count be damned. They're looking at Etienne to help on the offense. They're not necessarily looking for Robinson to do much.
Bottom line, Travis Etienne is the guy.
Yeah.
And there's no debate about that. And if he keeps performing like this, and I understand the fumble, I'm not sure there really should be a debate.
Not just fumble, the drops are killing him too, man. This guy has a hard time catching a ball.
We didn't even talk about that. The throwback from Kirk.
Well, he fell
on himself.
Yeah, I know.
But it seems like every game this guy's dropping an important pass and 2 fumbles in 2 straight games.
I mean, I don't know if that's fair. I think he dropped the Washington one.
Right.
And
when you drop a
fumbled.
touchdown, it stands out.
Yeah, I'm not saying. I'm just saying every game I think is a little much.
He's got fumbles in the last 2 games, 3 on the season. So that's a problem you got to really take a look at and be like, man.
When did he fumble 2 weeks ago?
2 weeks ago?
Or didn't you say he has 2 fumbles?
He's got two straight games with fumbles, but I'm not remembering the play that he fumbled on 2 weeks ago.
I don't know it either. I don't remember that one. But
he may have recovered it.
Well, he must have, because I think the only fumble they lost last week in Indy was the end of the game when they were trying the lateral stuff. And that was credited to Christian
garbage,
Kirk, which obviously is right at the end. But, I mean, Kasey, let me ask you this.
What is it?
You just said 2 wins. Do you think the Jags aren't winning because they're not using James Robinson?
Not necessarily, but...
Not if the guy can't run.
I think if you're... I mean, you can point to it. Like, it's a thing. It's real life. The stats show that when he's in there more often than not, they win the football game. And to that point...
But does it show that it's James Robinson or that they need some kind of change of pace back there?
I think that if you go to those games, James scored a couple of times as well. We were talking about James Robinson scoring touchdowns way early. He was like number 1 in the fantasy points after week 3.
He had 4, I think, after the first 2 games, or it was 3 games?
4 after 3. So, that's 28 points.
Yeah.
If you want to be critical, it's not the right answer, but ETN coughed up 7 or 6.
True.
He dropped 6 in the first game.
All right, so if this is an injury-driven change in play style from Peterson, and then Robinson gets healthy, what do you think this team goes forward doing optimally? Not what you want them to do, but what do you think they've shown they'll do?
I think
70-30.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's more like that. And by the way, I think there is something to having, like Maurice Jones-Drew said this today, I think ETN being fresh is a big deal because you want him to be able to use the speed, put the burners on. Yeah. Like, I don't want him getting worn down.
You also want to have confidence that you could punch through the goal line.
I still think the biggest question, I think if healthy, James Robinson is going to get about 12 carries in an ideal situation, maybe 10. My question for James Robinson in
Which
that
is what
spot
he had been
is,
getting, by the
can
way.
he be productive week in, week out with just 10? Because he's a guy that needs to get it going.
Yeah, and he hasn't been this season, but you don't know what's injury and what's not.
Yeah.
But to that point, I know that you can't, this isn't a perfect world, but instead of wasting 6 of James' carries on 1st and 10, give it to him on 2nd and 4. You know what I'm saying? Like, pick your spots. Now, again, you can't get to the point where, hey, James is coming on the field, they're running the football straight up the middle. But you got to pick your spots and give him the carries where they could be valuable because he can pop it, but,
Yeah, I will say this. I don't believe the Jags are losing football games because they're not playing James Robinson. I think Travis Etienne's been good the last few weeks overall. I think he cost them on that play. I do. I agree with you. He cost them in Washington. That's fair to say.
And those are they could have been wins.
And they could have been wins. They could have.
But if you're living,
I'm just not sure. Like, first of all, I just don't know if Robinson rolls off a 49-yard run or makes the run down toward the goal line to then fumble. Like, he might. I just think he's doing some things that James can't do, and I think that's what the Jags see. But I also would say the bigger reason I say that is because the Jags were winning those 2 football games when their defense was getting turnovers and putting their offense in a position to score. Their defense hasn't got a turnover in 236 minutes of game action.
That's a lot of minutes.
So that's the bigger problem maybe of why they're not winning. The defense isn't getting stops at opportune times, and they're not getting turnovers. That was the formula in week 2 and 3. I think a little bit more than the snap count of James Robinson.
Yeah.
That's what I would lean on.
Yeah, I'd be with you on that.
It's going to be interesting to see how it plays out now. I mean, it's a fascinating storyline, and there are people on, both sides of it.
You might find yourself a Cam Akers on this team at some point here in the near future.
October is Breast Cancer Awareness Month, and Fields is partnering with a group called Pink Ribbon Jacks to provide free mammograms for women in need. Give it a big check at the end of the month, and you can help $100 toward Pink Ribbon Jacks for every new car purchase with Fields Auto Group in the month of October. So if you're looking for a new luxury car, go to Fields Auto Group and help out a terrific cause. You can go to Lexus at Jacksonville and Orange Park, Mercedes-Benz at Jacksonville, Orange Park, Jaguars Land Rover Jacksonville, Porsche Jacksonville, Fields Cadillac Jacksonville, and St. Augustine. Fields is a proud sponsor of the Jacksonville Jaguars. FieldsAuto.com.
Hi, this is Keith Gurr, president of American Window Products. We are Jacksonville's oldest replacement window company. We have been providing excellent service for over 38 years and still have an A+ rating. At American Window Products, we have helped over 36,000 homeowners, and we don't use subcontractors. Right now, we're offering a free installation on 6 or more windows, as well as a free energy package. Go to AmericanWindowProducts.com and click for an estimate. That's AmericanWindowProducts.com. American Window Products, we are the window professionals.
Hey, poker players! Best Bet Jacksonville has another exciting poker tournament series for you. The Card Player Poker Tour is coming to Best Bet Jacksonville from October 27th to November 14th. This tournament series is packed with excitement and features 15 different poker tournaments, including a $1,700 mystery bounty event with bounties ranging from $500 up to $50,000, and the $3,000 no-limit hold'em main event from November 11th to the 14th. Go to bestbetjacks.com to view the tournament schedule.
It is finally here. One of the biggest rivalry games of the year returns to Duval this Saturday. Hey, everybody, it's Brent Martineau from Brent and Friends on ESPN 690. We will be there for all the festivities. And for many, this game, it's Florida-Georgia. For others, it's Georgia-Florida. Either way, we're kicking off this epic rivalry game with the ultimate tailgate experience at the Duval House. Whether you're decked out in orange and blue or red and black, join us for the pregame tailgate experience. You don't want to miss it. Fueled by Celsius Essential Energy. Live fit.
Mike Hogan, your Duval County Supervisor of Elections, wants to remind you that early voting is going on now. Avoid surprises on Election Day by voting early through November 6th. Visit DuvalElections.gov for early voting dates, times, and locations.
There's life before sports injury. There's life after. You're in pain, and you need answers, fast. Mayo Clinic's orthopedic and sports medicine team will see you same day, no referral necessary. Rest assured, we'll get it right from the start and have you back in action as quick as you can say. Ranked the #1 hospital in Florida for orthopedics. To schedule, visit sportsmedicine.mayoclinic.org.
You're invited to shop at the White Harvest Farms and Farmers Market every Saturday from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. It's a market of fresh and affordable farm-to-table produce that comes from a 10.5-acre urban located at 4850 Moncrief Road. There's volunteering, classes, and farming demonstrations. Also, if you're interested in becoming a vendor or volunteer, call 904-354-4162 or visit the White Harvest Farms Eventbrite page. White Harvest Farms wants to be your favorite produce market. This initiative benefits the Clara White Mission.
If you're the victim of a car crash, never rush to settle with the insurance companies and never settle for just any attorney. Demand Anna Jar Levine. Call 1-800-747-FREE for a free consultation and take back control of your life.
Main office, Jacksonville.
Sure, we have 30 seconds to tell you that drivers who switch to Progressive could save big. But then what? Well, there is a nice piece of stock music playing behind me that a talented composer worked really hard on. So let's enjoy it. Wow, almost overshadows the saving big when you switch to Progressive part. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Hey, it's Brent Martineau from Action Sports Jacks. Did you know you can watch our radio show? Yeah, video of a radio show. Just search ESPN 690 Jacks on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter. Or follow me on Twitter at Brent A.S. Jacks. Watch the show live weekdays from 3 p.m. until 6 p.m. or listen on ESPN 690. We mentioned Georgia-Florida Week. Georgia-Florida Hall of Fame induction ceremony and luncheon presented by Miller Electric Company is happening this week. Champ Bailey, John Little, Andre Caldwell, Trey Burton all be inducted. I will MC that luncheon at noon at TIAA Bank Field, so look forward to that each and every year. Individual tickets and tables still on sale. GAFLJacks.com. They'll also have the Georgia-Florida Fall Exhibition game on Friday night, of course, at 121 Financial Ballpark. Ticketmaster.com for tickets to that one. And Georgia-Florida fans are Georgia-Florida Fanfare presented by Publix as well. That is on October 29th from 9 a.m. until 3:30, right until kickoff at Daly's Place, Flex Field. So make sure you check out all the fun, free and open to the public, on Saturday during the big game here in Jacksonville. You can watch all the coverage, of course, on CBS 47. Brent Martineau, Aaron Schachter, Kasey Kurtz. We had Maurice Jones-Drew. We had Rashean Mathis. Jaguars lose again. How infuriating is it that Matt Ryan, on his way to the bench, drops 400 yards, 42 completions, and beats the Jaguars? I mean, it sounds like, guys, they were planning on benching him for the last few weeks.
They're certainly thinking about it.
You got to give up. You got to let the hate out of your heart for Matt Ryan, dog. Like, it happened.
You're never going to heal, Brent.
Like, I would say best case scenario, go play Madden and sack him a bunch with the Jags. Like, I don't know what to tell you, man.
I'm more infuriated at the Jags. Like, this is another thing. It's like, how did
you lose to this guy? Yeah.
He went 42 of 58, won you a football game, drove you down the field, and they think he's so bad they still benched him.
Look, I've gotten to watch
2 weeks later.
I've gotten to watch, I think, 4 Colts games this year between the primetime games and the Jags games.
That's bad.
Oh, that's true. I guess we all were.
Matt Ryan is not like this terrible, like he's running for his life. He's throwing for his life. He's making bad plays because he's got nobody open. He's trying to force things. But I'm telling you, had they given this guy any protection whatsoever, it wouldn't be this big a deal.
You
And by the
can't
way,
play in the NFL without moving anymore. Tom
you are
Brady's finding it
completely
too.
correct. Yes, 100%. The only difference between these two is that Matt Ryan has half the line that Tom Brady doesn't have.
And Tom Brady's good.
Well, and by the way, Matt Ryan, fourth in passing yards.
Yes, well, because he did it like half the season.
2008 passing yards.
That's the craziest Matt Ryan stat I've heard so far.
How many?
2008.
And it's 1,600 of them against the Jags.
The Jaguars in that one game.
That's tough. But
all right,
bench that guy.
Hey, are we gonna? Is this a boring World Series or a good World Series? Phillies, Astros.
Oh, it's
I think the Astros are going to clean it up pretty quickly there.
You should.
Oh, Phillies had some
perfect.
magic, man.
Enough with the Phillies.
Oh, yeah, forget. This is a Braves thing. Kasey, forget about him. Good. I think the Phillies, man, they're on a heater.
They're on a heater. The boys are hot. The boys are hot, right? And they got likable guys like Nick Castellanos, likable guy.
0 likable guys on the
Bryce
Phillies.
Harper, likable. Zach Wheeler,
Yuck.
huh? His
Triple
original
yuck.
team gave up on him.
Yuck.
They gave up on him, that team in Flushing, Queens,
Him and
or
his
whatever.
inflated ERA.
And now
yes.
he's dealing. He's got a Cy Young and he's dealing.
Yuck.
Has anybody
Come
ever said
on.
triple yuck about Wheeler?
Yeah, I did.
Nobody. Nobody.
Me and the rest of the boys in Flushing.
Yeah, no, I think it's going to be a good one. And best case scenario, the Astros lose, right?
They are so good.
They really
They are so good.
The best case scenario is both teams
And
lose.
Bryce
but that's
Harper,
all right.
by the way, I love it, man. I
Let me
think
know if you
it's
can figure
great
that
for
one out.
baseball. You like that, Kasey? Bryce Harper?
Yeah, I like Bryce Harper.
Yeah, man.
It's good. It's a
for
good
him.
little thing. He needs that World Series because then you get the World Series and then you get the MVPs and then they're like, hey, you put him on the cover of Sports Illustrated when he was like 15 years old and now all of a sudden he's paying it off.
Yeah. You know what's crazy? You go back to the last 15 years, the entire NL East has won a World Series potentially, except for.
Oh, what is this? What are you, Stuart Weber now?
Well, actually, they already have because the Phillies won in what, like 2008?
2000.
Even the Marlins have won.
Gross.
2008, dog.
But now, seriously, since 2015, the entire NL East has gone to the
They've
World
gone
Series.
to the World Series?
Except for the Marlins. It make you feel better?
Yeah, a little bit.
Overtime with Kurtz and Middleton up next. We'll see you tonight. Jags Report Live. Sneakers in Jags Beach. Andre Sisco will join us 7 o'clock on Fox 30. And don't forget, we'll be in like RV City later this week. And Davoli's House of Cards tomorrow. Come visit us, St. Johns County, tomorrow at 3 p.m. Have a good night, everybody.
O'Reilly.
Count on the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts to recommend the best products for your vehicle and budget. Get maximum cooling system performance for 10 years or 300,000 miles with peak long life universal pre-mixed antifreeze and coolant. Now just $3.99 after mail-in rebate. Limit supply. Stop by O'Reilly Auto Parts today or visit O'ReillyAuto.com.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
When you download the Home Depot app, taking on big or small projects starts with a tap. It's your pocket-sized toolbox for getting more done. Image search helps you find what you need with a snap. Store mode pinpoints exactly where to go to get what you want while you're at our store. Or just tap to arrange for easy curbside pickup, all from the palm of your hand. It's the app that's made for doing. The Home Depot app. How doers get more done.
And now a small business setback, delivered by a kind French stranger.
Monsieur, there was an accident. The windshield of your catering van is, how do you say, kaput? But Progressive has an extensive network of repair shops. Now, we sing about the old days. Brave marin revient de guerre.
When things go wrong with your small business, it's comforting to know you have Progressive Commercial. Get a quote in as little as 6 minutes at progressivecommercial.com.
Croissance for everyone.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Coverage subject to policy terms and conditions.
The new Google Pixel 7 Pro is super, especially when it's on Verizon, the network America relies on. It's supercharged, super powered, and a super...
deal.
You know it. Now, switch to Verizon and get the Google Pixel 7 Pro on us with select trade-ins and select 5G unlimited plans.
That really is super.
Yep, there's never been a better time to switch to Verizon. $899.99 device payment purchase with new smartphone line on select 5G unlimited plans required. $200 Verizon e-gift card with ported. Less $700 trade-in/promo credit applied over 36 months. 0% APR. Trade-in conditions and additional terms apply.
Ready to swoop in the fall of 2022? The UNF Ospreys are ready with a lot of momentum on campus. New improvements at UNF Arena with basketball season right around the corner and tickets already on sale. The fall schedule underway in volleyball and men's and women's soccer, also men's and women's cross country. Get the latest news, schedules, results, and information on tickets for all things Ospreys at UNFospreys.com. Join the Osprey Club, attend a game or a match. Be a part of the momentum at the University of North Florida right now at UNFospreys.com.
Now you see it, now you don't. It's the Ghost Your Payments event going on now at Arlington Toyota Pre-Owned. That's no payments until 2023 on your pre-owned purchase. Arlington will even waive your last 6 lease or loan payments. Poof, they're gone. Got a trade? Arlington will pay up to MSRP for your trade. What are you waiting for? Shop the Ghost Your Payments event before this sale disappears. In person, 10939 Atlantic Boulevard and online at arlingtontoyota.com today. Visit arlingtontoyota.com/October for full detail.
Time for the report card on the Week 7 fantasy football picks, fueled by Celsius Essential Energy. Live fit. Hey, everybody, it's Brent Martineau. Dak Prescott returned. I thought that would be a good thing for Michael Gallup, but the Dallas Cowboys wide receiver didn't do a thing. He got goose-egged against the Lions. Prescott and the Cowboys win the game 24-6. And I mentioned it was time to really key in on Travis Etienne. Well, he had a 100-yard day. He had a touchdown. He did have a costly fumble, but it was a nice day for Etienne. Those are my picks, fueled by Celsius Essential Energy. Live fit.
Broadcasting live from the Anajar and Levine studios. Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys. Call 1-800-747-FREE. That's 1-800-747-3733.
WOKV Jacksonville. Listen live everywhere you go on ESPN690.com. ESPN690, a Cox Media Group station.
This is SportsCenter.
I'm Christine Lisi. Matt Ryan, who leads the NFL with 9 interceptions and 11 fumbles, is no longer the Colts starting quarterback. Coach Frank Reich announced that Sam Ehlinger will start the rest of the season, added that Ryan has an injured shoulder, but the change would have been made anyway. Jets running back Breece Hall, torn ACL, and key offensive lineman Elijah Vera Tucker, torn triceps, both out the rest of the season. Coach Todd Bowles says the Buccaneers need solutions. They need them fast, and there is nobody coming to save the day. On the offensive side, Bowles said they need more consistent play from everybody, adding the problems aren't all on quarterback Tom Brady, but he is partly to blame, believes ESPN's Ryan Clark.
When you look at this team, it isn't just about everyone around him, it's him too, right? Tom Brady isn't playing at a high level. Tom Brady isn't leading at a high level. Tom Brady isn't conducting himself as the quarterback of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers at a high level.
Ryan Clark on Greeny. Chargers receiver Mike Williams has a high ankle sprain and will miss some time, reports ESPN's Adam Schefter. LA cornerback J.C. Jackson is out the remainder of the season with a torn patellar tendon.
Keyshawn, J. Will, and Max.
All right. Potato. I got all the details.
It's not potato and a potato, sir.
What's a potato? What is a potato?
I've never heard anyone say potato. Potato.
The guys will be back Tuesday morning at 6 Eastern on ESPN Radio and on ESPN2.
Well, here we go. It's Monday evening. It's overtime with Kurtz and Middleton. We can't possibly overreact enough Monday. Disappointment in Jacksonville after another loss, which isn't surprising. But when the schedule came out and we all saw New York Giants, we all said, yep, we can pencil that one in. Nope. Could not pencil that one in. Brian Middleton, the broadcast on, is here. Kasey Kurtz with you as well. And Brian, you know how we do on Mondays, right? I've been doing this thing for a little bit. You have yet to share your thoughts to the people. You shared your thoughts with me. We sat next to each other in the press box. We had some conversations as the game was going on, but I don't know where you want to start, but I'll give you the option to start where you would like, and we will go from there. I imagine you're going to start on the defensive side of the football.
Okay, I don't know if that was a leading question, but I'm actually not going to. I'll tell you this much, Kasey. A lot of crazy stuff happening in the world, right? So I wasn't able to catch more information on this stuff happening with Matt Ryan and the Colts, but I got it. Somebody catch that up for me in the break, because
he got benched.
Yeah, well, I saw that and I was like, someone has to talk more. Okay,
he's done.
That seems okay. Anyway, well, I guess don't wait till the break. Kasey,
just quick. I mean, he's done. Sam Ehlinger's the quarterback of the Colts for the rest of the year. They've said that. Frank Reich said it.
Yeah, I caught that much. I didn't know if there was any more, like he said something in the meeting room. Did Matt Ryan?
Why was it in the meeting room, Brian? What are we going to do? Get Nick Foles on the show?
I don't know, man. I don't know who you know. I don't know who Aaron Shachter knows.
Not Nick Foles.
Maybe. He was here for a cup of coffee.
That is true.
You know, probably in a nice house somewhere. Queens Harbor or something. I don't know where he lives at. I don't know. Where do the players live at here? They live somewhere that I don't have access to. I don't know. All right. Maybe Nocatee or something. Maybe next to like Brent Martineau. Okay, this is my opinion, first and foremost.
Thank you.
So when you the one that were making such a big deal? Something that's not a big deal, Kasey. Okay, thoughts on the Jags?
Yeah.
So, Kasey, you've been to high school, all 5 years. And I got to be real with you.
All 5.
You don't come across as someone who was awkward with the girls, right? Amanda, if you're listening, and he was, put it in the chat, but you don't come across like that. You know what I mean?
I don't know where this is
You got
going.
the gift of gab. You're a tall dude. You played sports. You know what I mean? Like, you don't take nothing off of nobody. Like, you didn't have problems. If you wanted to have a date, you didn't have a problem getting a date for prom or whatever, right? But there is a large portion of boys, young men, that go through high school and probably into their freshman, sophomore year into college, and they are awkward when it comes to winning with the opposite sex. They are awkward. It's a process that most dudes have to go through, and there's a big percentage of guys that go through it like middle school, high school, and it may bleed into like that first week in the college, that first semester in the college, right? Okay? And then there are some who are, they learn faster. They learned all the way in middle school. That's what I think you did. You know what I mean? You figured it out. You're like, hey, this is how you do it. This is why I'm comfortable here. This is why I can win with the ladies or my lady. You know what I mean? Your high school sweetheart. Then there are some that it takes a little bit longer to, really make that transition. But they're making that transition, Kasey Kurtz. They make that transition. And then there are some that are, like the Panthers, even though they won, and they just, they're probably hopeless this time around. Anyway, I think the Jags are like those awkward middle school, high school boys that are trying to figure out, how do I ask this girl out on a date? How do I, like I'm weird, I'm a little awkward, I'm trying to grow up, I'm trying to figure out how to be a young man right now. I'm trying to figure out how to win with the women. I think that's what the Jags are right now. Only the women is just winning games. It's just being a good team. They got lacked all last year, okay? Introduced to things, and they were just like, we don't know what we're doing. We got no idea what we're doing. There's incompetency everywhere, right? And then this year, they've taken another step. They went from 8th grade to 9th grade. They've taken some hard knocks. They've been turned down. They're starting to hit puberty a little bit. They're growing up a little bit more. But they're not quite there yet. It's not all clicking just yet. They know that they got to go up. They got to have a little bit of game. You know what I mean? Because they ain't got no money. I'm just going back to the high schooler perspective. They got to have a little bit of game. All right? They're in the gym now. They're in third period gym, and they're doing all their reps now. They ain't skipping reps. You feel what I'm saying? They're trying to make sure, listen, man, I gotta be nice on the field, but you know what I mean? I'm trying to, build things up. And I think that correlates to where they're at right now. In every game this season, they've been in it, on the winning side or in the fourth quarter, they've had a chance. And right now they're awkwardly trying to find out how not to lose things in a new way. Okay? So right now, if I'm a Jags fan, regardless if you've been a Jags fan for 20 plus years or 10 plus years, and you've only had that one season in 2017, in the beginning of 2018, where you were just like, yeah, we got a real team here. Know that the Jags that you see right now are like 10th graders, huh? But they're like in the spring semester of 10th grade, and they're getting ready to hit the summer before their junior year. And junior year, Kasey, when I move up to be an upperclassman, that's when we're going to start seeing the real fruits of our labor. That's when we get out of the doldrums of 1-15, 2-15, picks in the end zone when we have the chance to go up, fumbling the ball yards away from the end zone when you cause your own fumble, dropping the ball when you're wide open that will help move the chains. Getting tackled 1 yard before the actual end zone, Kasey Kurtz, those awkward 10th grade moments are almost done. We just got, 10 more games. And then next season, you're going to be able to come in here and be like, it's another victory Monday. No need to overreact. Undefeated Jags once again. Week 11, week 12. So Kasey Kurtz, I'm optimistic about the Jags, and I'll hand it back over to you. That was good. I don't care. You
have been
lean back inside
about that monologue.
No, I have actually. I have it.
24 hours plus.
I have not. I should say that I have, but I have not. You know what I mean? It's a little crazy in there. You know what I mean? With traffic, and it did pop into my head, and I was like, you know what? I think we'll go with this. But that was like around 4:45.
Okay, so you've been marinating on it for like an hour.
Yeah. I've had time to.
Okay.
Anyway, go ahead.
So what you're saying, in much less words, is they're close, but they're not there yet. That's what you're going to come in here with.
Yeah, it's a lot less entertaining.
A lot less, but we would have been farther along. But
would we? We got to get through this first block. You know what I mean?
Anyway, the point of the story is they're not there yet, to your point. But it's also the most frustrating part of the whole thing. They're not there yet, but they're right there. They're fumble on the goal line as you're walking in there.
Agree.
They're not kick the field goal and go up 7 points there. Now that's on the coaching.
I'm about to say,
they're having 10 guys on the field and then having 12 guys on the field and then going offsides almost there. So at times they are almost there. But at times they look like they have no idea what they're doing. At times the coaching, it doesn't look like they know what they're doing either. And that really showed yesterday. Now, that's not one thing that we have seen yet from the coaching staff. At least I haven't believed it to be true. But, Brian, yesterday, I put the game on Doug Peterson and the coaching staff. You have to kick the field goal there. They wasted timeouts when they didn't need to. Not having enough players on the field and then having too many players on the field, you can't do that. And I guess at the end of the day, they couldn't stop Daniel Jones.
A sentence that nobody thought at the beginning of this season that we'd be saying.
Daniel Jones on the ground and in the air, throwing to wide receivers that inexplicably dropped passes that were wide open, beat the Jacksonville Jaguars. So as close as they are, as close as it feels like they are they?
Yeah.
I don't know that to be true, Brian.
Kasey, listen, and I'm sorry that I'm interrupting, your rebut. I got to be real with you. The word that you use, frustrating, to go back to my example, think about how, not you, I can speak from personal experience how frustrating it is to be a sophomore, guy who hasn't come into anything yet. Not his strength, not his body completely, you know what I'm saying? Not popularity. I mean, you got friends, and whatnot. You're not like a, like a hermit or something. You're not like a outcast or anything like that. But it's like, it's a frustrating feeling to know that you're so close. Like, man, I got it in me. I've shown it in places. I've made people laugh. I can't do it consistently. I've been around the popular folks. I can't keep it up consistently to be invited to these places and be in the conversation. You know what I'm saying? I haven't got invited to the right lunch table just yet, Kasey Kurtz. The frustrating part, you're so right. It is frustrating. You should be frustrated if you're a player, if you're a coach, especially if you're a fan, Kasey Kurtz. But on the other side of that frustration, hold on for a second. Come on, somebody. On the other side of that frustration, Kasey Kurtz, is what I like to call glory. You hear me? Glory and a bunch of wins, okay? And you probably would have some of that glory right now if you just use Riley Patterson, to your other point about kicking field goals. But, Kasey, that frustration is right here. That's what I'm saying. Spring semester, sophomore year, Kasey Kurtz. Summer can't get here fast enough, Kasey Kurtz. It works. It's growing on you already. I can tell it's growing on you.
Well, then answer me this.
Okay.
How come the Giants are there? How come the Giants, who are without a doubt less talented?
Yeah.
I think. Now, maybe I'm the idiot. Maybe I'm the one that has no idea what talent looks like. But when I look around at Trevor Lawrence, Travis Etienne, James Robinson, who we'll get into, Zay Jones, Christian Kirk, Evan Ingram, they're more talented than Daniel Jones and whoever the hell was playing wide receiver yesterday for the Giants.
First of all, it's White Lightning, okay? You got a new nickname for Daniel Jones here, a newfound respect.
But the reason that, that's fair. The reason that the frustration is even more there, and the reason that you should be upset about it, or at least you can be, because I'm not going to tell you how to feel, but if you are upset, I'm not going to be mad at you because I'm upset. But you look at that Giants team, and they were in the exact same spot. Were they picking first? No. Did they suck last year? Absolutely. They got Saquon Barkley back, who they didn't even really have anything going with through 3/4 of the game, and they find the way to win again? So I think your point is a valid one, but I would come back with, how did the Giants figure that out?
Some people figure it out a little bit faster. The Giants, okay, let's go back to the example really quick. The Giants and the Jags aren't necessarily the same team on paper.
Far from it.
We both believe that the Jags are way more talented. But what the Giants have a good mentor. Someone that can allow them to make the right decisions, right? Like, they have a great mentor. I think Doug Peterson is a good mentor at this point that's going to be great, right? But there's certain things in his psyche that I won't say it holds the team back, but definitely if you want to, Monday morning quarterback, if you want to, 2020 hindsight it, you'd be like, man, why'd you make that decision? Brian Daboll
is a great coach.
Right now is a great mentor for the example.
I have him right up there with Bill Belichick as it currently stands.
Oh, wow. Great winning percentage. And so, listen, if you got two kids, if you got two 10th graders that both have guys that are, upperclassmen or teachers or whoever, older brothers that are giving them advice, if there's one older brother that has just a bit more in the way of not sense, but the kind of advice that that steers him in the right direction, he can grow exponentially faster. His resume is going to look better. He's going to get more wins as opposed to if, another 10th grader's big brother is giving him solid advice, but telling him to take maybe more lumps than he needs to in order to get to the same spot that the other 10th grader did. I hope it doesn't sound like I'm talking in circles. What I'm saying is I think that has a lot to do, right, especially this game right here, with some decisions that were made from the coaches and, a few from the referees. But, what you going to do about that?
What you going to do about that? All right, I'm done using the high school analogy. It's a good one. I'll give you, it was fair. It was a good one. Here's something else that's fair and not a good one. The Jags defense sucked yesterday. They were not good.
Okay.
2 weeks in a row. And I guess Brent made this point. It's a fair one now looking back. They weren't good against Houston either. They just made plays when they had to. And the last 2 weeks, they haven't made plays at all. And the problem now is you got shredded by Matt Ryan, who just got benched for Sam freaking Ehlinger. I'm going to let it sit. That's the guy that sliced you up throwing the ball 60 times. And then Daniel Jones sliced you up. The pass rush is gone. It's missing in action. I asked you multiple times yesterday if they were even playing. It turns out they were. Trayvon Walker ended up with a sack. Josh Allen pushed him into him. Okay. So, they made a play. Where's the pass rush? Missing in action. Linebackers played all right. They played better. But they went after him right away. First play of the game. Crossing route to Slayton. Boom. Go after the Shaq Griffin replacement and Trey Herndon on the outside. Boom, long touchdown to start the game. Outside of Tyson Campbell, what do they have on defense now? Like, I'm starting from the very beginning. Outside of Tyson Campbell, what are we sure about? Remember when we did that the other week?
Yeah.
We're not going to make a list, but on defense, what are you sure about at this point? I'm sure of nothing but Tyson Campbell.
Wow.
They might have some pieces. Devin Lloyd flashed in the beginning. He had a pick yesterday that got taken off the board because of a bad penalty.
You know what I mean? He got 3 picks. I mean, technically 2, but I'm saying it's the 3rd pick. Hey, man, I'm still confident in this defense as a whole. However, right, as I Am Legend just said in the chat, by the way, Kasey Kurtz, where's 41? He's been on that. He's been on that. And I feel like there's going to be people, not me, but people at ESPN690 that make a lot more than me here, including, my co-host, that may have to apologize to I Am Legend, because I know you guys weren't high on him being so critical of 41. But, hey, listen, I'm still sure that this defense, okay, is going to get things figured out. That's what I'm confident in. Now, we talked about certain groups of the defense, whether it be the secondary and outside of Tyson Campbell. And, listen,
Rashean Jenkins is playing okay. I'll give you that.
He's fine.
Andre Cisco is not.
But even if he wasn't, it's not like you go to Wingard or something like that. Like, what are you going to do?
That is true.
So I think it's one of those things where you have some young players, but the guys that aren't young, I don't know how much of that is coaching and how much of that is just being outplayed. Does that make sense? Because if we're getting knocked with crossing routes for another week in a row.
Can't figure that out. I mean.
Like, and I'm not saying that they're not working on it, but I'm like, okay, this has got to be the first thing that you're looking at. Even if they exploit something else and don't do a crossing route, like, stop this part right here. But Kasey, I will say that though I'm not teeter-tottering on this defense as a whole, I might have been wrong. I said 5-7. Then I got real bold after week 2. I think after
probably.
Definitely the Colts. Yeah, definitely the Chargers game. And I was just like, top 5. Yeah, Buffalo, San Francisco, Jacksonville. Just, pick
not
one.
Even close.
Pick one. And yeah, I don't. Right now, these past 2-3 games, it's just been. I don't know, man. I don't know how you lose that. But that could be part of the consistency aspect too, Kasey. You know what I mean? We talk about the offense. We talk about Trevor. But that can be on the defensive side too, even though I'd be like, man, that's harder. It seems like it'd be easier to be consistent on the defense. But again, they're trying on the other side too. You got guys who are sitting up, working 60, 70, 80 hours, putting up game plans, trying to figure out, Walker and Lloyd and 41. You're trying to figure out where they can beat them as well, or Shaquille Griffin. So, they figure out. So, they're trying on the other side too. I do think this defense is going to figure it out. There will be changes, I'm sure, from year to year. But as constructed, I think that there is a possibility that you get back on track. What that looks like, though, who has to make the changes, that's going to be inside that building, Kasey Kurtz. I mean, I know who is lacking to you the most on the defensive side? Whether it be, I don't know, Griffin, or whether it be, I don't know. Who would you put the most not most disappointing, but you're just like, man, I thought you were this, and right now you're not that.
The group that is dedicated to rushing the passer.
Okay, that's fair.
Right?
Yeah, that's fair.
Because I'm not going to put Kasey and Devon Hamilton in here because they are stuffing the run a little bit, right? Barkley, to the point, 3 quarters in, wasn't doing much.
Yeah.
And that's Aluakin and Devin Lloyd too, right? So I'll give them in. But Josh Allen, Trayvon Walker, Arden Key, Smoot, I'll lump him in even though he plays against the run as well. Roy Robertson Harris, I don't really feel like I should lump him in. But, what is it, 2 weeks in a row? Like, they did get one yesterday, okay, whatever. But that's like 2 weeks in a row where you're nowhere near the quarterback most of the time. The only time you're touching the quarterback is if you're hitting him illegally.
Yeah. Oh.
Like, that's a problem. And that wasn't a problem 3 weeks into the season.
Right.
So to your point, is it inconsistencies, or were they just easy to figure out once they were on tape? And yesterday, not that I wanted this to happen, right? You hate to see people get injured. Evan Neal got carted off. Ben Brederson or whatever his name was got carted off.
Oh, I thought it was game time. When I saw the Neal injury, I didn't cheer, but I was over. You were right next to me. You know what I mean?
Daniel Bellinger, starting tight end, carted off. So those are 3 guys. Well, 2 and the tight end, because the tight end blocks. Those are 2 guys you pay money to block, and they're out of the game, and you still can't get home? That's a problem. Red flag, red flag, red flag.
Yeah.
Not good. Second would be the corners. Mostly whoever's playing opposite Tyson Campbell. Because here's the thing. Trey Herndon didn't play bad. He got burned. And that can't happen. Darius Williams played okay inside. And Tyson's great. But it just seems like now, 2 weeks in a row, whoever they got on the outside over there just isn't going to get it done. I don't know what the deal with that is. I don't know if they're going to figure it out. But, Alec Pierce and Slayton, those are the 2 guys that beat you.
Exactly.
Deep.
And Kasey, to your point, because I don't know who you were about to, what you were about to say next, but, the wide receivers get better on this schedule.
The wide receivers next week are going to be pretty good.
You know what I'm saying?
And the week after that, it's the best in the league.
Yeah, it's So
it's not going to get easier. Now, if you got Tyson Campbell falling around Devontae Adams, I'll actually pay money to see that. I don't have to because I can just go. But, I would pay money to see that because I think Tyson Campbell's that good. Mm-hmm. I truly believe that. Tyson Campbell, after I just went in on the defense, Tyson Campbell's great, I think. He's going to be, right? Still need more on tape. But, you saw it yesterday. Tyson Campbell's over there, and the guy that he's guarding is like, I'm just here so you're not anywhere else. That's what it felt like. They're not going to throw it to me. I'm just going to hang out over here with you, and we're going to throw it to the other side of the field.
Right.
That's what, if he's doing that against every team, but that's where the problem lies, because then the other side of the field is just getting attacked. And again, Trey Herndon did okay. He got beat deep when it mattered, and that's a problem.
What percentage of the blame would you put on Caldwell? Is this still tough to do at this point because you're just like, is it the players or is it scheme or is it adjustments?
You were sitting next to me. I almost had an aneurysm yesterday when they went 10 guys on the field. Then they had to burn a timeout.
Yeah.
Then they had 12 on the field. And then they went off sides, and then the Giants eventually scored there, obviously. That I'm putting on coaching. So to that point, I think coaching plays a part. Maybe this is Mike Caldwell very early into his defensive coordinator career, and people are figuring him out. Maybe that's just what it is. Brian Dable is a smart dude, obviously. The Colts might have put something on tape, and they're like, hey, we're going to try this. We're going to get the ball out quick. We're going to do this and see if it works. And the Giants are like, all right, why not? So I put some of it on him, but I think they're just putting what they have on tape, and they're going to have to adjust, right? They came out hot. The league made adjustments for them, just like the league does. Can they now make the adjustment on the league for the Broncos not expecting it? Now, the Broncos are going to have a different plan of attack without Russell Wilson. Even though the last 2 weeks we've seen, hey, run crossing routes, go opposite Tyson Campbell, you're probably going to make some plays. Even with good receivers, are they going to ask Brett Ripien to do that without Russell Wilson? I don't know, and I would bet probably not. So we'll have to see what they do. But I think that their adjustments need to be made from the defense and the defensive coordinator because I think they're just getting found out. And that's what happens in the league. I will say, though, Rashean Jenkins, he's playing well. He had a nice tip yesterday. Not a ball that he could possibly intercept. He got all the way up. He knocked it down. So I don't want to lump him into this, but I think they also have a slight tackling problem.
Yeah, no, that's understatement. But maybe a lot of teams do, but it gets accentuated. It gets, blown up even more when you're continuing to lose games. Because at this point, it's like, oh, you had Daniel Jones for the sack. Oh, no, you didn't. No, you didn't. Oh, you know what? You actually stopped Saquon even though it's the fourth quarter and it looks like we're still going to – oh, no, you didn't. No, you didn't. Oh, you had him right there in the backfield. Now, that one play, Kasey, where Saquon turned into a video game.
Nastiest thing I've seen in person.
I was like, how is his ACL still there? How are his knee ligaments still doing that? Because he left, right, and then still made it like a 5-yard, 10-yard gain. I was like, holy smokes, man. I don't blame anybody for missing that. But, yeah, on top of the missed tackles, it's just like pick a struggle,
Yeah.
And I don't want to jump on them because ultimately, in Kasey, I'm going to speak for you for a second, even though you're going to be like, I'm dead wrong. you ultimately believe in this team 75%. I mean, 75% of the players that we have here, I think you believe in them. I think you're thinking that there's going to be some offseason moves, maybe some trade deadline moves, but definitely some offseason moves. There's a couple of key areas that we just need to either coach up or get something else in here, whether it be via free agency or the draft. And that's where I am too. But I think that this team is better than 2-5. Regardless of how the defense has played the past couple of games, regardless of how the offense has been in a couple of games, regardless of how Trevor had been in a couple of games, I think that this team, honestly, should be no worse than 4-3. But the fact of the matter is they're 2-5. And so that's why, I'm having to jump on them, even though you don't want to jump on somebody who's actually trying hard. You can tell that they're trying. You can tell the frustration even when we were, sitting in the presser with Coach Peterson. That's listen, we've sat in a couple of losses with him, and I'll be real with you. He seemed actually like this was I'm mad. Like he kept it together. You know what I'm saying? And you can tell. But listen, when you're losing.
Here's the thing. I would like to co-sign, right? I would like to be like, you know what?
However.
Here's why I can't. They lost to Houston, who's 1-4-1.
Yeah.
So I can't sit here and be like, oh, they're better than 2-5. No, they're not. They lost to Houston, who's terrible. And if they lose to Denver, the Colts are terrible. I mean, who else have they lost to? If Philly's good. The Giants, they're 6-1. I think the Giants are pretty good. But I'm not going to sit here and be like, oh, they're better than 2-5. No, they're not. They lost to Houston at home. They lost to Houston at home.
Yeah, we agree to disagree. I would be interested in, I probably should do that for the next show or something, to see what their fourth quarters look like in losses. Because I know they got outscored 10-0 this past game. I'd like to see how much they're getting outscored. And they scored a touchdown in the Indy game, but I don't know if they had a field goal or anything prior to that, but they got outscored, That's, Kasey, I get that line of reasoning, except for the fact that if you can look at an entire game, something that you say sometimes and people say in general, as far as the eye test, are looking at the entirety of the game, not just the end result. This is a team, and you can ask the Giants, they had Saquon. I don't know how Saquon got 100 yards. And be real with you, I looked up and I was like, Daniel Jones got 100 yards? It was like
I feel
that kind of deal.
I can feel that Daniel Jones got 100 yards.
Do you?
I do.
It felt like he had 2 big runs. But it said he had like 10 rushes.
It's the run game, dog. 2 big ones.
White lightning.
A couple others for 4, and you're there. So.
Oh, I've never seen black lightning. Seems kind of redundant now. Just lightning.
I think that's a TV show.
Oh, white lightning? Oh, okay.
No, black lightning.
Oh, black lightning.
I think.
Like a Marvel?
Yeah, like a superhero show. I think. We'll double check.
Okay. Yeah,
Here's one thing, though, that I feel as we go to break.
Oh.
That I feel, at least, we didn't have to start the show with the quarterback.
2 weeks in a row. Hey!
And here's the thing. That's a big deal because I think to the point we've been making, right? We started with the defense and like, hey, you know what? They were legit and now maybe not. Maybe they're not legit. But at least we're not saying that about the quarterback because it was another good performance and it was not a bad performance.
He can't help himself.
Right.
Kasey's like, not too much praise. Not too much.
And I don't think he did much wrong. He missed a throw to Zay Jones. We'll talk more about the offense when we come back. But at least we're not talking about the quarterback being the issue after a loss to the New York Giants. But nonetheless, it isn't a loss to the New York Giants. The Jags are in some trouble now. They go to London to play Denver. Don't lose to Denver because then you got the Raiders and then you got the Chiefs and then you got the Ravens. If you think it's gotten out of hand in a hurry, it's going to get out of hand even faster if they can't beat the Broncos. You beat the Broncos, then it's a weird league. I'm not saying they're going to beat the Chiefs, but the Ravens, you got to beat Denver, though. They got to go to London and really win where they won last year, at least in that country. So more to talk about. We talk about Trevor Lawrence, the offense coming up on the other side. Overtime with Kurtz and Middleton. ESPN 690. We'll be right back.
Now, the First Alert forecast on ESPN 690. Clear skies, nice and cool tonight. Temperatures dropping into the 50s. Plenty of sun and a pretty warm Tuesday. Highs tomorrow reach the lower 80s. For the CBS 47 and Fox 30 Action News Jax First Alert Weather Center, I'm Chief Meteorologist Mike Burrish.
The Weather Center is brought to you by Beards Diamonds. Get the guaranteed lowest price at the only locally owned diamond store in the St. John's Town Center.
My heart was racing just making spaghetti. I could have waited to tell my doctor, but I didn't wait.
I was short of breath just reading a book. I could have delayed telling my doctor, but I didn't wait.
They told their doctors and found out they have atrial fibrillation, a condition which makes it about 5 times more likely to have a stroke. If you have one or more of these symptoms, irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness, this is no time to wait. Contact your doctor.
Brought to you by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Finding the right Medicare plan? Oof, no easy feat. Kind of like those dances my granddaughter loves making me do. But then I found Walgreens FindRx coverage. Lets you compare plans online, over the phone, or in person. Made Medicare shopping so easy. Plus, I found plans with low-cost copays. I can get down with that. When you need to talk Medicare, Walgreens is here. Start shopping today at walgreens.com/Medicare.
Did you hear about Taco Bell's apology? Yeah, they apologized for going too far with their breakfast. Like the naked egg taco and chicken biscuit nachos? It was too much. All you need in the morning is tasty, simple food. Like the breakfast crunch wrap. Fluffy eggs, melty cheese, sausage, crispy hash browns, wrapped in a warm tortilla. Or, as some call it, a breakfast crunch thing. Grab one today, only at Taco Bell. At participating U.S. Taco Bell stores during breakfast hours only until 11 a.m. While supplies last. Contact local store for hours and participation which vary.
Hi, this is Joe Cordell with the law firm Cordell & Cordell. Divorce can be complicated, especially if children are involved. If you're a father and want to protect your role in your children's lives, remember Cordell & Cordell. We've helped men with matters like these for 30 years, and we'd love to help you.
Contact Cordell & Cordell to schedule an appointment with one of our firm's Jacksonville area attorneys. Offices in Jacksonville and by appointment only in Ponte Vedra Beach. Online at CordellCordell.com. Lisa Cargis, Florida resident partner. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois only.
If you play a sport or coach a sport or watch a sport in Jacksonville, there's a really good chance that uniform was ordered through Baker Sports. Look good, feel good, play good. Custom sports apparel at Baker Sports since 1997 and a staff that wants to help you. They are experts in the business and make outfitting your team a seamless endeavor. The homegrown Jacksonville business is now the top choice for apparel all over the Southeast. Baker Sports, uniforms, hats, shoes, embroidery, screen printing, and 3D printing. They do it all at Baker Sports, helping make your team look good.
Sell your home with a guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate. You'll save time and make the most money. Hi, this is Mark Spain, and our offers are the strongest in the industry, so you can sell your home stress-free and make the most money. When you get a guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate, there are no showings, no open houses, and no stress. Find out what your guaranteed offer would be. There's no obligation. Call 855-299-SOLD or go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer on your home today. That's markspain.com and start packing.
Certain restrictions apply.
Are you ready for a scary good deal? Then get to Arlington Toyota for the Ghost Your Payments event and watch your payments like a ghost disappear. How about no payments until 2023 on your new Toyota purchase? Arlington will even waive your last 6 lease or loan payments. Got a trade? Arlington will pay up to MSRP for your trade. You'll also get no maintenance costs for 4 years. It's the Ghost Your Payments event going on now at Arlington Toyota, 10939 Atlantic Boulevard and online at arlingtontoyota.com. Visit arlingtontoyota.com/October for full detail.
Do you make a purchase just because it's cheap? Never, right? So why would you ever purchase a do-it-yourself security system just because it's cheap? Right now, some companies say you can buy a refurbished one for a whopping $206. Refurbished means the last family found it unacceptable, and now they want to pawn it off on you. And that's more upfront money than SafeTouch security charges for their Advantage package, which includes a two-way communicator. And the SafeTouch system includes free installation by SafeTouch professionals. After all, you're the least experienced security installer you know, right? SafeTouch gives you 24/7 UL-approved monitoring in their very own central station right here where you live. So the do-it-yourself system has cheap, non-professional equipment, comes with no Florida license, and wholesale who-knows monitoring. SafeTouch Security comes with the finest equipment available, certified installers, and monitoring right here in Florida, with a lifetime warranty on parts and labor. Call 888-723-8682 or visit safetouch.com today. State license number EF0000233.
Action Sports Jax. Watch, listen, subscribe. You can watch us on CBS 47 and Fox 30. You can listen right here on ESPN 690. And you can subscribe to our YouTube and podcast, Action Sports Jax on ESPN 690. Action Sports Jax. Watch, listen, subscribe.
Overtime with Kurtz in Middleton, ESPN 690. Middleton is Brian Middleton, the broadcast on the ones and twos. Kasey Kurtz with you as well after a Jags disappointing loss to the Giants. But at least we're not talking Trevor Lawrence and quarterback problems. But we will now in a positive way. Trevor Lawrence, 300 yards passing. Missed a touchdown to Zay Jones.
Can't help yourself.
Made some plays. Like Trevor played all right, right?
Yeah, he played all right.
All right, I'm just checking, making sure everybody feels the same way. Here's something that I know we're not going to feel the same way on, or at least I think so. We asked Rashean Mathis earlier. We asked Maurice Jones-Drew earlier.
Okay.
Because me and Brent had a conversation all summer. We had it multiple times after they signed Christian Kirk. Do you rather have Christian Kirk or DK Metcalf?
Yeah.
And if you look at the numbers, Christian Kirk's probably your guy. And if you look at early in the season, well, Christian Kirk's probably your guy. DK Metcalf scores a touchdown on the last play of the game.
Yeah, he does.
So, which brings up the question, do they still need a number one receiver?
That is not a tight segment question, by the way, Kasey.
Well, then don't keep it tight. I mean, listen, we'll figure it out.
All right.
I mean, listen. And I know people think about number one receivers in a lot of ways. Christian Kirk is extremely valuable to this team. I am in no way suggesting that Christian Kirk is not worthy of being on the team. Nothing like that. I think they are significantly better with Christian Kirk. But they don't have that guy right now. Go get it. I'm going to throw it up. Marvin is the closest thing you had to that, and he made an incredible one-handed catch. But when you think about number one receivers around the league, Mike Evans, A.J. Brown, DK Metcalf, Jalen Waddle, or Tyreek Hill, I should probably say.
Yeah.
Again, different style, but I think they still need a guy, Brian Middleton. I think Christian Kirk is going to be great for this team. I'm not down on him. I'm just saying they still need that dude.
That sounds nice, but you're down enough on him to where this isn't just a topic, to get us to the next break. And this is something that you thought about, and I think a lot of people have thought about. Listen, I think Christian Kirk has shown us.
I'm going to throw a wrench in it in a second, but go on.
Okay. I think Christian Kirk has shown that he is probably going to be worth the money that he's been paid. I know there's been a couple of games prior to this one right here, but he had 7 catches, I believe, for almost 100 yards, like 95, 96 yards.
He's great.
And
I'm not arguing that.
Yeah, and I think that he has the talent to be, the guy, the number one option on the team. Because I look at it this way. If the team can get better, get better. If for some reason, and this is no knock on Christian Kirk, but if for some reason Devontae Adams was out there, I mean, I don't know anybody besides the Raiders because they already have him who wouldn't take him.
Well,
maybe the Rams. Maybe the Rams. Go ahead.
Let's jump on this one real quick just from the stream because I think it's a good point.
Go ahead.
Amari Cooper was available, right?
Yes, and okay.
I mean at the time, I thought the same thing. I'm like, Amari Cooper, okay. But if you had Amari Cooper and Christian Kirk, because Amari Cooper wasn't going to cost all of that. I'm saying you get 2 guys that you think are 1A, 1B, and it could be either on either day. Now, I like that. But Amari Cooper can make you those plays. Hey, man, go get it. And then Christian Kirk can give you something that Amari Cooper can't. So I think that was Little Big Man that said that in the YouTube chat.
Yeah, he out here dropping gems right here. Yep.
I mean, it's an interesting point.
Yeah, I mean, if you have both of those guys, especially, I thought it might be something where it was like Amari over Christian Kirk. I'm like, 2 sides of the same coin.
No, definitely both.
But yeah, both. That's looking dangerous. But again, I'm going back to you got Travis back there starting to really ramp up. And I'm telling you, man, the fact that he had like over 100 yards, like 115 yards, I believe, or something like that, something close to that, that opens up things. Trevor out here had one of his best games this season, even though if you look at the completion percentage, you might be like, but his first 300-yard game this past season, no interceptions, no TDs, but no interceptions. And they complement each other so well. I think the more that you get that backfield going, whatever it looks like, but especially with Travis Etienne and his dynamic ability to both run and catch, balls right out of the backfield, defense has to respect that. That's going to help out Kirk and the boys and vice versa. Every time you make a crazy catch like that, Marvin Jones, Zay Jones, Christian Kirk, whatever, like that's going to help out the run game. That helps out Trevor as well. So, to your original question, I think that we're fine with Christian Kirk being the number one option if that's how you want to label him based off of his contract and what happened in free agency and what we thought he was coming into this season. But I don't think anybody is safe outside of maybe, Trevor and Trayvon and Devin. Travis, Cam, he just re-signed something, but I don't think anybody's like super safe. If something comes on the table and you're like, hey, let's just use the Amari Cooper example. For some reason, we can pick up Amari Cooper.
He was available.
And keep Christian Kirk.
Odell Beckham Jr. is available.
If we think he could be better.
They're not bringing in Odell Beckham Jr., but that's just the point of it.
Your point, yeah. I think that Christian Kirk is our one, yes. Do I think that it needs to continue to grow and mesh and become even better? Yes. But they've had good games. He's had good games so far. So let's not jump off the Kirk bandwagon. Not that you are. I'm
not off of it. I'm just saying Lil Big Man said it. They need a guy that can win on the outside and go up and get it because Trevor can throw that ball. They just don't have the guy right now that can go up and get it. An interesting one, though, from the chat, some kind of minister, I think, DJ Chark. Should they have kept DJ Chark? Now, granted,
that's interesting.
Little Big Man brings up another point. Chark was leaving regardless, which I believe to be true.
Yeah,
so I don't know if they could have kept DJ Chark.
Oof.
But see, that's the kind of guy they need on the outside, right? They need something like that. So to the point, Kirk might still be your one. You need a guy on the outside that's big and can go get it. DJ Chark did that when he was here at times. Now, granted, I think he was gone either way. But it's an interesting point. Yeah. And now here's where I'll throw the wrinkle into it. We love Devin Lloyd. I love Devin Lloyd. I think he's a good player. I think he's had his moments where it's been not so good, and he's had great moments.
He's going to different.
I'm gonna say a name.
Holy smokes!
And everybody listening's gonna be like, George Pickens. If they had George Pickens with Christian Kirk.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
What do you mean, yeah? He's on the outside making plays for the Steelers.
Yeah, well, okay. Well, back up. First and foremost, it's not like he's the ultimate game changer for the Steelers. Okay, let's calm down right here.
To that point, Brian, they can't afford to pay two guys. You have to get one in the draft now.
Yeah, but what if Devin Lloyd doesn't make some of these interceptions or some of the other plays that he's made?
No, I love Devin Lloyd to that point.
I'm saying everything changes. Let's say that we do get a guy like George Pickens or George Pickens himself and not Devin Lloyd. Well, now we're here and we've scored some more points. We've made some more catches, but maybe on the defensive end, and I know a lot of people are thinking they already are like Swiss cheese on a couple of these drives, but maybe we are still in the same, situation because defensively we dropped another game that we won, one of the two games that we won, and we ended up maybe beating the Texans. So, yeah, a guy like Pickens, maybe in the upcoming draft, I don't know. We don't know what's going to actually come to fruition, but that's another good point. I'm with you. If you got another guy on the outside and you can't just, focus on Kirk or, even like, Jones or something like that, if you give the defense something else to worry about on top of what you got going on in the backfield, Kasey, I'm with you. Let's do it.
And the answer, by the way, I'm playing fantasy football like in front of a microphone right now.
I like it.
But the right answer exists, and that's DJ Moore.
You the right one, Kasey. You the right one.
They're not going to do it, right? That's not what's going to happen. Like, I'm not sitting here and telling you these things are going to happen because they're not. But DJ Moore's that guy.
Oh, yeah, he is.
They're not going to do it because you have to pay him, and they can't afford to pay two of these guys because Christian Kirk is here, and I want him to be here. But you're seeing now kind of what we thought could come in the summer. Do they have the guy to make the play? Because DK Metcalf gets in. A.J. Brown gets in. Christian Kirk comes up a yard short. And that's just the way it is. Yep. And even after all of that, boy, I'd love them to get DJ Moore. But even after all of
That'd be insane. That would be an insane situation.
See, and now here's where the problem comes back in. You got like the 8th pick in the draft right now or the 5th pick in the draft. Like, you're not giving that up. It makes sense, but you're not giving it up. So, like, that dream's dead because you're not getting him without a first. But anyway, all of that to be said, after everything we've said for the last 47 minutes, they were 1 yard away from winning the game, or at least tying it up.
With all of our qualms, with all of our critiques.
And that's why it's annoying. That's why it's annoying. 1 yard away. It doesn't even feel like it. Like, I don't even know how to, like, I can't really gauge how everybody's feeling. But, like, to me, they're a yard away, and I'm like, they were? Like, I sat there and watched the whole thing. I'm like, really? If he would have got in there, they would have won? You're telling me they would have got a W? Like, it doesn't even feel like that to me.
I was waiting on somebody to come push them into the end zone.
Yeah, they just couldn't. I mean,
this is like, nah, I guess it's not going to happen, huh? Don't
props
blow the whistle.
But props to them because the execution was there.
Yeah?
It just didn't work. And at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter. They almost did it because they lost the football game to the New York Giants, who are 6-1. Jags are 2-5, and they will play the Denver Broncos in London, which is a fascinating football game. We got all week to talk about it.
Is it? You think people around Tree are excited about that game?
No.
Oh.
Absolutely not. The viewership will be pretty low. But it should be fascinating in Jacksonville because it's probably going to be Brett Ripien.
Hey, yeah.
That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying.
I really
Anyway.
hope they win that game.
They need to.
I really hope they win that game.
Overtime with Kurtz and Middleton. We're still trying to figure these things out, and we go until 7:30. We take you up to the start of coverage from Westwood 1 between the Patriots and the Bears. I've been kind of out of touch today, but I just saw Mac Jones warming up on the TV. I don't know if he's playing or not. We'll check into that. Justin Fields is playing, though, for the Chicago Bears, so we will keep you updated on that. We'll take you up until coverage of that one. More to do, though. Overtime with Kurtz and Middleton. We'll be right back.
And when you want to, with Community First, get free checking with rewards and free digital tools that make managing your money simple and life simply better. Add an account at justbeyourself.com. Community First Credit Union, federally insured by NCUA.
In Florida, it's not if the storms are coming, it's when the storms are coming. And that's why you need the Chief. Jacksonville's chief meteorologist, Mike Burrish, with a proven track record of keeping local families safe. Rain, heat, hurricanes, flooding, tornadoes. We get it all. Just more reasons why you need the Chief. Chief Meteorologist Mike Burrish, backed by the First Alert Weather Team. Only on CBS 47 and Fox 30 Action News Jax.
Men, if you're struggling with erectile dysfunction or PE and frustrated taking pills that don't work, Prime Men's Medical Center offers breakthrough medical treatments that effectively treat your problem. 98% of patients experience immediate results during their first office visit. And for a limited time, your initial consultation and first treatment are completely free. Listen to a specialist in men's health.
I'm Dr. Rubinsky. The physicians at Prime Men's Medical Center offer the most advanced treatments that eliminate ED and PE. Now men are lasting 30, 60, 90 minutes or longer, regardless of age or medical history.
Guys, to eliminate your frustration in the bedroom, call Prime Men's Medical Center now to take advantage of this exclusive limited-time offer. Your initial consultation and first treatment are totally free, and you'll see instant results right in the office. Call now. 904-664-8214. 904-664-8214. That's 904-664-8214.
October is birthday month for Zero Res. To celebrate, just say happy birthday, Zero Res, and we will give you up to $75 off your cleaning. That's our birthday gift to you. Some minimums apply, so give us a call. Zero Res, spelled forward or backwards, it's the right way to clean.
The new Google Pixel 7 Pro is super, especially when it's on Verizon, the network America relies on. It's supercharged, super powered, and a super...
deal.
You know it. Now, switch to Verizon and get the Google Pixel 7 Pro on us with select trade-ins and select 5G unlimited plans.
That really is super.
Yep, there's never been a better time to switch to Verizon. $899.99 device payment purchase with new smartphone line on select 5G unlimited plans required. $200 Verizon e-gift card with ported. Less $700 trade-in/promo credit applied over 36 months. 0% APR. Trade-in conditions and additional terms apply.
Here at Rhino Shield, we've been protecting homes for over 20 years. We're your go-to coating company for repairing and coating stucco, but Rhino Shield is engineered for any surface. Our coating is perfect for any siding or other material used on homes. From stucco to vinyl, brick, wood, or hardy board, if it's on your house, we can coat it. You know how in every good ad there's always a, but wait, There's more. Well, here it is. Not only do we protect homes, but we also do commercial and industrial buildings. If your business office gives the wrong impression or your warehouse looks the worse for wear, we are ready and able to get your building up to standards you can be proud of. Come check us out. Learn how we can help you or your business look great with 30% off your next job. It's a new day at Rhino Shield. Call or visit us online to set up an appointment. Rhino Shield, engineered to outlast paint.
There's life before sports injury. There's life after. You're in pain, and you need answers, fast. Mayo Clinic's orthopedic and sports medicine team will see you same day, no referral necessary. Rest assured, we'll get it right from the start and have you back in action as quick as you can say. Ranked the #1 hospital in Florida for orthopedics. To schedule, visit sportsmedicine.mayoclinic.org.
Nights of Lights in St. Augustine is November 19th through January 31st. Avoid crowds, long lines, and the hassles of parking and step on board the White Pelican with Red Boat Tours. 3 tours daily, 1 family-friendly, and 2 BYOB cruises. See our website for details. You can even book the whole boat for your office and family Christmas parties. Let Captain Tony and Miss Jennifer show you the millions of lights in the city multiplied by the reflection on the water. It's breathtaking. Book early. The season fills up fast. Go to redboattours.com. That's redboattours.com.
Ready to hit the road this fall? Maybe a trip to the mountains or over the river to Grandma's? Then listen up, because you need to rent a Toyota from Arlington Toyota. If you've tried to rent lately, then you know rental companies are short on inventory, but not our friends over at Arlington Toyota Rent-A-Car. Arlington has 2022 and 2023 models in stock and ready to rent at a great price. Plus, renting a Toyota is the best way to try it before you buy it. Go to arlingtontoyota.com, reserve your rental, and discover just how good Toyota Rent-A-Car can be.
Just a couple of minutes before we hit the top of the hour. Overtime, Kurtz and Middleton, Brian Middleton, Kasey Kurtz on ESPN 690. We're talking about the Jags. We will continue to talk about the Jags into the 7 o'clock hour as we take you until 7:30, because there's more to discuss. We haven't even talked about the James Robinson situation, Travis Etienne, Doug Peterson. We got to talk about some of that as well. So we will do all of that in the 7 o'clock hour. But Brian, we only have a couple of minutes. What happened to your Yankees, dog? They golfing. They got swept.
So listen, man, being a Jags fan, we should all know, man, when you're dealing with umpires, you're dealing with stuff like that, man, when you got to fight the team and you got to fight the officials, you know, like it's a tough go.
The Yankees got swept.
It's a tough sell. You know what I mean? And it's Houston. All right, so there should be all kinds of clouds of doubt around that.
They're
all right?
definitely cheating.
Shout out to Rusty though. Appreciate him. Like him. You know, good for him.
So just if you haven't been following, Brian Middleton has been very high on the Atlanta Braves and the New York Yankees, who I confirmed to him would not make it to the World Series. He argued with me for months.
I did.
And here we are with a Phillies-Astros World Series. I can't believe I'm saying this, but go Phils. More Jags talk on the other side. We'll be right back.
If you play a sport or coach a sport or watch a sport in Jacksonville, there's a really good chance that uniform was ordered through Baker Sports. Look good, feel good, play good. Custom sports apparel at Baker Sports since 1997, and a staff that wants to help you. They are experts in the business and make outfitting your team a seamless endeavor. The homegrown Jacksonville business is now the top choice for apparel all over the Southeast. Baker Sports, uniforms, hats, shoes, embroidery, screen printing, and 3D printing. They do it all at Baker Sports, helping make your team look good.
Men, if you're struggling with erectile dysfunction or PE and frustrated taking pills that don't work, Prime Men's Medical Center offers breakthrough medical treatments that effectively treat your problem. 98% of patients experience immediate results during their first office visit. And for a limited time, your initial consultation and first treatment are completely free. Listen to a specialist in men's health.
I'm Dr. Rubinski. The physicians at Prime Men's Medical Center offer the most advanced treatments that eliminate ED and PE. Now men are lasting 30, 60, 90 minutes or longer, regardless of age or medical history.
Guys, to eliminate your frustration in the bedroom, call Prime Men's Medical Center now to take advantage of this exclusive limited-time offer. Your initial consultation and first treatment are totally free, and you'll see instant results right in the office. Call now, 904-664-8214. 904-664-8214. That's 904-664-8214.
It's Jay with Rhino Shield. In over 20 years of protecting stucco homes, we've never had a 40% off sale. So here it is. Call us now to save 40%.
Go Rhino Shield. Never paint your house again.
On the go, you own it. At Community First Credit Union, you can own it all. There's nobody quite like you. So be yourself and bank your way at Community First. Get free checking with rewards, your paycheck deposited a day early, and other benefits like Zelle. An easy way to pay family and friends for complete control of your money. Go ahead, own it. Add an account at justbeyourself.com. Community First Credit Union. Just be yourself. Federally insured by NCUA. Terms and conditions apply.
Nights of Lights in St. Augustine is November 19th through January 31st. Avoid crowds, long lines, and the hassles of parking and step on board the White Pelican with Red Boat Tours. 3 tours daily, 1 family-friendly, and 2 BYOB cruises. See our website for details. You can even book the whole boat for your office and family Christmas parties. Let Captain Tony and Miss Jennifer show you the millions of lights in the city multiplied by the reflection on the water. It's breathtaking. Book early. The season fills up fast. Go to redboattours.com. That's redboattours.com.
Now you see it, now you don't. It's the Ghost Your Payments event going on now at Arlington Toyota Pre-Owned. That's no payments until 2023 on your pre-owned purchase. Arlington will even waive your last 6 lease or loan payments. Poof, they're gone. Got a trade? Arlington will pay up to MSRP for your trade. What are you waiting for? Shop the Ghost Your Payments event before this sale disappears. In person, 10939 Atlantic Boulevard and online at arlingtontoyota.com today. Visit arlingtontoyota.com/October for full details.
In Florida, it's not if the storms are coming, it's when the storms are coming. And that's why you need the Chief. Jacksonville's chief meteorologist, Mike Burrish, with a proven track record of keeping local families safe. Rain, heat, hurricanes, flooding, tornadoes. We get it all. Just more reasons why you need the Chief. Chief Meteorologist Mike Burrish, backed by the First Alert Weather Team. Only on CBS 42.
Broadcasting live from the Anajar and Levine studios. Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys. Call 1-800-747-FREE. That's 1-800-747-3733.
WOKV Jacksonville. Listen live everywhere you go on ESPN690.com. ESPN690, a Cox Media Group station.
This is SportsCenter.
Hello there. I'm Mark Robbins. NFL Monday Night Football from Foxborough. The Patriots hosting the Bears. You can expect fog. And expect Mac Jones to get some action as the Patriots quarterback. His injured ankle has healed. He's expected to play some. Meanwhile, Matt Ryan doesn't expect to play for the Colts anytime soon. The team announcing Ryan's been benched, replaced by Sam Ehlinger, the second-year quarterback out of the University of Texas. Ryan did sustain a shoulder injury on Sunday, but the team says the move is for the rest of the season. ESPN NFL analyst Jeff Saturday explains the Colts' reasoning for the switch.
He's a very athletic guy. He can get on the move, also moving the pocket, looking for those deep shots. Here's the thing. They got Pittman. They have Alec Pierce. They got good tight ends, big body guys. I'm talking 6 foot, 6'1", 2. These are big body human beings. Put the ball up and let those guys go be athletes. That's what Sam brings to this table. That's what the expectation is going to be, is to use your legs to buy time or make plays and also hit those big receivers in stride.
That is Jeff Saturday on ESPN's NFL Rewind. NFL injury news continuing. Jets rookie running back Breece Hall tore his ACL Sunday in the win over Denver. Done for the season. Dolphins cornerback Byron Jones has been on the physically unable to perform list, not expected to come back this week. Chargers receiver Mike Williams suffering a high ankle sprain against Seattle, while Seattle cornerback Seattle's J.C. Jackson ruptured his patella tendon. He missed the rest of the season. Coming up next on ESPN Radio, it's Spain and Fitz.
Keyshawn, J. Will, and Max.
Know who is responsible for the loss? Cheap Hal Steinbrenner, the owner. None of his father's competitiveness apparently rubbed off on him.
The guys will be back Tuesday morning at 6 Eastern on ESPN Radio and on ESPN2.
How you doing? How you been? Welcome in Jacksonville. If you're just joining us or if you've been with us over time, with Kurtz and Middleton. Brian Middleton is the broadcast Don. He is on the ones and the twos. Kasey Kurtz with you as well. And we got the Power Half Hour. On Mondays, we take you up until Monday Night Football. Tonight, it will be the Patriots and it will be the Bears. And Mac Jones, according to the television, will play a little bit.
It's moving well, man.
I don't know what that means fully. I don't know if it's a drive-by-drive basis. I don't know if he's going to start. But Mac Jones, Jacksonville's favorite son, apparently will play in the game. The Bulls product, the Alabama product.
Kasey
will play for the Patriots. What's up?
Let me tell you right now, he just turned on a smile, right? Troy Aikman looks so unimpressed by this matchup. He looks like, I don't have the sound on, but Joe Buck is talking to him, and Troy is looking like anything for the next 3.5 hours but this. Anything but this, please.
Anything but this. That's fair. Well, he will have to be there, so stinks for Troy Aikman. But you can listen to it on ESPN690 as soon as we are done, coming up at 7:30, kickoff around 8:20 or so. Brian Middleton, we did a first hour of the show. We haven't mentioned James Robinson and Travis Etienne to the extent that not that we should have, because we had planned to talk about it here, but if you're just jumping in, you haven't missed that part of the conversation. Here's what we know. Travis Etienne was out there the whole time. James got like 12 snaps or something like that. It was like 50-something to 12. We know that Travis Etienne fumbled on the goal line and was immediately put back out there. We know that James Robinson fumbled against Philadelphia and recovered it and was only put back out there once the rest of the football game. Those are the facts. We know that after the game, Doug Peterson said there might be an injury. We're going to check on that. Doug Peterson today said he's dealing with some lower body stuff. Not that was on the injury report. So that's a problem. But knowing all of that, another fact is this. James Robinson was benched by Urban Meyer. James Robinson fell out of favor with Urban Meyer and then got hurt. James Robinson started this season with 4 touchdowns in 3 games right here in Jacksonville this season, 2022. And I'm not going to sit here and tell you that James Robinson fell out of favor with Doug Peterson and the coaching staff because I don't know if that's true or not. But what I do know is I don't know how serious of an injury it was, but I do know that Travis Etienne has become the lead back in Jacksonville. And James Robinson, at the bare minimum, probably feels some disrespect because now it's 2 coaching staffs in a row. Brian, I still believe there's a role for James Robinson on this team, but I'm starting to wonder if we'll actually see that role. Because I'm not convinced that they're convinced about James Robinson, even though he started the season as well as he did.
I think that, we've been beating on that drum. James Robinson has a role here. And though, I think I'm a little later to the party because it's the Houston game. I think you were asking. After that, it's just the passing of the torch. And I was just like, can we get Travis through a whole season first?
Yeah.
I've seen James Robinson make it through a whole season, even though he was injured towards the end of last season. I know that he can take the wear and tear for the most part. I'm talking about James Robinson. I understand how dynamic a player it looks like Travis is going to be, and I want him to be that guy, but can we just hold off for a second? We can ascend him as far as the depth chart or whatever you want to say, or the amount of touches, the amount of plays he gets out there. That's great, but let's see it from week 1 to week 17, 18 before we just say, all right, man, you the guy. We got full faith in you. I got full faith in his ability. His availability is what I want to make sure that he can do. And also, there's a role for James here because he can produce. And he is a different back than Travis. And I saw Travis, run it between the tackles. And though it looks different in the sense of the way that he seemingly shoots out of a cannon when it looks like, his quickness, his ability to get from 0 to 100. It looks different as well when you got James Robinson, especially running between those tackles and making things, move forward and making things like it doesn't have to be left and right with him. He ain't left and right. He ain't east and west all the time or the majority of the time because that's not his strength. I'm not saying he's never done it and that he can't do it, but his strength more so is like, I can see the hole. I may have some patience, but when I see the hole, I can go north and south. And you want that change of pace. And you want multiple running backs, regardless if you have a feature back or not. So there's a role for him here. There's a role for James Robinson here, but it is interesting to see how that dynamic has changed so quickly within a couple of weeks now that Travis looks like he is not only just 100% healthy, but that he can take, on that role as being the feature back for this offense.
And there's no doubt, by the way, that Travis Etienne is a talented player. I mean, come on, he was a first-round running back, right? And you can see it. He makes plays, and you're like, oh, I get it. He also fumbles on the goal line because he knees it out of his own hands. He also drops a touchdown against Washington. The inconsistency is there, but unlike me giving the pass to Trevor Lawrence, I'll give it to Travis Etienne because truly this is his rookie season. He did not play a snap last year. So you can't fumble on the goal line. You got to catch touchdowns when they're thrown to you. But he does have a little bit of that pass, and you can see it, right? It's there. He's a talented guy. He's popping off the screen when he runs the football. He's averaging like 8 yards a touch right now, so you have to get him the ball. But I cannot co-sign this, James Robinson is not involved. Brian, JaMycal Hasty touched the football more times than James Robinson yesterday.
Yeah, he did.
Now, JaMycal Hasty made some plays against Indianapolis, and when you look at what Peterson wants to do, I could be like, yeah, JaMycal Hasty, he could have a role here. But he should not have a bigger role than James Robinson. And I don't think we're even at the point where it could be 50-50.
Well, now,
what you got?
Are we doing this off of merit, off of what we think we've seen? Like, because granted, the Colts were caught. This was the perfect play call. The blocking was great. The Colts were caught in a defense that what was called for the offense for the Jags worked perfectly, and JaMycal Hasty wasn't touched. But if I think I got a guy that can bust a 60-yard, touchdown, the next game, I'm going to try to set something else up and see if he can do it again.
That is fair. We're working off, though, what I will say to that is we're working off of James as your power back, right? You need a yard. James should be your guy.
Yeah.
And if you're just going to cast him out to a point where, hey, we're only going to bring James in when we need a yard, who do you think is going to catch on to that? Every opponent you play.
That's fair.
So I'm worried, Brian. I'm worried about the situation with James Robinson because 2 coaching staffs in a row. Again, I'm not saying he was benched. I'm not saying any of that. But I'm saying that there's something up now for a second straight regime here in Jacksonville. And if I'm James Robinson, I said this morning, man, the Jets need a running back.
Yeah.
The Panthers need a running back.
Yeah, get me out of here.
Like, I don't know how you can't feel that way if you're James Robinson.
Yeah.
Now,
100%.
if the injury is a real serious thing, the Jags are going to be in trouble because he wasn't on the injury report.
Exactly.
And, I mean, I didn't see him go in the tent yesterday. I might have missed it. But, so if it's a serious injury, all right, fair enough. But if he's not on the injury report, I didn't see him go in the tent, and he was still subbing in and subbing out barely in the football game, then something's afoot in my mind.
Is he just a bit hurt, a bit nicked up, or is it injured? Because when I hear injury, I automatically think about, the guy who almost lost his eyeball, as you put it, yesterday for the Giants.
Yes.
So,
which was terrifying.
But, different people use different meanings or definitions for words, but you hear injury and you're just like, oh, okay. Well, wait a minute. I didn't see that at all this entire week when I was looking at the injury report.
Yeah.
So can you
nowhere.
expand a bit more about that, Coach? So,
yeah,
if I'm James Robinson as well, Kasey, I'd be like, I get it. You think that someone's better, it works better for you, that's fine. But y'all gonna have to get me up out of here. Because now, you're messing with my money too, like on top of everything else. And I know that's not a conversation you want to have at 2-5, but this guy's like, listen.
James trying to get paid, man. He didn't get drafted.
I didn't get drafted. Take it away. Exactly.
He deserves to be paid.
Yes.
Whether it's by Jacksonville or somebody else. But if I'm James, I'm like, you know what? I done too much for Jacksonville. We won 4 games in 2 years while I was here, and most of them were because of me. So the point is I'm trying to get at is I don't know what they're going to do. I don't know if it's going to be more balanced, but what I do know is if I'm James Robinson, I'm like, man, send me to the Jets. Send me
to a 5-2 team.
Well, just send me somewhere that's going to let me run the football because 4 touchdowns in 3 games don't lie, Brian. And by the way, those 2 games that he scored those touchdowns, they won. The only 2 they've won this season.
That's a good point. I am legend on the stream, Kasey said.
I was about to read it, but go ahead.
Oh, no, you got it. That was good. It was a good segue then.
I Am Legend says, all I know is that we haven't won with, Etienne at RB1. J-Rob should be your RB1. You need 1 yard. J-Rob will get you 50 and a touchdown. Etienne hasn't done that. Yeah. He did do that when they needed a yard. And it's somewhat of a good segue into Doug Peterson and going for it on 4th down. He's not going to stop, right? It's kind of a moot point. He's not going to stop going for it. But should he? When you're on the 20-yard line and you're up 4 points, you can go up 7. Like this, Doug Peterson confuses me sometimes, right?
Uh-oh.
So they go on 4th down, QB sneak for the 3rd time in the game, the exact same formation. Evan Ingram goes in motion the exact same way. All 3 times they ran it before this play, and they don't get it. Doug Peterson comes up with some of the craziest plays that just work. Like Christian Kirk in the flat, boom. They come up with this great stuff, and then they go back to quarterback sneak for a 3rd or 4th time at that point.
I'm with you.
And Trevor got bopped way behind the line. Everybody in the stadium that was watching the game knew that was what was coming, and the Giants stopped it. But Doug Peterson, I'm going to need you to take the points there. Go up 7. It's just basic math. If I can do it, Doug Peterson can do it.
Doug said what? He said the way that the offense was handling the defense.
He said we thought we could get a yard is basically what he said.
I mean, listen, you got,
which is fair.
You got guys on the offensive line, 280, 290, 300. Your quarterback is 6'6", 220, you know.
But not when you've ran it 3 times.
No, well, yeah, that's all those stats are still the same for their body composition. I'm just saying, Kasey, you're like, okay, now I'm playing the law of averages. If I've been stopped twice, I'm doing this a 3rd time. We're due. Fall forward. Not O-line, you push. But quarterback, fall forward. So, you know, I'm just making an argument for good radio. I mean, I want him to take the points as well, but I can understand if I'm a coach like, listen, guys, 1 yard. Hey, just 1.
Here's the thing.
That's all I want from you.
If you're playing defensive tackle and you've seen this play twice or 3 times already in the game, and Evan Ingram goes in that motion again, hello. If I'm the safety, I'm just coming up. Forget it. If he beats me over the top, which he's not going to, like, I don't understand the play call there. And again, it's another sus situation on 4th down. Remember they ran the speed option last week, which I didn't hate at the time. But this one's on Doug Peterson.
How many points did we leave on the field? 13? Well, I'm assuming that we get the extra point if Travis doesn't fumble.
So you got the 3 there. You've got the 7 or the 6 and the 1, I guess.
So
10?
So 10?
I thought there was. I think there was another one
that they
like
could have kicked a field goal. But it's a little foggy. So at least 10.
At least 10. Use that 10. Yeah, listen. I think Doug Peterson's done a great job for most everything, including the culture and all that. But listen, I know the listener, like you guys are sick of hearing that, and I don't blame you. But it's a true fact. But this one's on the coaching staff for me. They couldn't leave points out there against a Giants team which has played every single game close. The Giants are winning by 1, 2, 3, 4 points every week. You know that. You take the points when you can get it, especially up 4. I respect him for having the faith in his team. They can get a yard, which they should be able to, but not run the same play again in a non-goal line situation. Because if you think about the touchdown, Trevor went over the top. They didn't get that yard. He jumped up and reached the ball over.
Yeah.
So really, they sniffed it out at least twice.
Listen,
frustrating.
Man,
That's where it comes. Now I'm mad again.
Well, if I'm an NFL coach, and now I'm going to stand the gap. At first, it was just for good radio, but listen, guys, there's certain moments in football, in the NFL, where everybody knows what's going to happen, huh? This ain't even about coaching. At this point, can I impose my will on another man, right? It's legal on the football field. Can we do it right here? And we couldn't do it. You know, we can get on the coaching all we want, but everybody is lifting weights. Everybody is lifting weights, trying to get stronger, pushing forward. You know the play. I know the play. I tell you who doesn't have those kind of questions. Field goal or not, Kasey Kurz, the Philadelphia Eagles. Am I saying the Jags are the Eagles? No, I'm not. But I'm saying there are teams out here right now. It's just like, and what? And maybe that's what Coach Peterson, on top of everything else, on this journey to actually becoming not just relevant, but a good team year in, year out, maybe that's something else that he's just trying to, you know, kind of install into the mindset of this team. Like, regardless of what they do on their side of the ball, yes, I'll put you guys in the best possible positions, but there's going to be moments we're going to get to such a good level of play where we're just going to be like, and what? I don't care. If we need 1 yard, We're going to line up, and we're going to dare you to stop us. It just so happens that the Giants took that dare and just,
But they're
kept
not
winning.
there yet.
Yeah, but I
Like
mean,
you
it's a
cite the
journey.
Eagles. The Eagles pushed the Jags around for 60 minutes when they played them.
I'm with you on that. I'm saying maybe that's another part of this, on top of maybe whatever analytics or how he felt the game was going via the line.
Mm-hmm.
He might just be saying, hey, and also, this is how we are going to play this game. Buckle it up. Let's get better. So,
I mean, again, I respect it. Buckle up. That's fine. Buckle up on the way home because you lost. Because you left points on the field again.
Oh, man. I don't know why I started playing music. I had to be real with you,
No,
Kasey.
we got to go to break. We got to go to break. We're rolling with it. We said this, me and Brent, on ESPN690 Game Day Live from the Duval House right before the game. You can't leave points on the field, and they did. So I'm going to say it again. On a Monday, when they play the Denver Broncos in London, a team that consistently plays games close but loses them, you can't leave points on the field. But I'll tell you this, they're not kicking. They're not kicking. It's got to be 4th and at least 13 before they even consider kicking the field goal on 4th down. At least the kicker can make them now. See, that's what's going to happen. This would be the Jags thing. They're finally going to let him kick, and he's going to miss.
Well, he's the most consistent kicker in Jags history.
He's not.
Percentage-wise, he absolutely is.
Okay, percentage-wise, he's kicked 10 times.
Okay.
Because Peterson won't let him kick.
Keep that percentage up there.
I guess that's how you keep the percentage up. That's a good point. He did miss the PAT. It got blocked, but still goes on your record. Anyway. Monday Night Football coming up. We got the Patriots. We got the Bears. It's on the station. We have one segment to go. Overtime with Kurtz and Middleton. We'll be right back. Mondays like nobody does them in Jacksonville. We start with MJD at 3.
I'm excited.
You should
I'm
be.
excited. I hope everyone else is as well, because this is a different team. And, as you look around the AFC South, everyone's starting to struggle a little. And so you just got to keep getting better each week.
And then Rashean Mathis at 4.
As a Jacksonville community, we should be excited. We should be very excited. I love what I'm seeing. I love the passion. I love the aggressiveness. I love everything about the Jaguars and how they're playing across the board right now.
Catch them every Monday on ESPN 690.
Now, the first alert forecast on ESPN 690.
Clear skies, nice and cool tonight. Temperatures dropping into the 50s. Plenty of sun and a pretty warm Tuesday. Highs tomorrow reach the lower 80s. For the CBS 47 and Fox 30 Action News Jax First Alert Weather Center, I'm Chief Meteorologist Mike Burrish.
The Weather Center is brought to you by Beards Diamonds. Get the guaranteed lowest price at the only locally owned diamond store in the St. John's Town Center.
Ram Power Days. Choose a great deal from a great selection of cars, trucks, and SUVs from Jacksonville, Chrysler, Jeep, Dodge, Ram, Bay Meadows. Drive a brand new Ram 1500 Bighorn and save on the pickup you really want. Choose a new Jeep Gladiator and get the best of both worlds. If we don't have exactly what you need, we will factory order it. Bring us your trade. Use the money for your down payment or keep the cash. Jacksonville, Chrysler, Jeep, Dodge, Ram, I-295 and Bay Meadows.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/work. That's ZipRecruiter.com/work.
When you're an innovative business, every blinking cursor, every blank page is an opportunity. What will you do with it? Will you make something better or create something new? Our Dell Technologies advisors provide you with tools and expertise to do incredible things. Because we believe there's an innovator in all of us. For advice on smart PCs powered by Intel vPro that's built for business, call a Dell Technologies advisor at 877-ASK-DELL.
Hi, this is Keith Gurr, president of American Window Products. Right now, we're offering a free installation on 6 or more windows, as well as a free energy package. Go to AmericanWindowProducts.com and click for an estimate. That's AmericanWindowProducts.com. American Window Products, we are the window professionals.
Sell your home with a guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate. You'll save time and make the most money. Hi, this is Mark Spain, and our offers are the strongest in the industry, so you can sell your home stress-free and make the most money. When you get a guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate, there are no showings, no open houses, and no stress.
Find out what your guaranteed offer would be. There's no obligation. Call 855-299-SOLD or go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer on your home today. That's markspain.com and start packing.
Certain restrictions apply.
Look at all these great masks. These make great disguises for breaking into houses.
Just make sure you don't go near any Safe Touch houses.
Hey, that house we've been casing, when are those folks going out of town again?
Black Friday. And since they don't have Safe Touch security, we don't have to worry.
No Safe Touch means no two-way communicator or crash and smash technology, no video monitoring.
And no headaches for me.
What do you think of my new mask?
You find another house without Safe Touch and the mask is on me.
Crooks know to stay away from Safe Touch houses.
Call Safe Touch today at 888-723-8682 or go to safetouch.com. State license number EF233.
Overtime with Kurtz and Middleton. Just a couple of minutes to go. Monday Night Football coming up on the station. It will be the Bears and the Patriots. And Brian Middleton, is anybody gonna pick the Bears? I'll give you the opportunity.
I mean,
can't do it.
Yeah, absolutely not. Nah, the Bears are bad. I'm picking the Patriots as well. But we keep picking the same teams and it never works out, but I'm still not picking the Bears.
Well, it worked out last week because you changed to the opposite team after I picked the same team. So
still not picking the Bears. But here's a weird thing, right? I think I'm the only one. I like watching Justin Fields play. Like, Justin Fields is going to be all right. Right? I know he doesn't throw the ball forward a lot, which is a weird thing because this is the NFL. He's going to be fine.
I just want to see him run.
Right?
If he would have had some of them openings that Daniel Jones did,
I'm going to sit there and watch this entire football game, which will be nothing short of ugly, and just hoping that he breaks off a run.
Yeah, a run.
And I'll be content the rest of the night.
So fast.
Just a run. By the way, how the hell did the Jags play until like 4:34 yesterday? That was the longest football game in the history of football.
You did say that.
Okay? No one can convince me differently. If you were at the game and you sat in the stands the whole time, clap it up for you.
You weren't pleasant. You weren't happy.
Because I wasn't happy and I was inside the press box. Okay? I didn't even have to deal with the heat. We had lunch, and I was miserable. Because I'm like, it's 4:34. Every game is over. How are they still playing down here? And then they were a yard short. Anyway, if you're an OG to Overtime with Kurtz and Middleton, you know what it means when I say we're going to check the ticket prices. And we will do that.
Yesterday's price is not today's price.
Thank you, Fat Joe. So what we like to do is we look at some of the events around the United States today, and we check the ticket prices. What would it cost you to get in, and where can we find the cheap deals and the disrespect? So we start in the NFL, Brian Middleton. Obviously, the New England Patriots, a team, you know what I'm saying? Mac Jones is back. Bailey Zappi played okay. They're playing the Bears. Justin Fields might break off a run. A real reason to go to the game. But let me tell you something, Brian Middleton. This sure as hell ain't the Tom Brady Patriots, because I can get us in right now. Upper level 327.
Okay.
Row 24.
Sounds
good. 2 tickets guaranteed together. $51.
There you go. That's what I'm talking about, Kraft. Huh?
Boy, that's how you know that it's a bad situation in New England. Playing the Bears, too? Goodness.
$51 with tax and a Coke.
I don't know about all that now. Anyway, we move on to the NBA. By the way, it was $12 to get into the Pacers game that already started, so you might even be able to find that cheaper.
Holy smokes.
No, it gets better. Minnesota, right? Vikings are clicking. Minnesota made some moves in the offseason, talking about the basketball team now at this point playing the San Antonio Spurs.
Okay.
Monday night, what else is there to do? Because you sure as hell ain't watching the Patriots and the Bears. Brad Middleton, upper level 218, row L.
Yeah.
$6.
That, you know what? You got to get out, but boy, I tell you what.
$6 to go to an NBA game. Minnesota's in shambles, and we're in shambles because we're out of time. Overtime with Kurtz and Middleton. We're back tomorrow. Have a good night, everybody. I want to eat a spicy chicken in my Tesla. Is it too much to ask?
Are you ready for a scary good deal? Then get to Arlington Toyota for the Ghost Your Payments event and watch your payments like a ghost disappear. How about no payments until 2023?